Da-da-da-da-da-da. All of a sudden, muted audio came in. Muted audio came in. And then unmuted audio came in. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, how are you guys doing? Welcome to another installment of the APB Show. Oh my god, I'm telling you, I am super exhausted today. I am super exhausted today. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolutely insane journey the last couple of days. Absolutely insane journey. Last couple of days, I am super exhausted and loads of stuff that I am super busy about, but I just couldn't be able to, like, I really want to make videos. But man, real life keeps on striking, man. I'm telling you, this last few weeks, I've been absolutely busy, but regardless, it has been an absolutely wonderful time anyway. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to the latest installment of the APB Show. What are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are doing very well this wonderful morning, evening, or afternoon, whatever your time is right now. Hope you guys are doing very well. What you guys been up to? What you guys been playing? What you guys have been just doing, watching, listening to, whatever. Let me know. We're gonna spend the first 2 hours and 28 minutes. See the timer off the top left corner up above. Before we get to the hooplas, the memes, all that good stuff, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. We are here for plenty of hooplas. I don't think we're gonna be here for long because there. If I recall correctly, I think we have about less slides than usually. But it is a very nice number. We have less slides than usual because I'm telling you guys, I'm busy. Oh my god, the busyness that I'm going through the last couple of days has been incredibly illuminating, to say the least. But it is a very busy time. And for some reason, why is everything not opening? There you go. Why are you not opening? Everything. Why are you not opening? Why weren't you opening? What happened? I need you to stream. Yeah, I think everything just crashed. Ah, dang it. I have to restart the whole thing. Oh, wow. There are 3 separate instances. I'm going to have to end every single one of them. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as for me, what I've been up to, oh man. This week has been super exhausting. We don't have a lot of hooplas for this week, but we do have plenty of. Oh my god, why are you updated? Okay, yeah, I'll just have to wait until it updates the database. We don't have a lot of hooplas this week, but there are definitely things to talk about this week. Unfortunately, I just couldn't really get into talking about them. I really want to talk about them on a video, but man, audio interface is messing up again. And it's still updating the database for everything. Come on, everything. You got one job. Update the database, please. I really need this. Anyway, APB episode is still wrong. There you go. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, it's been super busy this week. But I did watch a couple of stuff. I did watch plenty of stuff. I'm continuing the James Bond marathon, even though I have little to no time to continue it. But regardless, I still tried to do so. And I rewatched GoldenEye, and GoldenEye is absolutely freaking fantastic. I absolutely... wait, what? Requires administrator. Yes, please. Just install the everything service. Just install the everything service. Run it as administrator. Jeez. I need it on the stream. I want you to function. That's all I care about, please. Anyway, regardless, I watched GoldenEye. GoldenEye still remains an absolutely amazing movie. This is still probably my favorite James Bond movie of all time. I still think GoldenEye is absolutely spectacular. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. GoldenEye is just the best. The absolute best. And top tier Bond all around. Pierce Brosnan is excellent. And, yeah, there's really nothing much to say about that other than GoldenEye is absolutely awesome. And also, what the hell is going on with everything these days? You had one job. You can't even do that right. Do I have to rely on Run? I can't rely on Run. I need you everything to get all my hooplas. Why are you deciding that you're gonna crash all of a sudden? I have to restart the whole service. Okay, now it's working. No, all of a sudden it wasn't working last time. Anyway, regardless, yeah, I think GoldenEye is absolutely freaking fantastic. But that's as much as I continue with my James Bond marathon, because unfortunately I am still super busy this week. I did get to see the one show that I've been anticipating. I've been wanting to see this show for a while now, and it is the third season that the show just released, and that is. Let me get the coffee for a bit. The coffee's still pretty hot. And that is the latest Squid Game. Yes, I have finally seen Squid Game, the third season and the final season of Squid Game. And it was fine. It was fine. And it was fine. It was all right. And in the end, it just results in... Squid Game was a very special series. It is a very influential, and I gotta say, I would say groundbreaking. It's not exactly groundbreaking, let's just say, but... run as Mr. Install the Everything service through Dex. Install the Everything service. Yes, please. Why haven't you installed the service yet? I already asked you to install the service. I just want you to be functional today. Okay, do you work now? Okay, thank you. Anyway, so yeah, Squid Game Season 3. I thought it was alright. It wasn't exactly as groundbreaking as the first one. It was the first one wasn't exactly groundbreaking in a sense that it is innovative or have anything new to offer in terms of like deadly games formula and everything like that. But it is unique. It is definitely a very unique show that offers something refreshing. And a lot of people, it is definitely one of the smash pop culture hit back in the day when it was released. It was in 2022, 2021, I forgot. But point is, it was a smash cultural pop hit. And season 2 is the same as well. Last year, because I've seen plenty of people reviving their Squid Game interest back in season 2. Season 3 just came out literally yesterday, and I get to watch the whole thing, and I find them pretty okay. The second season is it's good, but it does end a cliffhanger, so it might as well just be talking the second and the third season. The continuation from the first, I'd say overall it's perfectly fine. I don't think it's as great as the first one. The first one, the story of the first one is already pretty self-contained. I should say, like, there's really no need to continue it to the second season, but they did continue to the second season, and I honestly find the second season, in terms of story, a little bit of a letdown, in my opinion. And I feel like a lot of the factor is due to, like, I think the director said that the ending for Squid Game is bleak. That it's going to be super bleak, and it's not going to be heartwarming. It's not going to be something that you're going to look at the ending and go be like, yeah, that's the very happy ending, etc. etc. And yeah, they were right. This ending is not very happy, which is fine. I don't mind unhappy endings. Unhappy endings, like, I don't mind downer or bleak or bitter endings on the side of the bittersweet, or maybe a little, it's more like a very, very bitter side on the bittersweet ending. It's more of a bittersweet ending, but it's on a very, very bitter side. I don't mind that, but what I do mind is when I can actually predict what it is. Like, if the directors say that the ending is going to be bad, or the ending is going to be bittersweet, or the end is going to be bad, I'm going to predict exactly how it's going to go. I'm pretty sure the ending is going to go exactly this way. I'm pretty sure my girlfriend called that out as well. And yeah, I think the ending is going to go that way. And it turns out the ending just goes exactly as how I and my girlfriend predicted it. And at that point, we're like, oh, that's it? Well, there you go. I guess that's Squid Game for you. Although, I do have to say, there's a very interesting cameo at the very, very, very end. I did not expect that cameo. It's like they ended it. It's kind of strange, but because they ended Squid Game Season 3 with a very, very funny cameo, a very interesting cameo that makes it look like it's a Marvel project. That makes it seem as if Squid Game Season 3 is like a Marvel MCU project, where they, at the end of that series, which is, the series ends, but it does end it doesn't end necessarily in a cliffhanger. It's more like it ends on this chapter of Squid Game, but there are definitely more other chapters of Squid Games that will continue in other parts of the region, and there's a very surprising cameo on that one. But regardless, Squid Game, I find it to be, Season 3, I find it alright. Not exactly as groundbreaking as the first one. It's more of the same. The games they're introduced in Season 3 were... I think there were 3 games, if I recall. Yeah, there are 3 games introduced in Season 3. And The first one is pretty bog standard, but it does add very nice tension to the whole thing. The second one is very interesting. The second one is definitely very interesting. I'm not gonna spoil which one. The third one is just a variation of the first one, but turn up on steroids. The variation of the ending of the first one, but turn up on steroids. So that's pretty much it. Otherwise, Squid Game Season 3, I find it pretty alright overall. I'm glad I saw it. It's just definitely it's not as it's exactly as I expected. The downer ending is very predictable, and yeah, I enjoyed it. So aside from that, not really much. I haven't been really much into. I think I saw. It doesn't exactly count as playing games because I'm so super busy, but I did rewatch some playthroughs. I haven't finished it yet, but I rewatched some playthroughs of The One Lives Forever 1. I absolutely love that game. I remember playing that game when I was a kid. I still haven't finished it yet, but I do remember playing that game when I was a kid, and my god, that game brings back so much memories. No One Lives Forever 1 and 2. 2 specifically, because I played the second one first. I remember in the second one, the first level where you're going through the ninja levels and you have to fight like a bunch of kunoichis. It's absolutely crazy, but I absolutely love it. That's what I love about No One Lives Forever. But the problem is you can't find the game anymore. The game's not on the official channels. You're gonna have to find them through the 7 Seas, or you have to download them from a website or whatever, I think. But I think it's like has all the restoration. Hopefully, I think that the website that I downloaded, it has all like the restoration patches to make it playable for modern times, which is great, absolutely, because that game requires a lot of finicking, a lot of tinkering in order to make it to be playable in modern times. But regardless, absolutely love No One Lives Forever. Been watching that playthrough for a bit now, and I think that's basically like my gaming consumption right now. The same goes for Death Stranding 2, which from what I've seen with Death Stranding 2, the gameplay is more of the same. Maybe it's just my personal observation, but from what I've seen in Death Stranding 2, the gameplay for Death Stranding 2 is more of the same with the first one. And I love the first one. The first one is a very interesting mix of a Euro truck simulator, which I like. I like truck simulators. I like games where it just give you a mundane task of going from point A to point B, but at least Death Stranding is like combat. Combat's pretty easy, unfortunately, on that department. You can tweak it to difficulty, but the normal difficulty is pretty easy. But regardless, I still find it pretty enjoyable regardless, and I find the story isn't exactly hard to follow. It's just that they over-explain way too much, for one, and for two, the characters are just not that interesting. And otherwise, I really like Death Stranding 1. So Death Stranding 2, I just decided I'll watch the playthrough. I'll just watch somebody else's playthrough of that, and I realized, well, it's pretty much more of the same. More of the same. It's a great game. Apparently, from what I've heard. I haven't actually played it, but from what I've seen, it does look like to be a pretty great game. So yeah, basically like my gaming consumption nowadays, because I'm so busy at work and I'm so busy just in general, that I couldn't even like play games. I can only watch somebody else play video games, which is great because I don't really need an actual gaming platform for that. I can just have YouTube on my phone and I can just watch somebody else play the game where I'm doing whatever, right? So it is absolutely amazing, especially considering that I also watch somebody else's playthrough of Mind's Eye, and that game is buggy as hell. That game is buggy as hell. The story makes no goddamn sense, but it is definitely a contender for one of the worst games of this year. It's awful all around, but regardless, it's funny, awful. So there's that. Okay, so I think that's pretty much all that I can talk about in terms of gaming, in terms of movies, in terms of TV shows. Those are all that I can talk about. So, guys, what have you guys been up to? I'm actually just gonna read directly to the chat because I do need to get through this whole thing. Especially when Silicon sent a bunch of news, I wouldn't want to read a bunch of those. Yes, you did. Yes, you absolutely did. Yes, you did send hooplas. There's a certain character that you'll definitely relate to in the Chapter 3 of Deltarune. I have not played Deltarune, but I'm just really lost interest with Undertale in general. Not only did I lost interest with Undertale, I just completely forgot everything that happened with Undertale. Even though that's like my favorite game of 2015. Undertale, I remember that game being my favorite game of last decade, but I completely forgot everything about it. I need to probably watch watch some Let's Plays of that again so that I can bring back my memories of Undertale. I remember playing the game and beat it, but my god, it's long ass time ago. Anyway, who knew wanting games to have an end on their lifespan would be so controversial? Oh my god. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that a lot. Definitely. I'm going to be talking about that infamous Hoyoverse hoopla because recently I've been blocked by someone named Alucard. I revealed their username, who's very openly vocal against unions. Okay. Oh my god. Coffee is super hot. Coffee is super hot and I am having the flu. Anyway. They blocked me because I was replying to them over their post showing 4 voice actors who had a role on each Hoyoverse game as a proof that union monopoly is in effect. 4 voice actors who had a role on each Hoyoverse game. That is interesting. That is definitely interesting. Those voice actors are unrelated to the VA recast drama, and after replying with my stance about voice actors, they blocked me. My take is, I don't care about the drama and the scandals behind the scenes. If it's good to listen on pique my interest, I won't mind if a controversial person keep up their role. Honestly, I'm not paying attention with voice actor drama either, so if somebody paid attention to that, I mean, sure. If you find that particular drama entertaining, I guess, but I just personally only care about the content. Brazilian tourist had an accident and fell into a volcano. I saw that. That is horrific. That is absolutely horrific. It is a shameful display for both the Brazilian government and the Indonesian government. Absolutely horrific. Anyway. Will Appa cheer that Don't Nod shit can a bunch of people because of how he feels about Life is Strange? What happened with Don't Nod? I am not paying attention. Don't Nod, did they lay off a bunch of people? That's the first. Did they lay off a bunch of people? Don't Nod. First thing I've heard. Will I cheer on Don't Nod laying off a bunch of people? No, not at all. I'm not cheering on any game development studio laying off a bunch of people just because I don't like their game. Just because I don't like their game. That is game developers being laid off is not exactly good news. It's not exactly great news because a lot of those people that got laid off are definitely way more talented than the people that are running the company. That if those people, like, they all gather up, they make their own studio, and they actually, like, put their passion and love towards video games, I'm pretty sure those people are gonna make something that's way better than being released in AAA today. I'm pretty sure that's like the story for the Clear Obscure developers. They were ex-Ubisoft, or at least some of them were ex-Ubisoft developers. They all gather together and they make an amazing game. Because they did. All I care about when it comes to watching or playing a dub media is voice and acting, and anything else I don't mind about. This is all, and feel free to disagree in my opinion. So you are indifferent about censorship. Generally speaking, most people really don't care about censorship. Generally speaking, in terms of like anime or any source of media, as long as the media on the surface looks cool, people are gonna buy that. People are going to play it. That's just how it is. Anyway, what do you deem acceptable censorship or localization? That's very subjective from person to person. Very, very subjective from person to person. Some people have a certain level of tolerance on what they deem to be censorship or localization, and they'll be like, yeah, sure, I'll buy the game. Okay, fine, the localization is pretty bad, or censorship is pretty bad, but the game is fun, so I'll buy it. And like, that's a perfectly acceptable reason to do that, but that's, again, subjective. Do you tolerate the localization of Phoenix Wright? By that, I mean moving the game setting from Japan to California. Bro, everybody does. A lot of people do. That's why Phoenix Wright is like one of the most popular series, one of the most popular visual novel series of all time. One of the greatest visual novel series of all time, I'd argue. The trilogy, the original trilogy. I am not a fan of the Apollo Justice trilogy. And actually, no. Only Apollo Justice, the first one, specifically, because I'm not a fan of that one. That's why I couldn't even be bothered to continue to the other ones, because I played the first Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, and I find it a bit of a letdown all around. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna play that. There's also the Great Ace Attorney as well, which I played. I played like the first game all to its entirety, and I just find it it's great, but I just kind of lost interest in continuing. Anyway, Where is I? What about calling onigiri jelly donuts? Funnily enough, I have never. Maybe it's just me, but I've never encountered something along those lines when playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. I played the HD collection on the Switch. I remember very distinctly that I played the HD collection. I think I have a recording of that. I played the HD collection for the Phoenix Wright trilogy on Nintendo Switch, and I have basically no issues with how they changed a lot of the characters' names. Like Phoenix Wright's name is not actually Phoenix Wright. And Phoenix Wright's name is not actually Phoenix Wright in the original Japanese. They just move a lot of the setting to it. It's the same as what they did with Conan, except with Conan they did it so badly. They barely changed a lot of their names and the characters. It's to the point where it is just laughable. I guess that's where I have a tolerance for that. It's like I could not tolerate whatever they did with Detective Conan, what they brought to the West. I cannot tolerate that. I did not grow up with Jimmy Kudo. I grew up with Shinichi Kudo. That's his name. That's his name, not Jimmy Kudo. I was like, who the fuck is Jimmy Kudo? But regardless, Phoenix Wright is definitely iconic. Like they absolutely go balls to the walls with that in terms of renaming all the characters and putting their setting, everything like that. At least they put a lot of effort into that. It's just that, well, it can be very, very distracting when certain elements of the game requires a deeper understanding of Japanese culture when the whole thing's American. So localization so far is a mixed bag. Don't try to ruin the game, anime, or other types of media. Censorship has almost no acceptance unless used in one joking way or not. Yeah, so censorship in general, again, most people, generally speaking, I don't accept censorship, but realistically speaking, most people are perfectly fine with some form of censorship in one way or another, as long as they got the game, as long as the game is good. The only thing that 4Kids really got right was the dub openings. Most of those songs slapped. Dub voices were fine in the past before 2016. I disagree. I'd say people have loads of issues even before 2016. I'd say people have loads of issues even way before 2016. It's absolutely crazy, but that's just how it is. It is absolutely crazy, but that's just how it is. That is just how it is. Oh no. Oh no, my boss is asking me to do some work. Oh no, my boss is asking me to do some work. Oh man. Oh man, do I actually have to do some work at this hour, at this time? This is really not the perfect time. But regardless, I'll just have to ask for his first request. What is this request gonna be? Don't get me started on what 4Kids did to Tokyo Mew Mew. I'm not paying attention. I haven't paid attention to that. I'm not paying attention to 4Kids dub in general because I don't grow up with 4Kids. That's mostly an American thing. I only pay attention to Indonesian dubs because that's what we got. We only got Indonesian dubs. Oh, hold on. I forgot. Oh my god. I am so sorry. I just remembered. Rapid Kirby 3K. I am so sorry for... Oh man. Rapid Kirby 3K for $1. For England, James. No, for me. Great film, excellent game. No, for me, great film, excellent game. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. It is very rare for a film like GoldenEye to actually have a really great tie-in game. And pretty much, it's like a system seller for the Nintendo 64. GoldenEye is such an amazing game that there are so many iterations of that game. It is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Oh, hold on a second. It is absolutely crazy. Oh, thank God. I thought he was going to be asking me, making me to do something, but thankfully, no. Thankfully, no. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, where was I? I think for Funimation, the Crunchyroll was the Trojan horse. The Funimation, the Crunchyroll was the Trojan horse. Again, I feel like in my opinion, bad dubs have always existed for way before the 2010s. People have not been a fan of them even ever since then. So it's not exactly a new thing. It's just it's more prominent nowadays because we have the internet and we see a lot more bad dubs left and right. I won't mind about censored media if it's minor censorship, if that media piques my interest one way or another. Yeah, a lot of people are like that. I don't know much about this week apart from seeing an event. Appa told the barber to give him the colded look. Bro, I'm telling you, now that you mentioned that, I did go to the barber yesterday. And my God, yesterday, going to the barber is like one of the things that make me busy yesterday. I got laundries that I absolutely need to dry outside. And I also, the laundries from outside, I also need to bring in. And my girlfriend is about to go out. Is about to go out of town depending on when she wakes up, because we've gone through all sorts of stuff literally yesterday, gone quite a lot of tours yesterday, and we literally just came out at like 4 a.m. We barely have time to sleep. It's to the point where we literally have to switch driving because we were so exhausted. Like, I think I drove for like my girlfriend drive for like 40 minutes and then I drive for like another 30 minutes. And then by the end of the drive, she drove all the way from one point to home for like an hour, which is absolutely crazy. I was so exhausted and I needed to sleep because my girlfriend doesn't really need to sleep. She absolutely does not. She doesn't need to sleep, but actually she does need to sleep, but she doesn't need to sleep to wake up early in the morning. I do need to sleep to wake up early in the morning, which for the purpose of the stream. The funny thing is, guys, like I was actually considering, I don't know what your guys' thoughts on this. I was considering moving the stream like way earlier because I've seen statistics, I've seen statements, I've seen the YouTube stats that show that my viewers are active at like in my particular time at around 11 a.m. until 4 a.m. So that's the time where many of my viewers are active. Basically, everybody in that time are the ones that are like watching my videos. They're active at most at that time. But I think that's usually because most of the viewers are from America, and that's like the time where American viewers are most active in watching YouTube videos, which is great. But all I'm saying is there might definitely be a chance where I move the stream tonight to a nighttime on my time, and that would be 11 p.m. in New York time, which is, well, you can count that on Pacific time or Los Angeles time, LA time you like, but point is, I'm gonna be way earlier on my stream in the future. I might actually consider that, but whether that plan is gonna come to fruition or not, I'll have to see about it because I do need to set up my schedule. But regardless, how are you guys doing? I'm finally out of Twitter jail, as evidenced by the DMs I sent you. I don't see any parts of your DMs indicating that you're in Twitter jail in the first place. I don't know what made you to be in Twitter jail. Sorry if I mentioned that Hoyer first hoopla because I just got blocked by someone who is openly vocal against union just because I disagree with their views on the post. That's a bit absurd. Would be better, but I'm kind of bummed out due to plans I had for a convention trip fell apart. Woof. Pedro Pascal being Leon Kennedy for upcoming Resident Evil TV series is crazy. Why not have him as Luis? Luis Serra and Pedro Pascal as Luis Serra is the perfect casting. Like straight up, Pedro Pascal as Luis Serra is the absolutely perfect casting. And you just have him as Leon S. Kennedy? That's a bit stupid. You gotta talk about the Stop Killing Games hoopla. Yeah, I will in just a bit, but not to the extent when everybody else is talking about that. Everybody's talking about Pirate Software and his whole ass hoopla. I'm not gonna focus too much on that, but I will focus on a couple of just specific takes that just absolutely irked me. Not his whole takes. Everybody is talking about his whole takes already, but there are specific takes that he made that just like universally what the fuck, just universally dumb take. That even, I don't think even the defender of that could even argue against it. But anyway, regardless, definitely going to be talking about that later. In terms of gaming, got done with my replay of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Still a good game, replaying Majora's Mask. I'm still playing Mario Kart World, which I've been having a hell of a time trying to 3-star all the cups for. I haven't seen such item BS since Mario Kart Wii. If you know, you know. I'm not a fan of GoldenEye. Fine. I can see it, but I absolutely love GoldenEye. I just don't mind about the drama behind the scene when I consume adult media. I only care about acting and voice, even if I agree that bad actors should be held accountable. It's just bad people in general. It's not just bad actors, like bad people in general. They should be held accountable. But the system that we have is, unfortunately, there. In terms of anything else, not much. Just watched some wrestling stuff. Just got done watching a debut stream for Samiko Saba, which was nice. Did you take my advice and watch the Doctor Who special with Timothy Dalton? I don't watch Doctor Who. I probably will maybe in the future, but I am not really that interested in sci-fi stuff. I am more interested in conspiracy thrillers, action thrillers, spy fiction in general. So that's why I'm more into Bond. Heard about the pirate software hoopla, bro. It's not the pirate software hoopla necessarily. It's more like the stop killing games hoopla, because that's like the larger part of the discussion. But pirate software is definitely an actor in that drama, but the drama is not about him. It's definitely sometimes about him, but it's mostly about the games, if you ask me. Besides the item PTSD, I'm still having fun with Mario Kart World. Almost have all the costumes. I also unlock and beat the Special Cup Rainbow Road. I got the credits, but I am not done yet. Very nice. Not a fan of downer ending. Not a lot of people are. If someone disagrees with my views and opinions, I don't mind about it. It's just that I got blocked this week because I had a different viewpoint. That happens all the time. Same, especially if the downer ending left a lot of unresolved viewpoints. That happens for Squid Game specifically. They resolve plenty of plot points in the end. That's not the issue. The issue is the downer ending is very predictable. Anyone here bought any new game? Not me. I'm broke. Not me. I am broke as fuck. And speaking of broke, ladies and gentlemen, guys, you can help this broke ass me. Guys, I got bills to pay. I got things to run. I'm telling you guys, I am super broke right now. If you guys can help a brother out real quick, that'd be great. StreamElements link below. Super Chats link below. Come on, y'all, help a brother out. Help some Indonesian guy out. If you guys help me out, that'd be super amazing. I'm telling you. I also tried the demo for Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact. It's decent, though I think it's a bit too simplified. Wonder if the final release will give me traditional controls and moves. Has Stellar Blade been cracked? I haven't heard of any news of that. I don't think it is. Let's check out my local Emily. Emily, what are your thoughts? Is Stellar Blade cracked yet? I don't see Stellar Blade getting cracked yet. Not really. No, I don't see Stellar Blade getting cracked. That's not happening. Not yet, at least. Maybe in the future it will. Lies of P got cracked. Elden Ring Night Rain got cracked. Call of Duty Vanguard, if you're into that. Expedition 33 got cracked, if you're also into that. Ooh, Warhammer Space Marine, the original, Mastercrafted Edition. Very nice. Cyberpunk 2077. Loads of stuff got cracked. But definitely not Stellar Blade. The No One Wins Forever have fan remastered mods, so it's good the game is preserved to this day. Yes. Oh, God, has more stuff been censored for more over Censors just spotting off? And what about this horrible remake? The gimmick of driving to each course did make Rainbow Road feel more special. It also looked great, as it usually does, almost like a combination of Double Dash and Wii's Rainbow Roads. Then again, I like the gameplay of Death Stranding. Well, there you go. I never get the story of Death Stranding. The story of Death Stranding, if you actually played the game, it's not that hard to follow. The issue is that they over-explain way too much. For one, they over-explain way too much. I get the story of what's going on with Death Stranding, because it's actually not that hard to follow. Because you got the BTs, they're supernatural entities, bunch of people, they all have like super weird powers and everything like that. They all have their own individual quirks and powers and superpowers and everything like that. It's basically like if it's very reminiscent of a Metal Gear Solid plot. In a lot of ways, it's very reminiscent of a Metal Gear Solid plot. And I think I made the comparison that Norman Reedus' character is basically just Snake, because he has the same gruff voice. He has the same sort of like elements where he just doesn't really care about anything else. But the aspect that I don't like about the game is that I find the story not that particularly interesting. It's not that it's hard to follow. It's just not really that interesting. I'm not really that invested with the characters. with the exception of some characters on the story. I really do invest in those, but not the main character, that's for sure. Norman Reedus' character, I find him pretty unremarkable. And a lot of the characters as well. Like, the problem with the game is just the characters. I just don't find them particularly remarkable. So, American Truck Simulator slaps as well. I haven't played that one. Apparently, it's pretty good. Megan sequel, Megan 2.0 is out. The spoiler, that movie might piss off any anti-AI people. I mean, at this point, how are the anti-AI people not going to be pissed by that? The newest game I bought was Resident Evil 2 Remake. The newest game that I bought is it's Resident Evil 4 Remake, actually. Have you tried Penn and Teller's Desert Bus? Why the fuck would I want to try Penn and Teller's Desert Bus? Why? Why would I want to try that game? Penn and Teller, you're awesome, but that game is terrible. I love Penn and Teller, but that game is absolutely garbage. I would like to play a Monster Girl game simulator with an anime graphics to an advanced state. What's up, Appa? This week I've been playing the usual. Fate Go, Azure Lane, Nikkei Blue Arc, Triple Z. Uma Musume Global release is out. It's so good. Forgot the other games. Oof. Besides that, I've been watching wrestling, mostly new stuff. Thinking of watching SummerSlam 2005 soon, since its 20th anniversary is around the corner, if only for 2 matches. I just started playing Skyrim and mods again, and I bought a lot of games in Steam Summer Sale. Very nice. Both Death Strandings are enjoyable if you watch someone else's walkthrough to it. Though Death Stranding 2, there's a scene where Sam fought against a pizza chef. Oh, man. New games have subsided for me. Sure, I want to buy games, but since I don't own games when downloading digital games, the games we'll never play, just add it to the list with no end. Games are Cryon Shinchan, Race Chronology, Ray Force, Ray Storm, Ray Crisis, Death Stranding, Project High Rise, City of Gangsters, Metal Garden, and some Pinball FX tables. Very nice. Would have loved if we had modern day physical PC games. Apparently, Donut is doing some layoffs. Yeah, that's the thing. Apparently, Donut doing some layoffs. And I'm like, okay, that's just another installment of video game developer layoffs. Low-key wish the really good voice actors for Go Vicor. Personally, SAG seems to be very useless. Okay, they should can a bunch of people because that new game failed. Well, there are definitely plenty of reasons why people got shit canned out of companies. The new game's definitely not very good. I never heard of the Hoyo voice drama until now, maybe because I played Triple Z with the Japanese dub. There are a lot of games I want to buy this summer sale, but it's really gonna drain my wallet in an instant. Frick my life, bro, I'm telling you. I do still follow Hero Heist content. Bro, you can follow whoever content creators you like. I'm not judging. I've been playing a bit of Metroid Planets and also Metroid Samus Returns with Azahar on my Stream Deck. Very nice. Steam Deck. Don't Not what the game they made. Don't Not they made Life is Strange 1 and 2, but that's it. The rest are developed by, I think it was Deck 13, Deck 9, Deck 13, I forgot. But there are other developers that made the latest Life is Strange. That one wasn't great. That one is not great. But Don't Not, the latest game that they made, I think it was that... I forgot. It was that mixtape thingy. I think that was the one. I forgot. They think it won't affect them. They don't understand how rights work or care for arts for common sense, which is absolutely disgusting. Wait, what do you mean is absolutely disgusting? I'm not paying attention. I still have fond memories of my older brother playing GoldenEye 007 with his pals. Bro, I'm telling you. Thoughts on Pragmata? I haven't seen the gameplay, but I've seen the trailer. It's fine. I don't like the censorship to a good point. Only the one thing I'm fine. Implied censorship, but that needs to be done by skilled comedic people. Yo, Appa, since when you get a new haircut? I literally yesterday. I personally think Investigations Duology are better than the original trilogy. I played the Duology, but I haven't finished it. I've only finished the first half of the Duology, but I haven't went to finish the other one. I'm pretty sure I was in the case where Miles is investigating the chess guy thingy. The Rook, whoever that is, I forgot. It's been a long ass time. I do think there are better qualities out of that, but the trilogy is still a classic. I do think that there are elements of the story I find better in terms of for Miles Edgeworth's investigation series, but I still think the trilogy is a classic and definitely worth playing for everybody. It certainly helps recommending the trilogy first before I actually play that game. Definitely helps a lot. Time to buy another 8TB SSD. Wow. Have you played Apollo Justice Trilogy? I have not. I've only played one of the Apollo Justice Trilogy, and I did not like that. I did not like Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, the first one. Not a fan of that. I tried playing the other one, but I just kind of lost interest with the series. ever since I finished Apollo Justice. Like, I finished that game, but like there's so much plot elements I'm just not a fan of at all. The way they treat Phoenix Wright in that game is disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. And the multiple endings baffle me. Like, why the fuck does this even have a multiple ending at all? And just the system that they do in that one, also baffling. Recently, I got on Steam the error corrupted download. I checked my discs and they're fine because I parent more games. Fucking auto-scroll, where you at? Fucking auto-scroll, I just lost it. There you go. Would be nice if I never bought any game from Steam. You're not seeing initial D-dub yet. Takumi become tack. Okay. Is Shinichi Kudo related to Joe Kudo from Digimon Adventure, bro? Is the Mihoyo Hoopla still going? I don't know which Mihoyo Hoopla you're referring to because there are so many of them. Ace Attorney Games' localized setting kind of reminds me of Big Hero 6 due to that movie's setting, basically America with Japan aesthetic. I am technically working right now, but no, I'm referring to a different work. Did you hear about the leftist woman who said that an anime fan who is Japanese is more likely to be a pedo than an anime fan who isn't Japanese? I'm pretty sure the opposite is more likely, but no. Even then, it's a stretch. Another week of craziness has come and gone, with the biggest news this week was Pirate Software. Well, I'll talk about that later. Normally, I'd let the 90s and early 2000s English dub slide because of the lack of info and differences at the time. I was doing that thinking expression as I waited until you noticed my $1 tip. Sorry about that. But at least I'm glad that you caught it. Central Park Media and Ghost Stories, anyone? I don't know what Central Park Media is, but I do know Ghost Stories. Ghost Stories dub is phenomenal. Not great. It's not good kind of phenomenal. It's the bad kind of phenomenal. It's phenomenally bad. But I really enjoyed it regardless. But my problem, a lot of people always complain that the dub for Ghost Stories absolutely butchered the anime. Because the anime is like they're way more subtle. It's like there's a lot more nuance to the story. And I'm like, bro, I don't need the dub, right? I don't need the dub. The story of Ghost Stories, the stories that Ghost Stories have, a lot of them, they are very simple to follow. You don't really need the dub at all. But when you have the dub, they do give at least essential information while the characters were greatly exaggerated. But you can still judge, right? You can still judge how a character behaves, how a character acts, what their character is, despite all the dubs, by their actions. And actions are things you cannot remove. You cannot undub an action that the characters do. If the characters hurt another character in one way or another, right? You can see it. It is a visual part of the storytelling. You could absolutely see it with your own eyes and how the characters act and behave. And based on how the characters act and behave, based on how they talk, it's not necessarily what they talk, it's just how they talk. Right? You can judge their personalities. A lot of times, even, that's how you judge most people's personalities. It's less on what they're talking about and more how they behave. And more what things that they talk about and how they're talking about those things. And how they're going out of their way to talk about those topics. It's not what you're talking about, it's how you're talking it. And that's one of the things that I noticed with Ghost Stories, is that putting all the dubs aside, the story is still pretty freaking bad. Putting the dubs aside, like, I would find, even if you have an original dub of Ghost Stories, right? The original, like, not necessarily original dub, but more like if the dub is like absolutely 100% accurate to a T to the Japanese translation, I still would find Ghost Stories, a lot of the stories in Ghost Stories, to be pretty boring. The dub even like made fun of it. The bad dub for Ghost Stories, they made fun of how a lot of the stories are just, oh, what are we ripping off this time? We're ripping off Back to the Future? Are we ripping off The Ring now? Or something along those lines. And I'm like, they absolutely are aware that a lot of the stories being told in Ghost Stories are just ripoffs. Just ripoffs. I mean, I watched the whole thing. It was like, yeah, I can see why. Some episodes, I'd even dare to say that some episodes are not even like affected by the over-the-top dub. Some episodes, they just play them straight. They just played them completely straight, right? The dubs, despite the over-the-top nature, are actually mostly working to serve the story as it is. And it's still like not particularly exciting. I just find the story overall like boring. It's not exactly a particularly influential anime. It's not exactly going to be one of those particularly influential anime, even if you translate it faithfully. But that over-the-top dub made that anime pretty special. Undeniably so. Anyway, unfortunately, minor censorship, just well, how do you define that? Why tolerate over a tiny bit of dog poop? Bro, it's not me. It's not just me. More like, a lot of people do. A lot of people do. And why do you tolerate some censorship over... why do you tolerate some censorship? Because the game is fun. Plain and simple. There's really no other way to describe it. There's really no other way to go around the issue. The reason why people can tolerate censorship is if the game is fun. And it's not just a me issue. It's just there are plenty of people. I have talked about the censorship of plenty of games in the past. I talk about censorship of Tokyo Mirage Session. I've still seen people in the chat. They bought the Switch version of the game. I've talked about the censorship of Persona. Any of the Persona games. Persona 3 Portable, there's censorship. Persona 4, there's censorship. Persona 5, there's censorship. There are still people who bought the Persona 3 Portable. There's still people who bought Persona 5 Royale. And they all love those games because of the added content, because the game is just overall fun. There are censorship, plenty of censorship in Catherine Full Body that I noticed. Dialogues, they're changed from the original Catherine. They changed some of the dialogues to be suited for modern times. I absolutely noticed that. I called that out. And there are still people that bought the game. That happens. That happens. Why? Because the game is fun. That's pretty much all there is to it. A lot of people can tolerate minor censorship because the media that happens to have that censorship is fun. It's a perfectly reasonable, logical explanation. But not saying that you're having that same mentality. I'm saying a lot of people have that mentality. Never a fan of censorship. These days, with streaming and how internet and anime culture have evolved, dubs and translations that are less faithful shouldn't be a thing. Appa use a lot of Ghost Stories clips. Well, because they're funny. Because they're funny. They're not necessarily good dubs, but they're funny. That's why I use them. I told someone off on Twitter, and that put my Twitter in read-only mode for a few days. I told someone off on Twitter that put my Twitter in read-only mode for a few days. Yeah, that's on you. You brought that one on yourself. Have you seen the Capcom showcase this week? I have not. It's an okay event with the biggest standouts being the summer outfits for Cammy and Co. in Street Fighter 6, Resident Evil 9's interview that Leon was too badass for it. Honestly, yeah, I can see why. Yeah, they wouldn't have put Leon on the new game because Leon is already a pretty big badass figure in Resident Evil. He's definitely not going to be put in a game where it's supposed to be a horror game. So the people in support of Stop Killing Games do not care about censorship. And therefore, I cannot believe them, and some of them lying about pirate software. Wait, hold on, what? The people in support of Stop Killing Games do not care about censorship? Such as whom? I cannot believe them, and some of them lying about pirate software. Such as what? What are the lies? I am pretty sure that people get blocked from a different viewpoint are the ones that came across as... The people that get blocked from a different viewpoint are the ones that came across as abrasive. Okay. We need modern-day arcade cabinets, specifically RPG-free ones, etc. You got bills to pay, you got mouths to feed. Ain't nothing in this world for free, true? Last time I got was Capcom Fighting Collection 2 for Switch a couple of weeks ago. Good compilation. Forgot to say this, but Arc System Works just blueballed the fighting game community again, thanks to the recent showcase announcement. Stellar Blade has Denuvo, so it might take a while to crack. Yeah, but there are still plenty of people that bought the game. The downer ending I hate the most would have been an anime called Those Snow White Notes. Basically an anime about the shamisen. Excellent musical anime, but ending is a downer cliffhanger. And no season 2. Yikes. I wonder if Western games might pivot back to making good-looking characters. Anyway, was Death Stranding 1's ending satisfactory? I don't remember Death Stranding's ending. Anyway, wait, I asked the questions. Why didn't you respond? I'm reading the chat in chronological order, so I might respond to your question very late. I mean, you just read my comment out loud or something. Yes, I read everybody's comment out loud. You're not the only one who's have their comments being read out loud. As for Steam summon sales, might take advantage. I'll have to see. Death Stranding, a game not too hard to follow, but overcomplicate things. That's how I feel about Kingdom Hearts games, but obviously complicates different things. Kingdom Hearts is also not... It's not exactly a hard game to follow, but it does definitely overcomplicate things. Death Stranding, the issue with Death Stranding to me is not that it overcomplicates things, it over-explains things. That's my biggest issue with that. I love that Pecora is on Death Stranding as the data scientist. That is very funny. I do recall that the fighting game community just baited to watch 2 VTubers and then got blue-balled when lack of Strife updates on their Tokyo Game Show stream. I played Tetris over and over again, a fun puzzle game. Yeah, well, yeah, it's a classic. Desert Bus is right up your alley, monotonously driving from point A to point B. Bro. That's not exactly an accurate comparison because Desert Bus has no reward for you to driving from point A to point B. You have never played it clearly shows that you have never played a simulator game, a truck simulator game, because a truck simulator game is not just about driving from point A to point B, like you said with Desert Bus. Desert Bus, the gameplay for Desert Bus is that you just need to press right, if I recall. Press left or right. Basically, make sure that the bus specifically does not like stall. So you absolutely have to hold and press the button and see where the bus is going. Like that's pretty much all there is to the gameplay. Whereas if you play a Euro Truck Simulator, you got the map, right? You got a map of Europe. Which is not exactly perfect, but it is definitely there. You can go to some parts of the city, not the most accurate parts of the city, but you can go to parts of it and you can see like the environment through the whole thing. You can drive. I actually, with Euro Truck Simulator, I prefer driving with a mouse. It's like I need to be that precise. I prefer driving with a mouse, and I have the keyboard to basically just control everything, right? So I'm driving my Euro Trucks, listening to podcasts or having somebody's YouTube video in the background or whatever. It is a very relaxing experience. If you haven't played those kinds of games, I highly recommend those. Very relaxing, very just zen experience all around. But yeah, whereas Desert Bus is only just like one button. And in Euro Truck Simulator, you get rewards for driving from point A to point B. You can even make your own truck. Whereas Desert Bus, you can do jack squat and Desert Bus, just press right, left, and right. Same goes with Death Stranding. At least Death Stranding, you get combat. At least you can drive from point A to point B from Death Stranding. You got points. You got rewards from driving from point A to point B, whether it's more upgrades or more building materials to go to. It's like there are a bunch of stuff that will that complements the driving from point A to point B more so than any other games, right? I know you're joking about that, but since you answered it very seriously, well, I also answered it very seriously because I guess you haven't played a truck simulator game before. Been playing Shin Megami Tensei 1 on the Steam Deck, going for the neutral route since that's apparently the canon route. Oof. Need some coffee first. Excellent. Oh, the coffee is reasonably warm for me to drink the whole thing. Perfect. Sending my GPU to Asus for repair. Got the bad ending for Silent Hill 4. Woof. Redoing it on hard mode. Trying not to goon over ice cream. Crazy. Anyway. 2021 to 2025. Unless it was the first and second science fiction Dark Souls games on GOG, I shifted to buying light novels. Censorship is disgusting by principle. Yes, yours. Okay. Are we back? All right, guys, that is some crazy. I am telling you, that is some of the craziest things. That is some of the craziest things that I just experienced right there. Hold on. I want to make sure that I am online. No camera, unfortunately. What I just experienced right there is something that I have never experienced in my entire life. All right, are you guys in? I am literally just doing as best as I can to restore the stream. Doing as much as I can to restore the stream. But what I just experienced is something that I have never experienced in my entire life. I have never experienced this in my entire life at all. This is crazy. And I'm actually like still... I don't know if you guys can even hear it. If you guys can even hear me just fine. But I'm doing my best. Whoa. that goes right. That goes right there to that channel. I'm doing my absolute best to make sure that the audio correctly. Let's see if I can get the audio correctly this time. No. Hello, test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Yeah, I got the input ready, but I couldn't get the. I'll just have to plug. Fine, I'll plug the microphone here. Okay, this should do it. Test 1 2 3. Okay, this does it, but the latency is very bad. The latency is very bad, and I have to find a way to reduce it. Unless if I have to channel it in another way. Let's see if I can channel this. Woof. I'm telling you guys, what I experienced right there. Oh god, that buffer. That is a crazy buffer. Per se. There's no hardware compensation there. That is a crazy buffer. It's not working. Okay, then I'll have to take the risk of not using. Yeah. No camera this time, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm telling you, there is some insanity happening. While I'm still trying to recover the stream. In replacement of the camera, I have my avatar. So I have my idle avatar playing. I can just use that. There you go. In replacement of my camera, I have my idle avatar. So I'm just going to have my idle avatar there. That should be a good enough replacement. Because I'm telling you guys, what I experienced last time was flippin' wild. That is some of the wildest things that I have ever experienced in my PC gaming, my PC history in general. I have never seen something like that in my history of fixing PCs, in my history of getting PCs, everything like that. I have never seen something with that, what I just saw like a couple minutes ago. It is absolutely crazy. Can you hear me? I think you guys can, yeah. We're back. Chat shouldn't be disabled on a live stream. Okay, you guys can hear me, that's great. But I cannot hear myself. I always tend to have my videos Disney to loop, alright? Okay. You guys can hear me, but I cannot hear myself. So I can't exactly monitor the audio in the perfect way. There's no more nice counter, so there's that. It's not episode 206, it's episode 232. I'm using my backup PC upstairs. Right? I'm using my laptop to stream this whole thing. But I don't know how long this is going to last. And the weakness of using a laptop is that I don't know if I still... No, I don't have a second screen. That's bad. That is bad. I don't have a second screen. That's bad. That is bad. I don't have a second screen. Let me see if I can fix that up real quick. And that second screen requires my laptop screen to turn on. And unfortunately, I don't want my laptop screen to turn on because that screen is garbage. The laptop screen is garbage. And I do not want it to turn on at all. Let me see when I'm trying to figure things out real quick. Again. There's gonna be some flashes while I'm figuring this out. And I'm still trying to... No, do not extend the desktop, please. Just extend the desktop. And it's extending the wrong desktop. Use this one. Make this my primary display, please. I don't see the thing. There you go. I see it. Now I want to extend the desktop on 1 and 2. Yes, keep the settings. This one... Oh, this is the shadow. The shadow, This is the phantom screen. Thankfully, I set up the phantom screen. So there's that. Oh, no! Which one is... Oh, this is the third. This is my... Excuse me, guys, while I'm still figuring this out on my backup PC. While I have to deal with one of the worst, and I am telling you, one of the worst PC issues that I have ever experienced. Oh, I got 3 displays. That's great. I got 3 displays. That's great. I need those 3 displays. And I need those 4 actually, including the desktop that I want to turn off. I'm going to disable this one. Disconnect it. Keep it, please. All right. So my laptop screen is out. I have my normal screen. I have my normal screen on. And then I should have the desktop screen to be there. There's going to be a lot of flashing and a lot of confusion. Because there's just absolute craziness, I'm telling you. This past couple of crazy, I'm telling you. If I'm still talking about this while I'm not ignoring the chat, just give me a minute, guys. I'm setting this up. I'm telling you, this is a lot harder than I expected. I have to set the whole thing on the fly. It is crazy. Okay, so I'm using the 1080p, but no, I have to use the Windows 10. No. And you guys can see everything there, so I'm gonna have to get the studio mode, make sure that they're there. I have to use Windows 10 duplication mode, and I don't like the Windows 10 duplication mode. It's laggy, it makes everything super slow. Not a fan of that one. Not a fan of that one. I need to make sure that that screen is clear. There's the chat window, and there's my notepad. Oh no, that's everything. Not my notepad notes, but there's that. Oh man, I think I'm gonna have to stream the whole thing. This is going to be a what do you call it? No camera stream for me, because unfortunately, in this particular instance, dang it. This particular instance, the camera is downstairs and I'm too lazy to set it up. For one, I'm too lazy to set it up. And for two, like, it's an emergency situation and I need to make sure that this is working at the very least. And I have to log into everything, make sure that... my lord. Yes, I am trying to sign in. My goodness gracious me. This is some of the worst technical difficulties that I have ever had the displeasure of experiencing. I am telling you, this is definitely some of the worst technical difficulties that I have ever had the displeasure of experiencing in my entire APB show, in my entire YouTube career. I even get the wrong episode number there. Apologies for that. But I'm telling you, this is some of the worst technical difficulties that I have ever experienced in my entire life. I have never experienced a technical difficulty this bad until today. And the only way for me to illustrate that is by showing you what just happened. You had to see to believe. And if you guys are more technologically savvy more than me, I would definitely ask you guys for advice on what to do with an issue this horrific. That's the best way to describe it. The issue is horrific. Absolutely horrific. I have one suspect that caused that entire thing, and that suspect is pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious at first, but I don't know if that is the real culprit. Hopefully it is the real culprit. But in order for me to illustrate what just happened, this, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happened. This right here, this entire thing, and I can't even hear what I am talking about. This entire thing just happened. Look at that. Look at that insanity. Look at that insanity. I have never experienced something like this in my entire life of PC building, on PC just in general. I have never experienced something like that. And the worst part is I can't hear it. That's the absolute worst part, is that I cannot hear that. Like the audio somewhere else. Oh, there's a delay. Is there a way for me to reduce the delay for the... Oh, WDM is already 128? The WDM is already 128. Oh, no. That's the worst. The WDM is already 128. All right. I'm gonna have... I guess I'll have no real-time monitoring, I guess. I'm just gonna have to do with that. No real-time monitoring. But I do have to make sure that I can listen to the desktop audio.
What the actual fuck just happened?
Yep. Look at that.
What the actual fuck just happened? I have never had this issue at all ever.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
You said it, Appa. You said it. I've never had an issue like that in my entire life of streaming. In my entire PC gaming. This is why I have the avatar right here, because the camera is downstairs. The camera is downstairs, right? And I don't want to show... And the lighting in this particular area in my room is pretty bad. So I ain't showing nothing. No cameras hooked here. But, so I'm going to replace it with my avatar. But my God, what the hell was that? What the actual hell was that? Oh, good Lord. That is awful. I have never experienced something like that in my entire life of PC streaming at all, ever. Of PC. Shut the fuck up, Appa. At all. I need to catch up with the chat. I lost the chat. Like, a significant portion of the chat. I lost a significant portion of the chat. I think last time I heard this chat. So I'm gonna have to read the top chat while I am dealing with this issue. And unfortunately... No! Oh no, the YouTube got the wrong... the YouTube chat got the wrong scaling. And I lost a significant portion of the chat again. Okay, I'm gonna have to reopen the chat. Lost the lost portion of the chat. I have to reopen some portions of the chat. And I have to open the stream in a new window to get the incognito chat. To open... Shut the fuck up, Appa. Oh, man. That is crazy. I am glad that you guys see it with me, because that is some of the craziest PC issues that I have ever encountered in my entire life. Well, I'm a VTuber now, I guess. I am a VTuber now. But I haven't set up myself on the desktop. There. When I'm seeing there. Alright, there you go. But I need to be bigger. I want to be bigger. I need to be bigger. Is there a way for me to be bigger, but like in a center? What if I hold shift? Oh, it just stretches me. That's not what I'm looking for. I'll just put it there and crop it. If you guys are more tech savvy than me, I want your diagnosis on that. My diagnosis is the power supply. Because that thing has been old. That thing has been used since 2018. And it's probably a time for it to cook everything else. Otherwise, it's the CPU and GPU. And I say CPU and GPU because it's an integrated graphics. And because it's integrated graphics, it makes the whole thing worse. Because when you are on integrated graphics, you're basically everything is fucked. Yeah. If you're running that whole thing on integrated graphics, you're fucked, basically. You have to buy a new CPU because fuck you, right? Oh, man. Okay, well, that issue's there. I'm gonna have to deal with that whole thing while I'm streaming. Oh my god, that Discord. Thankfully, I still have my stream I still have my old stream setup, but I don't know, there's definitely gonna be some quirks. Also, that view count is not something that I need. And that APB episode should not be there. It should be on the center. There. Alright. That is about as much as I can do. That is about as much as I can do for now. I am telling you that was crazy. That is some of the craziest stream errors, just PC crashes that I've ever encountered in my entire goddamn life. Anyway. Craziest PC encounters that I've ever experienced in my entire life. I have never had an issue like that. My feeling is PSU. My feeling on that, the PSU failed. I just need to replace the PSU, which is a huge hassle to replace. And if the PSU is not the one that's that's the culprit, then I am screwed. Hopefully that doesn't go to the CPU and GPU. Hopefully the CPU and GPU, the CPU is perfectly fine. Otherwise, yeah, I'm fucked. Anyway. Alright, so putting aside all the technical issues, hopefully I can still catch up with the chat. Alright, I can only read the top chat from the ones that are archived on stream, so... I think this is the one. Tell me why it's Don't Not 2 and it's a real kick in the feels, especially if you lost someone. Tell me why. It's Don't Not 2 and it's a real kick in the feels, especially if you lost someone you were close to at a young age. Okay. Thoughts on Professor Layton? I have not played a Professor Layton game. I definitely should. I should definitely play a Professor Layton's game. I have not played one. I should. Whose hair is more cooked? Your hair now or Abba from that picture you once showed? I'm pretty sure Abba hair will... Like, Abba hair being cooked is like his default stance. That's just how it is. Appa, what do you think about buying a tape drive for backup? That is the kind of solution reserved for enterprise users, not normal, everyday, common users like you and me. You don't really need something, a tape drive for a backup. Tape drive is a bit, in my opinion, is a bit too overkill. For normal users like me, you and me, you'll do just fine with, you will pretty much do just fine with normal spinning hard drive. Duck Destinies and Justice for All are easily way much better. Dual Destinies and Justice for All are easily way better. Dual Destinies is more memorable than Apollo Justice. Spirit of Justice is probably the best story of the Phoenix Wright titles. Yeah, I would love to explore that, but the first one just really turns me off of the whole series. I would definitely love to explore that in the future, just not now. The new character in Triple Z is an adult tiger lowly girl. She is fun and of course makes certain people mad. Woof. I sent you some hooplas and some dumbassery on Kick where a streamer burned down his room. Oh, we'll talk about that. That is a topic that I want to talk about for sure. Oh man, I do have to say, now that I switched back to my old NVIDIA laptop, the performance is way better. It's way better compared to the integrated, compared to the Ryzen 5. It was the 4600G, I think. That's the one that I bought. 46 or 45, I forgot. But yeah, comparatively speaking, the 8-core Intel Core i7 10870H is way better than the 6-core Ryzen. Obviously, that's just, well, duh. That's just to be expected. But I'm just telling you, like, the difference is night and day. Absolutely night and day. Everyone thinks he's an industry plant right when he's not. Pirate Software has talked about... I'm pretty sure Pirate Software is like, if I recall correctly, it is true that he is like a former, like he was a relative or like a son of a Blizzard developer or something along those lines. Ghost Stories is a censor dub in a very interesting way, and the idea that it was unsuccessful in Japan is patently false. No, I don't recall Ghost Stories being unsuccessful in Japan. I'm pretty sure it is. Like, it definitely has a niche in Japan for that kind of stories to be told. All I'm just saying is, personally speaking, I just find the story to be particularly dull. Not that exciting. It just has a lot of the typical horror movie cliches there. But hey, a lot of Japan, I guess they like cliches. And that's perfectly fine. It's just not my thing. Speaking of 4Kids, did you know that Lily Orchard said that only pervs hate 4Kids dubs of anime? Okay. Believe it! I just want to say believe it. You think AI might kill the movie industry? Hell no! Definitive. That is a definitive no. AI will not kill the movie industry. That is a definitive, undoubtedly, like, straight up, definitively no. They're not gonna kill the movie industry, straight up. That is not gonna happen in any time in the future. I know people can hate on anime dubs, but the original 3 Beyblade dub that even made its own soundtrack, very early 2000s music to me, will always be great. Hey, it is definitely undeniable that people have a lot of nostalgia for dubs. It is undeniable. And some people, they grew up with anime, and the anime that they grew up with, they couldn't find the original subs for those anime. So what they did is they can only find the dub of those anime available in where they're living in. That's why a lot of people grew up with 4Kids. That is absolutely true. They do grow up with 4Kids, and that's their only access to anime at the time. And yeah, that's like their introductions to anime. A lot of times, that's their introduction to anime. Hey, probably some people in the chat, like, they got introduced to anime because of 4Kids. Even though 4Kids dubs is like notoriously pretty bad. But as we grow older, as we grow up, we finally realize, wow, that was pretty bad. And that quality, well, I don't understand how we can tolerate it back when we were kids. Or then we just look for the subs, and we can actually find the subs online and everything like that. But back then, we couldn't. A lot of people in America, their only access to anime is, dubbed. That's how it is to me in Indonesia, right? Because in Indonesia, if I want to watch Naruto and I watch loads of Naruto episodes, they're all Indonesian dubbed. And thankfully, the Indonesian dubs from Naruto are pretty good. I'll give the Indonesian dubbers this. The Indonesian dub of Naruto is very good. But the biggest problem with the Naruto Indonesian dub is that they couldn't make up their minds if they want to use the original name for the jutsu or just have a translated name of the jutsu, right? So at one point in season, I think it was the first few early seasons of like the early Naruto, they say, for example, right, they actually say Kagebunshi no Jutsu, right? They actually say Kagebunshi no Jutsu as the name for the specific jutsu that they're referring to. But at the latter parts of the episodes, they actually just translate it. Jurus Seribu Bayangan in Indonesia, right? So basically 1,000 shadows jutsu. That's the literal translation of that. So that's what I'm saying, right? In Naruto, they couldn't make up their mind if they want to translate it literally or if they just want to straight up, if they want to translate literally or use the translated version of the jutsus. Either way, it's like it's a bit jarring. That's what I'm saying when they made that creative decision. My tolerance for media censorship is absolutely low, thanks to my bad experience with chopped up cartoons and anime in Malaysian national television when they cut off more than they needed growing up. Bro, that happens quite a lot too. In TV media in general, that happens unfortunately quite a lot. Sage has reviewed a lot of anime dubs from Central Park Media over the years in his anime Abandon. I'm familiar with Bennett to Sage, but I haven't seen his anime Abandon series. Everyone's going to be different when it comes to censorship. Yep. 4Kids was the only dubbing company that actively changed or edited the animation to fit with whatever changes they made to it. That, in my opinion, is pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure they have the license for that. Which is even crazier on the fact that they have a license to basically just, yeah, we're just going to modify everything. It's like, yeah, we're just going to modify, right, the anime to suit that particular translation that we got, which is absolutely crazy. But hey, they got the power. They got the power to do that. So what else can you do, right? It's 4Kids, but going to be 4Kids. That's just how it is. Ah, dang it. My shaker is not here. I forgot to bring my coin shaker, so I'm just gonna have to do the normal way. It's like, guys, ladies and gentlemen, Stream Elements links below. Stream Elements links below, guys. Come on, Stream Elements links below. Super Chats links below. Support the stream, guys. Just $1, guys. Let's see if we can make it to $1. No, we already made it to $1 for Stream Elements. No, let's see if we can make it $30. It's like my weekly goal. $30 in either a dumb. If you can make it to all that, that would be appreciated. I would gladly appreciate it. Also, thank you for subscribing, Mata Nui. I didn't know that there's a notification for that. But hey, that's nice. That is very nice. I am worried that tolerating censorship is a slippery slope. No, the thing is, you are looking at censorship in a consumer perspective. Censorship does not happen in a consumer perspective. Censorship happens in a developer's perspective, right? It happens in the developer's perspective. And the one way for you to stop censorship is if we literally go to the developer and be like, hey, don't censor this shit. And that's assuming that they will say yes. If they say no, then you're fucked. Then you are basically fucked. So if you really want to prevent censorship from happening, you have to go to the developer level. It is not in a consumer level. Because what consumers do is they just buy products because they're fun, because they're great, because they have qualities that make them a great product that most consumers would notice compared to, the censorship and everything like that. It is not in a consumer level. And I don't think there's really nothing to worry about.
Thank you.
God, that is loud. An excellent chef tip, 5 Canadian. Thank you so much. Nirvana was quite bad with their anime dubs as well. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep it. Is that actually? Oh, it actually showed. Thank God. It actually showed it. I thought it didn't show up. Thank you so much for the donation. An excellent chef for 5 Canadian. Keep him coming. Absolutely fantastic. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. Think of it this way, guys. Because if you're worried about the slippery slope of censorship, think of it this way. Have any of you, right? Have buying uncensored games lead to more uncensored games? Because if the answer is no, then there you go. That's your answer. I have bought plenty of games that are uncensored. Plenty. Loads and loads of games that I have bought that have loads of fan service, loads of like nudity, everything like that. I have bought all those games. Completely. They are uncensored. No amount of censorship in there. 100%. And guess what? We got way more and more censorship happening. So if we buy more and more uncensored games, it does not lead to more and more uncensored games. Straight up. That's just, we have done that. We have done that. It's the same mentality as if we buy good games, that means we got more good games in the future, right? Nude games. Wow, that would be great. If we buy good games, that means we got nude games, man. That would be great. That would have been amazing. Fuck yes, let's go. Buy good games lead to nude games. Yes, I am all for that. Hell yes. Fuck yeah, I am into that. Hell yeah. But anyway, all I'm saying is, right, buying good games do not lead to more good games. I don't see how the opposite of that is also true. That's what I'm saying. Where is I? Uncensored games are the most fun. That's subjective, right? That is subjective. It depends on the game. If the game relies so much on the uncensored content, right? So if, for example, a game like Senran Kagura got censored, right? And the whole appeal of Senran Kagura is the uncensored and just straight up raunchy nature of that, then yeah, it would suck. The game would fail miserably if the content is censored, right? So if a game like, let's not Senran Kagura, let's say a game like Katawa Shoujo, for example. Katawa Shoujo is absolutely amazing, but it does have hentai scenes, and you have the option to check that if you want to see this hentai scenes or not. But in my opinion, right? In my opinion, a lot of the sex scenes in Katawa Shoujo, they are very important to highlight the chemistry between the two characters. Like, it is the climax of those two characters and how they express their feelings to each other physically. And it is especially very prominent in Lily's route and Emmy's route, where they are the most horny. Which is ironic because, like, in Katawa Shoujo, my top two waifus of Katawa Shoujo are also the horniest. It's like, I mean, can you blame me though? I'm telling you, my top two Katawa Shoujos are also the horniest. Are also the top two horniest Katawa Shoujo waifus. But yeah, where is I? But the games are diminished even if it's fun. That censorship is still harming the experience in a tiny way. That's the thing, right? In a tiny way. That's the word that you have to keep in mind. In a tiny way. If it affects you, that's great, right? Sorry, that's horrible, actually, if it affects you. If it affects you, that's too bad, all right? If it affects you. But it doesn't affect majority of people. This is why a lot of you guys need to see things from a different perspective, from the normies' perspective, from the people that buy the game. And another thing is, you also need to not assume malice. I've seen so many people assume malice out of completely innocuous and innocent things that people do, right? When they buy a product. If they see a product on a store and they buy it, chances are, like, most likely explanation of why they buy that product is because the product looks interesting and the product looks good in their eyes. That's why they buy their products. It's not because that product has a very specific element that is being censored and I support that particular specific element. That's not how it works. It's the same with, for example, Stellar Blade. The Stellar Blade got billions and billions of sales. I don't know, not exactly millions, but like billions. But like billions of sales on Steam. I think it was like 1 million on PC alone. I think it's mostly from China, but regardless, it's still a lot of sales. But it's not because it has Denuvo. People don't buy Stellar Blade because Denuvo is in it. People buy Stellar Blade because it's goddamn Stellar Blade. It's like just look at the game. Just look at the game, look at the trailer, look at everything. It's like, it's right there. You really don't need, there's really no need for any other explanation. You just look at the game and you wonder why people buy it, right? So All I'm saying is Occam's razor. The simplest explanation tends to be the correct one, and in this particular case, people just buy a game because they're fun. That's it. And you have to put yourself in the perspective of somebody who is completely unaware of the issue, and that's most people. Most people are not aware of a lot of the issues that we talk about right here. They're not aware of that. If you want to make them aware of that, hey, more power to you. More power to you. But it's very hard. It is absolutely difficult to make people to care about our issues. Because our issues, as you said, is very tiny. It affects a very tiny portion of the game. And to make those people to care about that particular stuff is very hard. It has to come from themselves. They have to personally be affected by that so that they can, they can rally up with you. And even then, that's not a guarantee, because I've seen plenty of people that got their stuff censored. They got the games or the media that they love, they censored, but a lot of the times they complain about that. But if somebody else's content got censored, I've seen this plenty of times. And we'll get to some of those later. But yeah, if somebody else's content got censored, they'll celebrate. But if their content, the ones that they like, got censored, oh, no, that's horrible. Why is the censorship happening to me, etc., etc. Loads of people are like that. Loads. Even, and I'm emphasizing this, even from the people that claims to be anti-censorship. There are loads of people that are like that. Kim Sandy tip to Canadian, there's fun censorship like TADC and Austin Powers. What is TADC? What is TADC? I'm not familiar. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Tokyo Mirage Sessions on the Switch was failure on sales. Because it's a very hard to market game. That game, I have no idea how you're able to market that game. And Detroit to $1, it's crazy that your PC has technical difficulties like that. I've been handling some stuff related to donations for the show. Long story short, logging into StreamElements on Vivaldi browser because the tip site is not to load. Wow. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. But yeah, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, the failure on Tokyo Mirage Sessions, is easily on the game. It's very hard to market. I played the game, like, as somebody who has played Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem, because the game is supposed to be like a crossover between those two. As somebody who has played those two games, I have no idea who the game is made for. It's not made for Shin Megami Tensei fans, because a lot of the elements are very Persona, right? A lot of people who play Shin Megami Tensei, they expect some edginess out of their games. They expect something edgy, something dark, something gritty in their JRPG, because that's what Shin Megami Tensei is known for. It's for a darker, grittier JRPG experience. And Tokyo Mirage Session is anything but dark and gritty. And that sort of vibe and atmosphere is not something that an SMT fan would want. They don't want a Persona. If they want a Persona, they go for Persona. Persona is, for the most part, like upbeat and cheerful, like for the most part. Whereas SMT is very dark and gritty. Like there's very few like wiggle room and windows for it to be, at best, in terms of comedy, it's a black comedy, at best. But at worst, it's just bleak, depressing, and just all around miserable experience. But that's what people love about SMT, and that boggles my mind. It's like, why do you even want to cross this with Fire Emblem, which is also a series. Fire Emblem as a series is more balanced in terms of tone. Like, there are dark parts of it, there are also some funny parts of it. Awakening, I played Awakening. There are definitely plenty of funny parts of it, but there are also some really dramatic moments of that as well. And there are some adult topics being tackled too while you're going and playing through the game and everything like that. But even so, like, even with something like Fire Emblem Awakening or Fire Emblem and Shin Megami Tensei, these two crossing over just makes no sense. In principle, it just makes no sense. Like, on paper, it makes no sense. And crossing that over with an idol-centered theme makes even less sense. So, Tokyo Mirage Session is a very bizarre combination of aspects and elements from each and every one of those games that it creates this completely unmarketable games. Like, who is this game made for? Like, I love Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem, but I'm not interested in, like, idol stuff. I'm not interested in that. There are plenty of people that are interested in that, but you also have to make a game, but they also have to be into Shin Megami Tensei and Fire Emblem, either Shin Megami Tensei or Fire Emblem. So yeah, it's very, very hard to market that game. That's why the game's not that very successful in sales. Not necessarily to me. I don't think it's because of the censorship. It's because the game just very, very hard to market. I would find, as a marketer, if I'm on the marketing team of that game, I would struggle to how to market that game at all. If you're gonna be concerned about games being awesome, I think I'm misreading that. Anyway, and it's part of something greater and more insidious. Yes, but you're gonna have a hard time trying to convince people if that is the case, right? Even if I agree with you that it is something more insidious, and there definitely is a lot of aspects that play into why those certain aspects are censored, it's very hard to solve in just a night, in one night. It's very hard to solve because the issue, to me, why these certain aspects are censored is definitely cultural. It is definitely a cultural issue. It is a cultural issue within the West and their personal values. And I'm like, if those are the issues, like changing them overnight is very difficult. It's not exactly an easy process. It's not as simple as going to the game developers and be like, hey, uncensor this game, please. That's not how it works. That's just not gonna happen that way. Anyway, I just tried to $1. Hey, Appa, your avatar covers the donation notification. Really? Oh, son of a dingus. I saw that. There you go. That solves it. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Thank you for letting me know. And I think Stream Elements cut off some of my previous message. Yeah, but I at least managed to read the whole thing. Thank you so much for the donation, and thank you for letting me know. That should definitely fix that. Thank you so much, guys. Keep them coming. But if we're gonna be concerned about games being unable to play it in preservation, it's odd that no one cares about this. It is not odd at all. It's not odd at all. I'm telling you this, and I'm telling you this because video game preservation, the ability to play video games at all, is a way bigger issue than aspects of the game being censored. That is an objective truth. It is not my opinion. It is straight up an objective truth, right? In terms of an issue that a lot of people will care about more, I can tell you this for a fact. People will care more, right? This is a fact. People will care more about the fact that they cannot play the game at all compared to some aspect of the game being censored. At least, when some aspect of that game being censored, at least you can play it. I mean, say what you want about, say, the Lollipop Chainsaw. Some parts of Lollipop Chainsaw got removed, or some soundtracks got removed and everything like that. Say what you want about that particular remaster. Shadow of the Dam Remaster also got some parts of the game removed, but at least you can play them. At least you can buy the game on Steam and play them, and it'll be playable and it'll be fun to play. Whereas the stop killing games issue is that the games got removed off of the store. You cannot play them at all. Especially when it's a multiplayer live service game. You cannot play them at all. I don't like Concord. Concord is an awful game. But people at the very least need to be able to have that game to be at a playable state. And the best way for me to put this as an example, an official example at that, is Counter-Strike. The original Counter-Strike, not Counter-Strike 2, not Counter-Strike CSGO, not CSGO, the original Counter-Strike. And I'm also talking about Counter-Strike Source because the servers of those games are still alive. And they're still alive through the community servers that Valve officially supported. That's the ideal scenario for a lot of these live service multiplayer games. We want the developers, right? We want the developers to be able to have the community, to give the tools to the community to support the game until like the end times. The same goes with a lot of like older multiplayer games like Unreal Tournament. Still have plenty of people playing on multiplayer even though you can't buy the game anymore. There are still servers, you can play those servers even to this day. Doom! Like the original Doom. The fact that there are people still playing the original Doom to this day, and even on a server in a multiplayer, is absolutely phenomenal. It is absolutely crazy. That's the kind of thing that we expected, that we want. Something like the crew in the Stop Killing games is a great example of that. When they killed off the game, you can't play the game at all. So yeah, going back to your point, it is perfectly understandable why people would care for the Stop Killing games issue way more than they care about some aspects of the game being censored. At least with those games being censored, you can play them. Whether it's fun or not, that's your subjective opinion, but you can play them. Anyway, one last thing, the donation sound plays twice. Oh, I think it's because the audio is doubling. So let me solve that issue. Let's see if that solves that. The audio is playing in double. Let's see if that solves the issue. I want to play that original.
What the actual fuck just happened?
Okay, that should solve it. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. All right, if there are any more technical issues, please do report it to me so that I can fix it as much as I can. Anyway. Leon and Chris look tired as fuck fighting monsters. True. Arc System Showcase was still interesting. The Stop Killing Games is not about censorship. It is not. It's not about censorship. It's about the ability, the game being removed on the store and you cannot play it. No one lives forever. Anyone? Oh, wow, that's ironic. I just realized how ironic that is. Like, no one lives forever. And the game literally got removed off a store. Well, definitely, it is definitely true. What a topical game to choose. Like, no one lives forever. No game lives forever in the Steam store. And that is one great example. No game. I think we should at least give people the option with the censorship. Bro, I 100% agree, but the developers do not implement that because they just straight up do not care. It's part of a more insidious way to content control, and things like No Mercy are the canary in the coal mine. No Mercy is is definitely one of those examples. We talk about that. I talk about No Mercy already. I find the visual novel pretty freaking average. Not that particularly impressive. But I do have to say, the issue with No Mercy is less about the fact that the game, oh my god, the game is, it's a rape simulator, you're raping your mom and everything like that. It is absolutely terrible. No, the issue is the game is way too freaking vanilla. It's like, this is what you're getting outraged at. You guys really need to watch more adult content. A Resident Evil game where you're playing as a zombie trying to survive the horror that is Leon S. Kennedy. That sounds like an absolutely amazing idea. Someone new here? Relax. All chats will be read. Yes. Hypnotic had some takes about Street Fighter 6 summer outfits, i.e. the guys are too roided out and Chun-Li's ass is too small to make sense for her thighs. Understandable. Have a nice day. And with the payment processor hoopla with banning furry art by Fansly because payment processors considered all anthropomorphic animals as simulated bestiality. That's not right. I do not subscribe to that. I do not like that at all. I'm not a furry, but I do think furry art should be protected as part of freedom of speech, even though I'm not a furry. Have you heard about the project of porting Discord to older Windows versions? Why? But why though? But why? That is crazy. They have not ever mentioned any decades-long censorship or preservation therein. I have seen none of it other than wanting to keep online games on. Not just online games. It's not just online games. Online games is definitely a focus of Stop Killing Games, but it is not the only thing that they're focusing on. I do want, like, online games, like a good example, right, for me. Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Right, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is still a phenomenal game to play to this day. And thankfully, you can still play it, even with the multiplayer. Now, granted, you can't play it on the consoles, obviously, because the consoles, at this point, all of the Call of Duty consoles are basically no longer in production. But you can still, like, buy them in secondhand market and everything like that. But point is, like, with Call of Duty Black Ops 2, you can play them on a PC with a custom server called Plutonium. It's not exactly a custom server, more like it's an app, like a program that lets you to build your own custom servers and play with those games and everything like that. And it's a community-made software that is awesome. Absolutely amazing. It lets me to play Call of Duty Black Ops 2, and I have never played a Call of Duty game in my entire life before Black Ops 2. I didn't know that Call of Duty had bots in the past. But the only good Call of Duty that implements bots extremely well, in my opinion, is Black Ops 2. That's the only Call of Duty game that implements bots incredibly well. And Black Ops 2 is like decades old at this point. So that game can run practically on anything. and almost anything with a GPU, basically. Not literally anything, but like if your PC has a GPU, even like a 20 series GPU, you can run Black Ops 2 perfectly fine. No issues whatsoever. And that game is absolutely fun. So yeah. So there's that, right? And another thing that I want to point out is another game that I absolutely love. Hitman. The newer Hitman games, World of Assassination Trilogy. I hate the fact that it requires you to sign in to an online, to the IO Interactive server in order for you to enjoy the experience of it. But thankfully, there is a solution. There is a solution to solve that problem, and that form is in the form of a software called Peacock, which is a local server that lets you to record all your achievements, everything like that, locally. Now, granted, that's an external software, not an officially supported software from IO Interactive, but the fact that the ability for you to play Hitman offline and enjoy the benefits of Hitman offline while having a local server to run it is absolutely fantastic. It is a great way to preserve a lot of the Hitman experience without having too much of a hassle. Like, that's my goal. Actually, one of the reasons why I support Stop killing games. But I can't support it, like literally type in, because, well, I'm not an EU citizen. But if you are an EU citizen, definitely something you have to consider. The lies that Pirate Software is an industry plant. I wouldn't call him an industry plant, but there are definitely people that have called him that because he's like related to Blizzard or whatever. Desert Bus is the one game making me question if it's possible to be objectively boring. How much software is claimed to be an industry plant and not sympathetic? He just said trusting government was not a good idea. Generally, I agree, but what else can you do? Generally, I agree that trusting the government is not a good idea, but what else can you do? How else are you going to implement this particular rule, right? To prevent game developers, to prevent game companies, to make sure that they don't axe off video games that people pay for in full price to be completely off of service. And the thing is, right, a lot of times, bless me, a lot of times game developers, they don't give you, oh my god, they do not give you the set date of when the game is going to be out of service. And no one's going to know about that. No game developer is going to know about when their game is going to be out of service. No game developers will know about that at all. They're just going to assume that the game's going to run indefinitely because it's a live service game. Because a lot of these are live service games. They assume that it's going to run pretty much forever. Basically, kind of like how Final Fantasy XIV runs. Basically, at this point, runs forever. It's got so much content being put into it. And the game's still alive to this day, thanks to so much amazing support. But even so, right? There still needs to be a way for people to be able to preserve those games in a reasonably playable state, right? Anyway, it's hard for him to be an industry plant when he criticizes the industry and even his time in the video game industry in corporate stuff. I disagree. That doesn't necessarily mean just because he's not he definitely does protect the industry plan a lot. And I wouldn't call him an industry plan because I don't have enough information aside from the fact that he used to work on Blizzard, or he used to work in Blizzard and he got connections with Blizzard. Familial nepotism connection. That's what people call him, Nepo Baby. Nepo Baby is more in line, at least, with what I would call him. But even so, like, that's not exactly relevant. I just think his takes are pretty bad. In Desert Bus, if you fail even a little, the bus gets towed back to the start in real time. Yeah, exactly. And it's right to $1. In the topic of stop killing games, there was a Mega Man gacha game called Mega Man X Dive that got end live service years ago. The developers made an official offline version sometime later. It is available on Steam. The developers were way ahead of their time. Bro, Valve is way ahead of their time. The fact that you can make dedicated servers online, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Sorry, it's just like I asked something and I'm sorry, my bad. I guess I didn't put a question mark at the end and that's my fault. And that's where the stream crashed. I finally reached the point in the stream where the stream just absolutely cracked. Just crashed. And I lost plenty of chat in that one, so that sucks. And now I can actually, can I read the chat? What is the last chat on? Okay, 805. That's reasonable. All right, I don't need you videos. Appa has almost become a YouTuber. VTuber. Did Appa have to exercise his PC? Well, you already know the issue now. Remind me when I was streaming before when using OBS, I was experiencing terrible lag. Bro, lag is the least of the problem. Lag is the least of the problem. Windows is having a conniption. Oh no, Windows is the least of the problem. I think the issue is power supply. Oh man. Have you heard about the case of a girl that got trapped in a volcano for 3 days? Yes! Yes, I have. It is just a horrible situation all around. Horrible, horrible situation all around. The CPU or GPU fried. Yeah, it is definitely a hardware issue. Ah, that's Gore. That's Gore, my favorite PC screen. By the way, if you guys just joined in the stream, right, let me show you man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. I am dead serious when I say this. It is genuinely man-made horrors beyond any reasonable comprehension. Hold on a second. Let me just put my avatar here real quick. It's so bad. Like, it is so broken, I had to use my avatar. My typical idle avatar. I cannot use my camera. for this. It is so bad. Let me show you guys. Let me show you.
What the actual fuck just happened?
Yep.
What the actual fuck just happened?
Yep.
I have never had this issue at all ever. That is crazy. That is
Absolutely crazy.
maddening.
Absolutely crazy. That's the reason why I have my avatar. Because I literally... That the webcam is downstairs and the PC is broke. And I couldn't be bothered to open the webcam. Anyway. Appa should get his PC exercised by every religion. Bro, at this point, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. My money is on GPU. It looks like the same when my GTX 650 died. That is insane to me because I just bought the CPU. I just bought the CPU last year. I think it's the, in my opinion, like at least, I think it's the power supply. Because that is, out of all the components that I use on my PC, that is the oldest one. I bought that power supply in 2018, so it's nearly a decade. It's been nearly a decade, and it's been sitting idle for a while. Appabendyt's been using it to play games and stuff. So, my current suspicion is in the power supply. But I don't know for sure. It is absolutely crazy. One thing, fucking auto-scroll, where you at? Oh. Thankfully, it managed to catch up. One thing I would do is pull the GPU out and try to start the computer up without and see it happens again. Yeah, that's the problem. I cannot because the GPU is integrated in the CPU. And I decided to get an integrated CPU and CPU combo because it's the cheapest solution for my GPU being dead. I showed my RX 580 GPU a while back. I don't know if I have the video here. I showed my RX 570. I had an RX 570 GPU. That GPU is dead. It's now in a front display in my living room. That GPU is pretty much dead. So I need a CPU, new CPU, and a new GPU. So that's why I opt for integrated graphics. And for integrated graphics, right? For the stream that I do, typically every week, bro, it's been working pretty fine. No issues whatsoever. There are no issues whatsoever on my stream. Like, the stream is just fine. Maybe a couple slowdowns here and there, but otherwise, like, it's been doing just fine. No issues whatsoever. And then suddenly, that whole issue popped up. It is absolutely crazy. And yes, it's an AMD. In case you don't know, it's an AMD integrated graphics, because I don't trust Intel's integrated graphics. With a 10-foot pole. I don't trust them whatsoever. But yeah, so integrated graphics, that's the whole thing that caused that. What happened is, why I decided to move up here is because I tried restarting that whole thing and turning it on and off again. It does not work. It does not work at all. So my suspicion is that it's a power supply issue. It cannot have been the CPU and GPU. I refuse to believe that because the CPU and GPU are very new. They're literally, it's an APU. It's very new. I just bought it last year. What I didn't buy last year was the power supply. I bought that back in 2018. And it's a 450 watt bronze. It could be the reason why the power is spiking, but I don't know for sure. Either way, that PC is cooked for now. And I definitely have to replace the power supply when I got the money, but I ain't got no money. I ain't got no money. So guys, if you could support me, StreamElements links below. Come on. I forgot to bring the shaker back here. That's another thing. I forgot to bring the shaker and... Oh no, I forgot to bring my water bottle. Yeah, I'll get my water bottle later when I get to the intro. I'll bring the shaker and the water bottle. Oh man. So yeah, there is a good chance that it's the PSU that's the issue, and hopefully that PSU do not fry the CPU and GPU, because if it did, I am fucked. I am fucked. That's 1.6 million rupiah off the window. Bye-bye, money. Bye-bye, money. Like, that money is gone. It is poof. It is no longer a thing no more. Ugh. Yeah. It's integrated GPU, so definitely not, cannot fix that. Anyway, where is I? Integrated for a streaming PC, Jesus Christ, that's a disaster waiting to happen. No, the thing is, right, you can reasonably stream the content that I am showing right now, because I don't play games. I don't play games during my stream. All I do on my stream is just talking shit, showing a couple of videos, showing some PowerPoint slides. I'm literal PowerPoint slides. Quite literally, I have all my slides in PowerPoint. I'm not even bullshitting you. It's quite literally in PowerPoint. Like, I'm doing PowerPoint presentations every week for all these hooplas, for all these things happening, and sometimes I show the browser occasionally. Like, that's all pretty much that I do every week. It doesn't really require anything above a quad-core. A quad-core CPU can do that, even without a GPU, right? The requirements for streaming is not exactly that heavy, and yet that happens. There may be a way around that by putting a GPU, but that's unlikely to work because you would have to try to disable the iterative graphics somehow. No, because it's a PC, right? First off, it's a PC, so I can just bypass the integrated graphics by just plugging the HDMI to the GPU. So I can bypass that very easily, but that's not the problem. The problem is the PC straight up refuses to boot, and I suspect it's a PSU issue. If it's a PSU issue, if I replace the PSU with an entirely new PSU, right, then I fix the PC. PC's running, we're good to go, we're back in business. But I ain't got no money. I ain't got no money, I'm telling you. I ain't got no money. So my PC downstairs is broken, and by the time I actually got money, right, if I actually have money, in the future, I might actually get myself a PSU to fix the problem. To actually fix the problem. If it doesn't fix the problem, then I'm fucked. I need to buy a new CPU and GPU again. Ugh. And if I did have to buy a new CPU and GPU, I might actually get a quad core instead of a 6 core. 6 core is fine; it does the job, but definitely get a quad core. Maybe 8 core. Why did I say quad core? 8 core. 8 core integrated graphics. I think it's the Ryzen 5 5800G or something along those lines. One thing I've been doing is researching how bad the English dub for Dragon Ball Z is. It is genuinely awful, whether it's the Funimation dub or the Ocean dub. Woof. Time for an Intel GPU streaming for a PC upgrade for APA. No, I ain't got no money. 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 What happened to the face? My PC broke. My PC just broke, and no webcam, unfortunately, so there's audio. And you can hear my audio fine. So there's that. So there's that at least. Also, I don't need to show... how do I hide this particular... I don't need to show this. Hide the idle avatar and 3 avatar. Oh my god. Oh my good lord. Good lord, I'm telling you. Oh man. Where is I? You just saw my PC broke. You just see that. Bad thing is, the horrible English dub of Dragon Ball Z has ruined certain parts of the US Dragon Ball community. Woof. Not only do some refuse to watch original Dragon Ball, but also people parrot misinformation directly caused by the English dub. Got anything to say about Microsoft making people stop using passwords for passkeys? What? The fuck does that have to do with anything? Wait. Stop using passwords for passkeys. I mean, I guess it is more secure. I guess it is more secure, but... I mean, Microsoft's gonna be Microsoft, right? Persona 5X is out, and first villain we see for the game is some guy known as the Subway Slammer. Subway Slammer? The fuck is a Subway Slammer? Who shoulder tackles women and kids in the subway for some reason. For some reason? That implies that there is a reason. Oh my god. Oh my god. God, I've been sick the past couple of days. Oh man, the flu's been killing me, I'm telling you. Where is I? I don't know why so many people defend the awful dub when both French and Spanish have had accurate dubs for years. Nostalgia, I guess. Just skip Apollo Justice for now. Not a fan of Apollo Justice, I can tell you that. Now that you're back to reading chat, you missed it earlier, but I sent you more Twitter and Reddit stuff. Thank you. Thank you. I might need some of those. Because I'm actually running out of slides. I would say running out of slides, but I am lacking in slides. I am lacking in slides because I'm pretty sure we only have... Oh, that's a very nice number. We have 69 slides. That's very nice. I am actually lacking in slides, but I definitely would want to have these. Wait, why is it unconfirmed download? Okay. I want to see what you got on Tombstone 3. What is this? What the fuck is this? That is wild. That is wild. Why would you say that? That is wild. That is wild. I'm not spoiling it. That's crazy. That is crazy. Why would you say that? That is crazy. Okay, what is this? Oh, wow. Even more Kotaku in action hoopla. Even more Kotaku in action hoopla. My goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. Even more Kotaku in action hoopla. Oh, my goodness gracious. Good. Goodness gracious. I'm adding this, definitely. I'm not showing it what it is, but I'm definitely adding these to my collection. I'm going, you know that Shrek meme where he goes, I'm adding this to my cringe compilation. There you go. That's exactly what's happening now. I am adding this. Okay, that is wild. That is wild. Oh, I am teasing y'all right now. That is crazy. What is this? How do you find these things, Tombstone 3? How do you find these things? These are wild. Wow, I cannot wait to show y'all these. I cannot wait to show y'all these. What the actual hell is this one? Okay, this next one is another Kotaku in action take. I'll just say that for now. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, that's too much text. That's too much text. I'd rather not fucking read that. Thank you. I'd rather not read that. Thank you very much. What the fuck has happened to this sub? What the fuck has happened to this sub? I agree. I agree. I'm so adding this. It's like, what the fuck happened to this sub? I'm gonna put, you know, I'm just gonna grab some screenshots. Like, what the actual fuck happened to the Kotaku in action sub that this is the kind of shit that they're... Oh my god, I'm so definitely gonna start. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, genuinely, what is wrong with y'all? Oh wow, it actually break their rules. That's crazy. It actually break rules. That's crazy. That is crazy. The posts actually break rules, and it's so bad it broke rules. That's crazy. I'm just gonna leave some posts there. Okay, what is this one? Not beating the racism allegation. Okay. Okay, it's just a bunch of people complaining about DEI. Not that particularly special. Yeah, not that particularly special, so definitely not gonna put that. But yeah, the rest are pretty funny. The rest are pretty funny. I am so putting that on the list. These are crazy. Alright. Can you watch Nostalgia Critic Commercials 3 where he does a review on Pop-Tarts? It's funny as heck. It starts at 12:20. By the way, been getting parts of my home fixed. I haven't seen any Nostalgia Critic. I saw the latest one. I saw the latest one where he talks about the... Man, I didn't know. The one thing that I do need is a spiritual sequel to Segata. Like, actually legacy character sequel. I absolutely love that. The fact that they actually have that. That is crazy. Anyway, fam. Abba Bro is here in the house. How are you doing? I cannot hear you. Hold on a second. This could be because I didn't activate it in this channel. Okay, can you hear it? Sorry, can you speak? Yes, I can hear you now. All right. Yo, how you doing, fam? All right. I'm sorry about the fact that I only have my avatar presence here. Cause let me show you, fam. I want you to see. All right. Hello, Abba Bro. Abba Bro is in the house. I want you to see, fam. Hold on. Let me adjust the Discord screen real quick. I want you to see. I want you to see what I have experienced. Because let me tell you, fam, This is one of the wildest things that I have ever encountered in my entire life. I am telling you, this is some of the wildest shit. You would not believe. You would not believe what just. You would not believe. Yeah, you would not believe what just happened with my PC, with the PC, right? Look at this shit.
What the actual fuck just happened? What the actual fuck just happened? I have never had this issue at all ever. That is crazy. That is absolutely maddening. What the hell was that?
Oh, APBro is muted. Sorry about that. APBro is muted. Okay, there you go. Is APBro on now? Try it again. No, not yet. APBro is not yet on.
Okay, now I can hear myself.
Okay, you can hear yourself. Okay,
No,
how about
no,
this?
No, no more. It's good.
Okay, try speaking, fam.
Just for a couple of seconds, I got.
Perfect. Okay, APBro is on now. APBro is on now. Perfect. All right.
What the fuck just happened? Also, did that happen on stream? What? How?
Yes, that actually happened on stream. It is the craziest experience. I have no idea. I have no idea what happened. Now, I suspect
Did you
that
not get like an error dump?
there's no error dump whatsoever. I think, and I suspect that it's a power supply issue. The power supply died.
Okay.
And because I tried to turn it on many times, it just doesn't turn on. So I suspect the power supply just died. I have no idea how it died, but it died. It absolutely died.
Is that not a new power supply?
It's not new power supply. It's literally, it's the one that we bought in 2018, the one that you've been using. So there's a,
Really?
yeah, so there's a good chance that that's the reason why it failed.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you can't turn it on at all. And
I
you
can't
use
turn it on
PC
at all.
then.
I am currently, guys, this is also right. This is the reason why you have two PCs, right? This is the reason why you have two PCs. So you have one that you can use as a backup. I am telling you, if you don't have one to be used as a backup, you are fucked. You are fucked, especially if streaming is like your way of earning money, right? I am telling you, it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Anyway, fam, how are you doing, fam? Aside from that.
I'm doing I guess the best I could say is just I'm doing just fine because this past week, I don't know why, ever since the exams were done, I was thinking like, oh, finally I get a break and can do whatever the fuck I want. And then the week comes by, and I legitimately ended up doing nothing the entire week.
Doing nothing the entire week.
Not even
Well,
a single thing.
100%. I can relate. I can relate.
I was just too much of in. I was too much in. I was in such of a like depressive state. I don't know why. I just woke up, don't even want to do anything. Just go back right to sleep, and then repeat that a couple of thousand times. But yeah,
No,
so I haven't really been doing anything. I've just been grinding.
I'm telling you,
like,
fam.
The off chance I do go to my desktop, I've been just grinding Tekken, and I spent a lot of time with my girlfriend, which is nice. Like we just
Hey,
talk a lot.
That's nice.
But aside from that, like I genuinely like didn't watch anything. New Berserk just dropped, so that was fun.
Ooh,
Like
very
it was a
nice.
couple of hours ago. But yeah, but then the Steam summer sale came to my rescue, fam.
Uh-huh.
Steam summer sale came to my rescue because it just started like I think today or a day ago or maybe 2 days ago. I don't know, but it just started.
Uh-huh.
And so yeah, me and my friends we're all now in that usual state of summer sale where we're like, okay, what we buying, guys? What we buying? And then what we will eventually buy something that we may or may not like actually pay as usual.
Okay, then what did
But-
you buy? Did you actually buy anything?
I haven't bought anything, but we have agreed on what to buy.
Okay.
The thing is, like, last time we had a bunch of fun playing some Monster Hunter.
Uh-huh.
So we're buying the next one in the tier, which is Monster Hunter Rise. It technically speaking is not as good as Monster Hunter World, I guess. It's not as expansive, but you know, it's just a new Monster Hunter game that we can play together, and that's fun.
All right, very nice.
So that's that. But then, one of my friend also decided that since Tekken 8 is on sale, so
Uh-huh.
he's been playing. He's one of my best friends that I play Tekken with, like
Uh-huh.
for thousands and thousands of hours since day one.
Mhm.
And so he finally bought Tekken 8 for himself. 300,000 rupiah, which is pretty cheap, like half price, almost less than half price. And now that he has Tekken, I can like play online with him. I was trying it out, like seeing if the big difference is gonna be too much. But then rollback netcode saves the day. Rollback netcode is
Absolutely.
so good to the point where, I mean, it's not perfect.
Yes.
I'm still it's still better if I play on rank, but I can still play with him to the point where I can like have like first to 20 matches, and it works just fine. And even he was saying like, damn, this is not just playable. This is more than playable. He was devastated at how I can still hit my like electric wind gun fist, and I'm like, yeah, this is pretty good. Rollback netcode to the rescue, man. If you're a fighting game that's gonna come out in anytime soon and you don't have rollback netcode, shame on you, man. Shame on your family. Dishonor on your dishonor on your name, dishonor on your family and everything.
Okay.
But
All right.
yeah.
That's very nice.
There's been that. So
All right. Okay. In that case, there's not much happening in this end aside from that broken ass PC. But other than that, let's get.
but then I do wonder. I just genuinely cannot have a webcam going on or something. What is going on here?
I cannot have a webcam going on because the lighting here is very bad. For one, the lighting here is very bad. I didn't properly set up the stream, and two, like my girlfriend's literally in the back, and I don't want to show her. So no,
Bruh.
yeah.
I guess it's gonna be a solo stream for me then. It's just how it is.
Technically, yes. Only technically true, but it's
Or
you're only
we
gonna.
could both go. We could both go Avatar, and we just both go podcast mode.
Oh, podcast mode. That'd be great. Oh, actually, the funny thing about this one, thankfully, since I have the idle avatar, I can modify the speed so that it's way faster. I can go.
Oh.
Is that possible? Hold on. Woo! The speed is not.
I'll think of an avatar that I can put on. Maybe I can make the
that's
exact same
Whistler.
avatar, and then we can just turn this into a podcast mode, because that sounds interesting.
Yeah. Okay. I slowed down. I just realized that I put the idle avatar animation, the idle avatar on flow frames, so that I interpolated the 30 FPS video to 60. So I might as well just I'll just put it. I'll just put it on slow mo 50%. Actually, no. You know what? I'll put it back to 100%. Slow mo does look nice though. It's like it has that lava lamp feel. Anyway, where is I? Chat. How are you guys doing? Oh, I just realized I haven't used the AI. I've been reading the chat like normally. Only perps. Anyway, where is I? Where was I? I think it was the nostalgia critic comment. He was a beta tester for Blizzard and an industry plant. Woof. I think Goku got the worst of it, as the Funimation and Ocean dub really changed how Goku is portrayed. Goku is very different than the Japanese version. 4Kids dubs are awful. Will Lily Orchard ever say anything intelligent? No. Only pervs hate censored BS. That is a load of baloney. Everybody loves to see some titties here and there. And if they got censored, that would be pissed. A reasonable person would be pissed about that. Let's just say that. Relative of a Blizzard dev? Was it a Cosby suit dev? A stolen breast milk dev? Was it drums? Man, I just don't understand why the ex-Blizzard devs making bad takes. 4Kids have not only censored a ton, but their voice choices are bad. Yu-Gi-Oh's dub is as bad, and same goes for Pokemon. I used to watch anime via 4Kids. They were part of my childhood. Well, there you go.
I want to do this now. Hold on.
Wait, what are you doing?
I want to make my own version of the avatar.
Oh,
idol
sure.
Avatar.
Sure, go ahead. You can do that. I enjoyed the sub and English dub of Desert Punk and Hellsing. The same dub actor played one of the characters of Alucard. As for disliking 4Kids dubs, it's fine to do so. Now, there's nothing wrong with doing so. There are perfectly understandable reasons to hate on 4Kids dubs. That's why I don't like the English versions. Well, there you go. Many of Dragon Ball Z names for their moves are pretty bad. Special Beam Cannon is an awful name for the Makan Kosapo. There's a channel on my Samsung TV that plays the old Pokemon anime, which I've been watching all over again, having a burst of nostalgia when I used to watch on Kids WB back in the 90s and 2000s. Not really gonna defend them, however, some elements of those dubs can be charming still. Notably, some of the English openings they make. Yep. What's wrong with Shadow Clone Jutsu? That's the thing. Anybody who's watched Indonesian dub of Naruto will know that they couldn't make up their mind if they want to name their jutsu in the original Japanese name or the translated version. Did you notice that? If you watch Naruto?
Yeah, I used to remember it as a kid being like the Jurus Seribu Bayangan.
Yes. Sometimes they say Jurus Seribu Bayangan, which is Shadow Clone Jutsu. I forgot the literal translation for
No,
Jurus Seribu
the literal
Bayangan is
translation is
thousand shadows jutsu.
Thousand shadows jutsu.
Yeah,
Or like
thousand
clone jutsu.
shadows, shadow clone jutsu, right? 1,000 shadow jutsu. That's the literal translation to the Indonesian version, right? So sometimes the Indonesian version says 1,000 clone jutsu or in Jurus Seribu Bayangan, but sometimes they say Kagebunshi no jutsu. The literal Japanese version of that. So they couldn't make up their mind if they want to be literal Japanese or just straight up, not just straight up normal translation. So there's nothing wrong with Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yeah, that's something you have to ask the Indonesian dubbers. I don't see anything wrong with Kagebunshi no Jutsu or Shadow Clone no Jutsu. Just I'm saying pick a side. You don't have to be. Just pick a side. Either it's Shadow Clone Jutsu or Kagebunshi no Jutsu. Pick one. There are morons sitting on Saba's VTuber model saying, why she use that child model? No. I felt betrayed with 4Kids when I saw the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime comparing with their butchered version. I like 4Kids opening songs and some of their VAs. Besides that, it's just nostalgia for a few shows I did watch for them. I kind of wish those Indonesian dub shows, even the old ones, appear on Indonesian streaming services. That is true. That is true. I agree. Yo, fam, why's your camera off? Are you still setting that up?
Wait, hold on. I'm changing it to my camera, to like actual camera. Okay.
Okay. That said, I do like many of the 4Kids opening songs. Pokemon has many great openings. Yeah. I do quite enjoy both Jesse and James voice actors. Gamer thinks Kingdom Hearts it isn't gay enough. Wait, what? I think some 4Kids censorship can work, like the one in Sonic X where Maria gets shot. Woof. 4Kids was a lot of things, but they weren't lazy when it came to editing visuals. That is true. Kingdom Hearts doesn't need to be gay. Nelvana was quite bad with their anime dubs. I already read that. You have to go to developer and look them in the eye and say, 9! No! I saw that gamer article. They were Pride Month baiting with misunderstanding friendship. It's my personal opinion. The soldier did imply he shot her afterwards, if I'm correct. Woof. The best thing 4Kids gave us is a Sonic X English cast. Still my favorite voice cast for Sonic's English VA. I agree. Sonic X's English voice actor, the voice is just perfect. But it could be because one of the things that played a factor in it, because Sonic is just way more popular as a Western media. Even though it's a Japanese media, it's not popular. Sonic is not that popular in Japan. Sonic is way more popular in the West. And as a Western media, oh man, it is hype. Would be nice if all companies were open that they censored and made uncensored games. Unfortunately, they're not, because doing so, that would be, that would piss off a lot of the people that, a lot of the fan base. But but at least nowadays, I appreciate transparency, right? I appreciate it when companies say, hey, some aspects of these are censored and they are censored because of this company. There are some companies that are like, hey, this particular aspect of the game is censored in the PlayStation version so that we know who the culprit is, right? There are plenty of games that are like that, but I can't really think of one on the top of my head, but I do know for a fact that there are plenty of games that are like, the Nintendo Switch and the PC version will be completely uncensored, but in the PlayStation version, we have to censor this specific part of the game for reasons that are, only make sense to Sony. In that case, we can pinpoint who to blame. Like, Sony's to blame in that particular case. Because if it's okay on the Switch and PC, why is it not okay for Sony? Then in that case, Sony is to blame. But yeah. But otherwise, right, I do expect video game developers in general to be that transparent. But unfortunately, that's just how it is. People are trying to say that we're racist for not liking Ironheart and the Fantastic Four movie isn't looking so good. I have not seen anything Ironheart related because even though we did make a very funny video, remember that funny video that we made with Ironheart when she was introduced in the comic?
Oh, that was old.
That was old, right? That was old. That was
really
ancient.
old.
The joke, right, that Abba made is an amazing joke. Iron Man is female. Get it? Because FE is an iron. Male, FE is male. It's like, that is funny. I find the joke very funny. People are trying to say that it might be just because they were transferred into the games, but I did like Sonic X's English VA, for example. I don't really care for the changes 4Kids made to the anime. In our Filipino dub of Naruto sounds really cool, but funny sounded. Our Kagebunshin no Jutsu become Kagebunshin technique 2 times 2 times 2 times 2? What? Where did that come from? I don't mind E-rated games getting censored, but when M-rated games like Onimusha 2 Dead Rising get censored, no thanks. I agree, but what else can you do, unfortunately? Capcom's just be Capcom. Some games get funding from government or other companies to nurture themselves. Others just get funding to do whatever they want to, like Kojima. I am more partial to Hanako. Understandable. Have a nice day. What about the importance of Rin's defenseless backside? Though I will always find it funny that the first game of the 4Kids cast voice was Shadow the Hedgehog. So they went from the sanitized English dub of Sonic X, swearing up of Storm and killing aliens. Woof. We're probably going to try getting me some things because of the 4th of July sales going on. I completed Jack and Daxter first time play. It was solid, but the secret ending wasn't worth it. After playing Censored Xenosaga on the PS2, my anti-censorship has been cemented hard when blood got removed in a very important and heavy emotional scene, thus diminishing its impact. That is crazy. That is absolutely horrible. That is absolutely horrible. Now that you mentioned that, like, what are the games that I really, really want a remaster and a retranslation? One of the games that I really want a remaster and retranslation because the translated version of the game actually butchered the whole game. The story of the game makes zero sense with the translated version of that game. Even if you're like watching the characters act and everything like that, no, it makes no sense whatsoever unless you actually watch it in the proper translated version, right? And that game is Spy Fiction. That Spy Fiction is notable for being one of my first PS2 games. That is one of the first few games that I have ever owned when I have a PS2. And I did not realize that that game was made by Swery. Swery, the guy who made Deadly Premonition. That is crazy. And that game actually has a pretty damn intriguing plot for like a spy fiction. But the problem is the translation for that is terrible. And I want like a proper remaster and retranslation version of that game. That game has very, very interesting mechanic, fam. One of the most amazing mechanic out of that game that I don't see any game implement, right, is a camera, right? It's a camera that lets you to capture anybody's phone face.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kilima Sandy. I'll get to reading your chat later. But yeah, it's a camera that lets you to capture somebody's face and body and lets you to take their disguise with that camera. I find that sounds like a freaking awesome idea. And like, I don't see any other game implement that aside from maybe Hitman, but Hitman, you literally took their clothes. But no, in this one, you take a camera, you took picture of somebody, right? If you take their face, it will copy their face. But if you take them from the behind, it will only copy their clothes. So depending on whether you capture the face or where you capture the clothes, face and clothes, or just the clothes, you can actually take a disguise as one of those people. And I'm like, that's a very innovative mechanic that I have not seen implemented in any like stealth game. That sounds awesome. But yeah, unfortunately, Spy Fiction, I think it's a very underrated game on the PS2. I played the game a lot, but I need to replay that game again. Unfortunately, it was the butchered, translated version of that is butchered. So, there's one of the games I feel like, shame it doesn't get a good translation. A lot of normies like their Moe and TD games. Censorship is 100% a developer versus government issue. And also, I'd say I have to add that is more, a lot of the issue is cultural. A lot of the issue is cultural. The one aspect that influenced those developers and government to have those things be censored. A lot of it is cultural. Anyway, keep it on Sandy tip. $5. Just emailed you a good clip. First time, but a good one for some hooplas. Oh, okay. The ADC. What is the ADC? Oh, the Amazing Digital Circus. I know the Amazing Digital Circus, but I don't know what the abbreviation of that. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, what is this clip?
You know, you could have asked for my consent before forcing me to see something so completely and utterly disgusting.
That is very funny. That is very funny. But that is very funny. It's a very funny clip. But we already have PewDiePie for that. PewDiePie, where you at?
Excuse me. No. I did not need to see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Although,
much.
I do have to say, fam, PewDiePie's Doomsday Prepper arc is amazing.
his entire home lab arc.
I love PewDiePie's Doomsday Prepper arc. Like, it is crazy. If you're not watching PewDiePie, right? In case you're not watching PewDiePie, that guy switched to Linux. His entire, like, software ecosystem, he has completely switched from Windows to Linux because he just absolutely despises what Windows has done. Like, I can totally 100% relate. He basically learned Linux. He's not only that he's learned Linux, he switched to Arch Linux, the hardest Linux, like straight up the hardest Linux to actually like install and implement. It is absolutely crazy. It actually makes me, you know what? Fuck it. I'll probably install Arch one day in a VM. I tried installing Arch in a VM, but I failed. I always failed installing Arch in a VM. I don't understand why, even though it is one of those, like, I kept on trying to tinker, try to follow the instruction, everything like that. The instructions is all around outdated. I just don't understand why. So I want to see if a chatbot AI can guide me to install Arch Linux. If they can, oh man, I'm telling you, that is an innovation. That is one of the few great things that a chatbot AI can actually do. Is like guiding people to install Arch Linux. Fuck yes. I actually want to see how that actually goes. Now, the latest episode of PewDiePie's Doomsday Prepper arc is he literally de-Google himself. He does not use any more Google services with the exception of Google Maps. That's the only service that he used. But otherwise, email, he completely switched to, I think, I forgot. Oh, no. He used like his own email domain. So it's whatever email that he has at pewdiepie.com or whatever, right? So his own email domain. That's awesome. That is absolutely cool. I absolutely love that. Definitely want to consider doing that in the future, but not now. I'm broke as fuck. But definitely that's one thing you can do. Browser, I think he switched to Firefox, which is definitely a good choice. Lots of people recommended Brave and everything like that, but I'm still using Edge because I couldn't be bothered installing any other browser, for one, and for two, a lot of my data is on Edge, so I might as well just use Edge, for me at least. That works. Edge works for me, but hey, you can use whatever browsers you like. And then he switched to Android, but Android is there's a lot of Google on Android. He has a Pixel 9, which is, if I recall correctly, that's your phone. If I recall correctly.
Yeah, that is exactly my phone.
Yeah, that is
the Pixel 9. When I saw him have the Pixel 9, I'm like, damn. Damn. But he made it dumber though, so yeah.
Yeah, so he has the Pixel 9, but he also installed a custom ROM on that, which is crazy. I personally wouldn't want to do that on a brand new device. I wouldn't do that on a brand new device. I would in an old device. I would definitely install a custom ROM, but not in like a brand new device. In a brand new device, I would stick to whatever stock OS that they had and let them update on itself. I would not want to do that in a device that is literally like still receiving updates. So that's why like thankfully my Samsung 21 FE still have software updates. One UI 7.0. I love One UI 7.0. It's great. It is absolutely fantastic. Infinix also had its own UI update. It is also fantastic. I absolutely love it. But yeah, it is one of those times like where I cannot wait to see what new UI updates that phones can do, and also what they completely freaking ruin, because a lot of times they do. So there's that. And then PewDiePie also have his own Google Drive, his own server where he stored files, and like, that's fucking insane. And he used command prompt to like share his files in between computer, and it's like, I couldn't even do that. It's like, bro, that's fucking nuts. I still use Google Drive because Google Drive it just works for me. And I just couldn't be bothered trying to like tinker and trying to find out the solutions. Like, even though I'm the IT guy, not PewDiePie, but he has all the time in the world to figure out how to configure everything from his Steam Deck, right? And then move all that whole thing to the server and everything. It's crazy. Like, he is just doomsday prepping that shit. I love it. I absolutely love it. And the fact that he just made that video influencing people to do that, absolutely crazy. Love it, PewDiePie. Good on him. Anyway, where was I? A lot of Tokyo Mirage Session fails. Shame, because some aspects of it are decent. Absolutely. Undeniably so. There are definitely aspects of the game that I think pretty good. Just, it is very, very hard to market. Very, very hard to market. It is a very difficult game to advertise to everybody. The guy who made Castlevania Netflix wants to do Berserk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got denied doing Berserk. That's why he's pissed. I tolerate censorship in games from 80s and 90s because it's hard to complain about changes that were made 30 to 40 years ago. Once we got to the thousands or 2010s, my tolerance has started to lessen. Understandable. Have a nice day. I feel Tokyo Mirage Sessions FE would have been better off as a standalone than a weird crossover. Exactly. I don't find SMT depressing. It's just religious war the game. that implies that religious war isn't depressing. That implies that religious war is not depressing. And I don't know about you guys, but if I hear religious war, it's very it sounds like a very depressing thing. Happy, go lucky, cheerful is not the word that pops up when I hear religious war. In my opinion, most SMT girls are leagues above the Persona waifus. Strange because Persona since 3 is a harem game. Aren't the SMT demons are just, well, demons? the same demons in Persona? Or are you talking about like the SMT like characters, the ones that are the non-demon ones? What's this about Godzilla? Oh, we'll get to that. Has gameplay similar to Persona or SMT game, but it's not exactly one either. And as Fire Emblem characters take the form of mirages, which is bless me on. Also, Tokyo Mirage fails in Fire Emblem Depart. Only a couple characters and no reference to the original gameplay modes. True. There's no censorship if there's no game to be censored. Only thing is going for is some of the original characters and the music, but even then, the taste will vary. True. Allow for private servers for Concord. What are these people talking about? Saying censorship is sometimes inevitable and due to cultural factors is not the same thing as saying we shouldn't worry about game preservation. I have no idea. But again, these two are not comparable at all. Like, Stop Killing Games, which everybody's heard about. I'm pretty sure you've heard about that whole hoopla, right? So,
yeah, that's stupid shit, bro.
Yeah, somebody made the comparison like, yeah, why are people talking about Stop Killing Games when games have been censored already? There are games that have been censored. Why are people not talking about that even more? Well, I can answer that to you because at least censored games, you can play them. At least if the games are censored, say what you want about games being censored. Say what you want about the games, the characters having their breasts not being seen as prominently as the original. At least you can play the game. At least if you buy the game on Steam, you run the game on your PC or your Switch or whatever, right? Or your Steam Deck or whatever devices you like. You buy the game, it works. You can play them, and you're definitely gonna have fun with it. That's not the issue with Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is when you literally cannot play them at all. So the comparison is definitely not an apt comparison. Of course, the heavy censorship for TMS didn't help. The Switch version being based on the North American Wii U release was dumb. I 100% agree. It does not help at all. The censorship is among the least problem of Tokyo Mirage Sessions. The biggest problem is the game is very hard to market. Nintendo messed up the online monster MKW Mario Kart World. Don't play Mario Kart World, so I don't really know. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. Man, guys, if you guys can help me, Stream Elements, links below, guys. Come on, y'all. Stream Elements, Super Chats, link below. If we can make it the nice number one, guy. No, actually, hold on. Do I still have... Oh, I've actually used the new frame. That's crazy. Anyway, point is, right, if you can help a brother out, guys, just $1 Stream Elements, Super Chats, link below. Help a brother out, guys. I'm telling you, I got bills to pay. And I need some cash. If you guys can help me, just $1, guys, that'll be appreciated. I said this last week, but it's hard to tell if censorship of Japanese remasters are because of localizers or zero. Either way, they're still censored, so... Because it's possible publishers want the game to keep the same rating as the original. Either way, the game is censored. Is censored, and we expect some transparency out of the publishers or the developers to say, hey, the censorship is not our responsibility, it is X's responsibility, whoever's responsibility. At least we can know who to blame on that regard.
Who did this? Who can I sue?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, come on, y'all. Stream Elements link below. Help a brother out. Donations, come on, y'all. Did I miss any donations? Nope.
Who did this? Who can I sue?
Oh, who did this to me? True. Who did this to me? Who can I sue? Who can I sue?
Who did this to me? Who can I sue?
Who did this to me? Who can I sue? Absolutely. Where is I? I forgot about that game. I keep thinking of WWE wrestling when I hear No Mercy. Understandable. Have a nice day. No, we're referring to that porn game No Mercy that I talked about a while back. I still remember when Sakurai went nuclear on Zero 10 years ago because, excuse me, they were being a pain on Smash 4 and almost caused the game to be delayed in Japan. All because of Palutena's shorts. Oh, crazy.
Bruh.
Live service that are dying should at least make the server binaries playable. Available. They don't need to make the source code available. Yes. I'm watching Unsolved Mysteries hosted by Robert Stack. It's still going to this day. It's about preserving old games, including all online games. And a good example of this is when a mobile game sometimes creates an offline version that's essentially what they want. Seriously. Unfortunately, when you have sneezing coming up and I have to pause whatever the fuck I'm reading.
When you have fucking? Yeah.
Up. Oh my god.
For real.
My god, I swear to god,
Thank you.
Sick right now. Holy shit. Anyway, the Sword Drake, thank you so much for the donation, 255. It's not much, but I hope it helps either the PC or me, because I am sick as fuck. Thank you so much regardless, man. Thank you so much for the
Why is
255.
everybody sick, legitimately? Sis is also sick. Like, I'm chilling, bro.
Thank you
I may
so
be
much,
depressed,
man.
but I'm chilling.
Thank you so much for MX dollar? What is MX dollar? MX
Mexican.
dollar is Mexican pesos. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Unfortunately, when you have corporations running wild, you have to use the government to force ideas to companies. Bless me indeed. The funny thing is, there's already MMOs with offline modes. Look no further than Dragon Quest X. Trusting government or trusting the corporation responsible for the product you have the power to take away your games on a whim when they're done with it when you're paid full price for it. Hard choices. Exactly. Exactly. Like, at this moment, like, the government has done all sorts of bad things, right? The government is undeniably not exactly the kind of figure that you should trust. And trusting the government I find it very hard that you remember that argument that we had with our parents, fam? When I said,
Yeah.
I believe in my country, but I don't trust the government. And I'm like, they went full BSOD mode that they are unable to comprehend that.
Especially now, fam. For real.
Yeah, it's like, I don't understand how you cannot comprehend that.
Especially now, bro. Especially now.
Especially right now. Like, you're telling me that there is a difference between loving my country and loving my government. It's like, you have to make the distinguishing difference between the two. It's like, I don't understand why our parents like say, oh, you don't like Indonesia? You're not proud of being in Indonesia? No, I am proud of being an Indonesian. Indonesian values are straight up carved into my blood cells. Like, they are in every inch. Even if my blood is recycled and it's like being thrown off as carbon monoxide, it's a carbon monoxide. I am breathing toxic gas. That's crazy. Carbon dioxide, right? Even if I'm breathing oxygen and carbon dioxide every fucking frequently, it's still ingrained in my values. The issue is not the Indonesian values. The issues are the Indonesian government, right? They're not exactly the kind of figures that I particularly find, actually, people in general find trustworthy. Especially, and I'm giving this to a special mention, right? Especially the vice president of Indonesia right now. I am telling you, he has...
Nah, fam, fuck it. Fuck it. And them both, fam. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, fuck them both, but him in particular. That's gonna get me. That is definitely gonna get me in a lot of trouble. But I'm telling you, definitely not a fan. Anyway, where is I? Community made server is such a great blessing for any game. I appreciate what Resident Evil Outbreak and Revolt fans do. True, bro. Resident Evil Outbreak co-op, bro. That would have been the shit, man. Yo, fam. Your friends, fam, right? Resident Evil Outbreak can run on anything. If you can set up a custom server. If you can set up a custom server for Resident Evil Outbreak and have your friends to play that game, like, it would be super fun. It would be the best time of your flipping lives. I'm telling you.
I didn't even realize there is a co-op mode for it.
Bro, Resident Evil is made... Outbreak is made for that, bro.
No, I remember what it is. I remember how Outbreak is. I just never realized that
it's not just co-op. It's like 3-player. It's not just 2-player co-op. It's 3-player co-op. You can play with 3 of your friends. It is crazy.
That sounds fun.
It is fun.
Wait,
Like,
is it on Steam?
It's not on Steam. It's a PS2 exclusive.
Oh wait, I am stupid.
Yes.
But that means that I have to both have them install a PS2 emulator, have them have the game itself, and then we can set up a custom server and all that stuff.
Yes, true. But I'm telling you, once you set all that up, oh man, it is beautiful. It is worth it. Capcom is the only one I can think of recently that preserved one of their online-only games. They released an offline version of Mega Man X Dive so people could keep playing the game. Great. There's also Nintendo who created Animal Crossing Pocket Complete version that is also the same thing.
Well, this is making me sick. Why is my OBS not updating?
Mobile games for most part single player games, so that Mega Man game is just a no live service version. Which doujin you read have the dumbest plot?
A lot of them.
A lot of them. A lot of them. A lot of them. Actually, now that I am sick, I'm actually planning to what do you call it? To take a leave of absence tomorrow, but I don't have a good excuse until I sneeze a lot, and I'm like, okay, now I have a good excuse. I need to.
Okay.
I actually sick. Yeah.
Fam, I'm gonna be offline for just a couple of seconds. I need to update my OBS. Apparently, it can't update because Discord is running. I need to quit this for a bit.
All right, you go ahead and update OBS real quick, and you're gonna notice looping me. Anyway, yes, I can see your chat. Don't worry. When Kingdom Hearts X Union X ended, it was a double-edged sword. They did not include everything you bought, but an offline character customizer and theater mode along with Dark Road game existed. Good grief, it's like the monitor broke or something. I'm telling you. I feel sick like a dog. Caffeine withdrawal is a biatch. Biatch. Appa, that's just the Matrix. We have learned how to interpret it. Oh shoot, that's true. Intel versus AMD, which is better? Right now, AMD. Right now, undeniably AMD. Right now, undeniably. You cannot see. Oh, man. Sorry. Girlfriend's kissing me. Anyway. Intel versus AMD, which is better? Yeah, AMD. Straight up. AMD is the best. AMD is the best right now, so far. I cannot see any potential, like, use cases for Intel right now for most people. I say just go AMD for GPU. Sorry, for CPU. For CPU, just go for AMD. Unless you're talking about laptops, in which case either of them are perfectly fine in terms of laptops. I don't see any issues with using them, but if you're talking about like long-term upgrades, definitely go for AMD because Intel, for some reason, they update their motherboard every like 2 years, which is not the architecture that AMD proposes, which is like you buy a one motherboard and that motherboard AM5 lasts for like 5-6 years. So that's good. Probably GPU or the PSU can cause issues. Yeah, I'll definitely go for the GPU. B-Rack Pap, I'm gonna charge my phone. Also, I guess I was lucky I had something to talk about finished before the stream
I'm
crashed.
back.
All right. It's weird with Intel. Apparently, they don't allocate VRAM the same way. Yeah, true. I'm hoping that that's all it is. I am hoping that power supply is the only reason why that PC goes haywire. Hey, in case you just joined the chat, the reason why I have my avatar on is because of this. Oh no, that's not it. I have no idea what video that is. What is that video? Is that a? Oh, that's a video from WhatsApp.
What did you?
That's a WhatsApp video.
What did you say?
What the actual fuck just happened?
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what happened with my PC, with the streaming PC downstairs. And this is precisely the reason why I am having my avatar and I do not have my webcam on. This is the reason why. It is absolutely freaking crazy. Just guys, I'm sick, my PC is sick, and we need your help, guys. Come on, y'all. Stream Elements link below, Super Chat link below. Help a brother out, guys. Come the fuck on, y'all. How can we live without the shaker? Oh no, that's true. That's all the tech companies. You can click login another way, and password's one of the 3 options. Sounds like a trend that was happening in Japan. Guess you're gonna buy a new PSU with silver rate. Yeah, I had the bronze one, so I'm definitely gonna go. Bro, not forget silver, just gold, straight up. I don't know how to find these things either. Reddit, that's what is wrong. Well, yeah, the community on Reddit can suck. But to be fair to Reddit, I do have to say their piracy guide is comprehensive and definitely one that I recommend basically to everybody. Don't know if you guys noticed, but Angry Joe has been going around Twitter picking fights against people who criticize the new Superman movie, especially Snyder fans. I mean, he is a Superman fanboy, so that is to be expected. I expected him to do exactly that. That is exactly what I expected him to do. If I expected the opposite, that would be unreasonable. He is a Superman fanboy for a reason. So of course he's gonna go around and defend the new Superman movie and how it looks. Honestly, I think the new Superman movie looks slick. The James Gunn Superman movie, I think it looks pretty slick. And I definitely would want to watch that. Like even my girlfriend is like she's interested in that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. To be fair to the Ironheart show, she was terrible in the comics. Ha ha ha. MCU is dying after Endgame. Bro, that's an understatement. That is understatement. What's wrong with Front Mission 3? Oh, you have no idea. We'll get to that. The one with the 7 images, you can ignore the second and third one and the rest if you want. All right. And Detroit at $1. I am so sorry for missing your donations. I wanted to make a redesigned Homie Bro just like Appa Bro, and Negaman before Pride Month ends, but I've been procrastinating. I'll rename him to just Homie Kisser. Kind of similar to how the Spider-Verse considers Miles to not be Spider-Man. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm sorry for missing out. Guys, I'm telling you, I got no excuse actually. I'm sick. I'm horrible. I am in absolute awe. Absolutely freaking terrible. I am so sorry about that, guys. Oh my god. I am crazy sick right now. Segata Sanshiro. Yeah, there is a legacy sequel to Segata Sanshiro. And I only noticed that thanks to Nostalgia Critic covering that one. It's a legacy sequel. It's amazing, fam. It's a legacy sequel that I did not expect that I won. So what happened in the legacy sequel, fam, is the son of Segata Sanshiro is continuing his legacy and actually promoting Sega stuff. It is absolutely crazy. I actually really, really like that. That is a perfect legacy sequel, the one that I did not expect that I would need.
Am I gonna lose cred when I say I don't know what the fuck that is?
You don't know Segata Sanshiro?
No.
Really? You don't know?
No.
You don't know? Okay, maybe if I show it, you'll know.
Genuinely.
Maybe if I show it, you know. He's the
Maybe.
guy. He's the guy that advertises all sorts of Sega stuff back in the 90s, so you definitely grew up. But then again, so did I. So did I. But yeah, I just want to show you a sample of one of his commercials. Like it's amazing. It's glorious. He just advertises Sega shit.
What?
Amazing. And that's just a glimpse of Segata Sanshiro's advertisement. He is amazing. Absolutely amazing. If you don't know Segata Sanshiro, well, you're a fetus. You're a fetus.
Now I know.
You're a fetus, so I'm going to have to... No! No! Where's my Final Destination fetus kill? Oh no! The sound effects are not the latest one! No! Oh no! The sound effect... No, the sound effects are not the latest! I lost my... Oh no! I lost my Final Destination fetus kill. Where's my Final Destination fetus kill, please? I need my Final Destination fetus kill. I need my Final Destination fetus kill. That is a horrific thing to say, but I need my Final Destination fetus kill. Oh man. Oh man, I'm telling you, I need my Final Destination fetus kill. Oh man. Anyway, where is I? Can Tech give Appa a break already? Bro, I'm telling you. Appa finally snapped. The PC breaking was the last straw. He's using pre-recorded video of Appa Bro and pretending to hear him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Anyway, where is I? Monica was not amused. True. I was hoping you'd play his third commercial video on stream. Been doing nothing the entire week, unemployed and dealing with technical issues. Bro, you tell me. Speaking of buying, I'm about to be a first-time homeowner. Yo! Congratulations!
Yo.
Congratulations.
Yo,
that
sick.
actually deserves a clap. That's sick, bro. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. That actually deserves a clap. Absolutely amazing. Congratulations on your new home ownership. Absolutely fantastic. Good job, man. Good job. Anyway, despite the fact that I own so many Monster Hunter games, I cannot get into Monster Hunter. I prefer the story games because you get to tame the monsters. I'm not too familiar with Monster Hunter. Even though I actually have Monster Hunter Generations on Switch, I have never played it. I bought the game, but I never played it. Monster Hunter World is on the Switch.
That's funny how
Monster,
you
not
bought
Monster
the
Hunter
game.
World, sorry. Monster Hunter Generations. I have that on Switch. I have never played it. Never
you
touched
bought
it.
the game, yet you have never played it. But
Yes.
My friend who borrowed the Switch from us played it. Like, absolutely played it. To the point where he is the one who guides me through Monster Hunter stuff. Because he knows
Really?
that he plays it. Yeah.
That's crazy. Oh,
Like the friend that I play Monster Hunter World with is that person, and then he played the generations back in the Switch when he borrowed our Switch.
So
And he's essentially,
basically, my purchase results in something after all.
yeah, it's someone else playing it, but yeah.
Yeah. But
the funny thing
finally,
is,
fam, I got
he
it, fam.
played that.
I got it. Let's go. I got it. Let's kill some
okay, that's
fetus.
good.
Let's kill some fetus. Let's go. Oh man.
But yeah,
I love that
essentially,
clip.
he got it, and then like, wait, why is it not working?
Hmm.
Oh, okay. He got it, and then once he played Monster Hunter World afterwards, he also borrowed our PS4 once, right? And then he played Monster Hunter World in PS4, and then he realized, wow, Monster Hunter World gave you a lot of quality of life changes because like the old game is old and shit.
Yes.
But now that we're gonna play Rise, we're gonna see.
Yeah.
Pretty great though.
Monster Hunter Rise not as good as World. Subjective philosophical point of view. Did you actually say that?
Monster Hunter Wilds is
No,
not good
Rise
as World.
is not as good as World.
Rise is not as good as. I say that in the sense of like graphically playing, because it's on a Switch. Like you can definitely tell how it looks worse in the Switch. The fact that it's in the Switch, but I don't know. Maybe because now it's in PC, it's better. But then I definitely think that subjectively speaking, the graphics looks worse. But
Okay.
gameplay wise, I don't know, man. I haven't played it, so I can't say anything about that.
Have you seen the new swimsuits for
Can't say anything
Cammy
about that.
and Chun-Li coming to Street Fighter 6? Will they be enough to make you spend money for
Bro.
them?
Bro, I'm not gonna spend money for them, but Capcom cooks.
Capcom cooks
Capcom
indeed.
is cooking, bro.
Anyway. Have you been aware of the Ludwig Mango hoopla on Mario Kart tourney with beer? What is
that's
that?
Just
What is
I'm aware
that?
because Ludwig is my favorite streamer, but that's just stupid. It's just
What
stupid.
the
so,
fuck is that? What the fuck is that guy talking about?
So Mango is
Yeah.
the pro Smash player, right?
Uh-huh.
He's a very good Smash player. He's been the best to ever play the game at some point of time. But then the problem is he got drunk in one of the events that was hosted by Ludwig, and then in the middle of him being drunk, there was a clip where there was a camera pointed. I don't know who it was. I think it was two female streamers. I forgot who.
Uh-huh.
Like let's just say let's say it's
Okay,
like
female
Pokemon
streamers,
or like
and then?
Valkyrie or something like that. There's two female streamers on camera. I forgot who. I don't know who. I forgot. And then there's footage of Mango was just humping the female streamer's head
What?
like from the back. Genuinely.
What?
And apparently he was like he's drunk. Apparently
Humping the
he
female
just said
streamers
he's
from the
drunk.
back?
Yeah, like you can literally see it. Like there's a clip
That's
for it.
crazy.
And then that is crazy. And then he just said he's drunk. And then at that point, he got dropped out of his team. Like he's been sponsored. I think it was Cloud9 for so long that he just got fucking dropped out. Understandably. Understandably. That's just blatant sexual harassment. Sexual harassment on public. So yikes. I can say that is yikes.
All right. Anyway, where is I? I like it when I like it when they just don't translate move name. It sounds cool. Yeah, I prefer it that way personally. Renowned fence sitter telling people to stop fence sitting. Wait, who's the fence sitter? And who's telling people to not fence it? It's no Thor is not a nepotism babe. Thor is not a nepotism baby, and he's not an industry plant. That is factually incorrect information. Okay, how are they factually incorrect? I have heard that he was formerly a Blizzard, and he got that position because he was like a relative to one of like the Blizzard developers. That's the information that I heard.
Wait, dude, isn't his dad is a Blizzard developer?
Yeah, that's the information that I heard, and from what I've seen, that's true.
Because I don't know, but
From what I've seen, that's true.
I'm not gonna say
So
anything, but-
I don't
'cause
understand
know,
how
but
it can
still.
be factually inaccurate. That does not take away the
okay,
fact.
fam. I got my avatar working, so I'm just gonna switch off from this and go back and go to my avatar.
All right, you do that. That does not take away the fact that his criticism is seen as destructive, because his criticism is destructive. Like he blatantly lied. There are many moments where he
Bro,
blatantly
he's
lied.
spreading misinformation. to the
He's
point where
spreading
he's
misinformation.
fucking
He blatantly
Mr.
lied.
Information, bro. Come on, yo.
About the nature of the actual thing of the actual petition. Sorry, not petition, more like the law, the proposal for the law. There's a channel reviewing World War II anime calling the entire devs and players of Cancol and Azure Lane pedophile. Well, that's your subjective philosophical point of view. And you're wrong. But okay. Did you see the Chinese dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! DM that has Joey being called the R word?
Hey,
oh man.
that works.
You know, funny thing. Oh, that's very nice. The funny thing is, fam, I think I was watching like I forgot. Oh yeah, this is right. So I was watching Linkara's review, right? For the countdown to Final Crisis. I was watching Linkara's review, and there's one point, right, where Donna Troy, you know Donna Troy, right?
Okay.
Right.
Like
There's
the
one
DC character.
Yeah, DC character. There's one point in the comic where Donna Troy was so pissed at Todd, right? She said,
understandably.
She said, right? I mean, who doesn't get pissed off at Jason Todd, right? Right. But yeah, she got so pissed off at Todd. She said something along the lines of, "Well, at least you're not this retarded." or something along those lines. I'm just paraphrasing, but she said retarded. And I'm like, well, there you go. That's Jason. That's Jason Todd in a nutshell. He's a retard. Anyway, where is I? After I hear the new Gundam Seed Destiny dub, a redub of like Zeta being made and becoming the default would scare me. I think the reason why Sonic more popular in the West is because there's more furry there. No, that has nothing to do with anything. It's not because there are more furries in the West. There are furries in Japan too. But the reason why Sonic is popular is because Sonic is just a really cool character.
Because Sonic is popular.
Sonic is just a really cool character. And a lot of kids love Sonic. That's why a lot of kids in the West love Sonic. That's why he's popular. Been playing Half-Life 2 for the first time with the new laptop I got. Great game. Can see what such a hit when it came out. Bro, a lot of people say, there are plenty of people that say, well, Half-Life 2, I don't see nothing special about Half-Life 2. It is overrated, etc., etc. I vehemently disagree. Oh, son of a dingus. Oh, there you go. OBS disconnected for a bit. Anyway, yeah, I vehemently disagree with those people. I think Half-Life 2 is a fucking phenomenal game. There's a reason why it is one of the greatest games of all time. It's definitely one of my top tier games of all time. Absolutely love it. The Sonic movies also a hit in the West, but not in Japan. Yes. The 2 Heart remake for the Switch is called the original, but missing the adult scenes. Wow. Sonic movies not being hit in Japan isn't a surprise. Yes. I can't really choose between the original cast from the adventure games or the 4Kids cast for Sonic, but I do prefer both to the current cast overall. I'm not too familiar with either to distinguish between the differences. Honestly, I can't tell one whose Sonic cast with more than the other, honestly. When a character dies for no reason because whatever killed them has been edited out. Face off. Sounds like some real Ethan Hunt level bullshit. Share Appa Critic commercials treated as Pop-Tarts. Don't see the reason why. PewDiePie's no longer in the top 10. Yeah, he's not. But the fact that he's doing all sorts of crazy shit in the tech-related stuff is crazy.
But he's just living his own life, bro. He's just chilling.
Yes. PewDiePie wearing tinfoil hat telling how Google is bad is quite unexpected. I didn't use Switch Linux as his main PC. He built a second PC as Linux. I'm pretty sure he used his Steam. If I recall correctly, he did everything, a lot of the stuff that he did on the de-Googling himself, he did all of that on his Steam Deck, which is even crazier.
That is crazy.
That is even crazier.
Right,
the fact
that
that is like a flex and a half on how great the PewDiePie is like progressed. Like he learns how to draw himself, and he also learns how to de-Google himself. Like he is self-improving himself in a degree that I find impressive for a retired YouTuber. Technically speaking, he's not retired, but he is at this point. Anyway, please do not use Arch without experience in Linux. Straight up, do not. Is Ubuntu new Linux user friendly? No, it is not. I recommend if you are very, very new to Linux, use Linux Mint. That is the only one that I recommend that is like straight up, at the very least, usable. I'll probably stick to Windows for the foreseeable future, but good for Felix. The browser I've used for the longest is Firefox. Been using it since the 2000s. I'll stick with Windows too, but I'll use Appa's tips to make Windows bearable. Yes, you should. Absolutely. You cannot use Windows without using my tips. I'm telling you, use my tips. I apply my tips to basically every Windows 11 PC that I see. I apply my tips. Otherwise, those PCs gonna run like ass. I hate One UI. Understandable. Have a nice day.
That's me too, bro.
Understandable. Have a nice day. I personally love it. Maybe double in side loading on a different drive or something, but yeah. I turned some rinky-dink Office PC to a server in the drive. Works pretty well. Hey, that's amazing. That is amazing. If you have the time and the dedication to actually do that, I salute you. I'm sticking to Google Drive. It's the same with YouTube Premium, right? It's the same with YouTube Premium. I buy a subscription to Google Drive, not because I can't set up my own server, but because I don't have time to learn. I just couldn't be bothered to learn how to set up my own server. I can do that, but I was like, oh, fuck that. I would rather just save. I have loads of stuff that I need to save, and I need them on the cloud. Like 100 gigs of it is plenty enough. Same with YouTube Premium. Like, I could not be bothered learning how to set up the ad blocker for YouTube Premium. I personally couldn't be bothered. So I was like, fuck it. I'll just pay for YouTube for one.
And we get YouTube Music.
Yeah, and I also get the benefit for YouTube Music. I like YouTube Music. And for two, I actually support the content creators that I watch way better than if I just watch the ads. So I get no ads, I get YouTube Music, and I get to support the content creators that I watch, that I actually watch on YouTube way better than if I just watch them with ads. So yeah, I'd say to me at least, and also they're pretty cheap here in Indonesia, so that's why I decided to go to the YouTube Premium route. But I'm not saying that you guys should go for the YouTube Premium route.
You should.
You guys, if you want to go to the YouTube Premium route,
folks, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. If you're perfectly fine with playing basically whack-a-mole with YouTube, because that's what you're doing with the whole YouTube trend, because YouTube is aggressively trying to destroy all sorts of forms of ad blockers by slowing down your videos. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. I hate that. And I also couldn't have the time. I couldn't be bothered to find a way to break through that. I was like, okay, fuck it. I'll give up. I'll just buy a YouTube Premium. But I've had YouTube Premium for a while now, so it's not exactly an issue for me. But it is definitely an issue for a lot of people. And if you're willing to play whack-a-mole with YouTube, so every single time YouTube add a restriction, you have to smack it down. Smack it down with whatever it is. You're just playing whack-a-mole with YouTube, except instead of a mole, it's YouTube ads. If you want to play whack-a-mole with YouTube, go ahead. That's your choice at the end of the day. Personally, I couldn't be bothered, so I'll just pay. But yeah, that's why I can totally understand why people chose to buy a subscription for Netflix, even though I've watched Squid Game Season 3 without any subscription to Netflix. I got them from my trusted sources on the sales of 7 Seas, but I get to watch the whole thing without actually paying a subscription to Netflix. But I can totally see why people want to pay a Netflix subscription or any subscription at all. Because again, those things, right? It's convenient. It's the convenience that people pay. And I personally find playing whack-a-mole with YouTube incredibly inconvenient. So that's why I don't do it. Anyway, Cairo Silicon tip, $1. I cannot switch to Linux. Unfortunately, Windows Office is too good. Oh, I can relate. Yeah, Windows Office 365 is flippin' amazing. I love Office 365. It is such a good Office suite. It's better than Google Docs. It's better than the open source alternative. It is simply better in almost every imaginable way. I love it. The problem is it's only Windows exclusive, and that's why I'm sticking to Windows for a foreseeable future. Pirated games will be far more difficult to obtain on Linux. That is also true. And I'm currently on Windows dominant country, so if any Linux issues I can't fix alone will be a devastating problem. That is definitely a huge consideration when you are going Linux. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Right? If you are working with somebody else, it is better to have softwares that are compatible with each other. Browser-based especially helps, right? I'm convinced that guy is a fan of Castlevania 3 and never finished another game. Oof. Got anything to say to the Redditors that say that watching too much anime makes you want to commit incest?
Who? How? Whom's?
I have no idea where that came from, but I can tell you for a fact that I watch plenty of anime, loads of anime, maybe too much even, depending on your standards. But to say that anime makes you want to commit incest is definitely a huge misunderstanding.
Stretch, bro.
A huge stretch. Religious war, and the war is on who's the best girl in Neon Genesis Evangelion. Pewd start with Mint and then he installed Arch on his laptop. Whoa. Well, there you go. Tokyo Mirage Session should never advertise itself as Seimai Tensei X Fire Emblem. People thought it's going to have both franchise characters beating each other. Not idol BS. I know Internet Explorer was a running joke with people, but it's been so long since I've used it that I can barely remember it. Was Internet Explorer even that good? No. No. I can definitively say for a fact that Internet Explorer was never good. It was never good.
Yeah,
and the
I'm using
reason
Edge
why...
right now, which is pretty much,
Yeah.
spiritual successor. But
Yeah. The reason why Internet Explorer was never good is because they refuse to innovate. Because they think that because they are pre-installed in every Windows PC at the time, right? Actually, no, they're still pre-installed in Windows PC right now. It's just they go with a different name. They use Microsoft Edge now. But point is, just because they have the dominant Windows ecosystem, and Windows ecosystem is dominating the market, and they're pre-installed with Windows, doesn't mean they have to innovate. That's what Microsoft thinks with Internet Explorer. They don't have to innovate Jack Squad because people are gonna use Internet Explorer. That's the only thing that people have, right? And then Google Chrome came in. Google Chrome has tabs, and tabs just revolutionized browsers in general. Just straight up a revolution in that department. And Windows Explorer, they update to the newest version. The newest version has tabs, but it's not as good as Chrome. Doesn't run well as Chrome. It runs less memory as Chrome at the time. Nowadays, Chrome is a huge memory hog, but back in the day, Windows Explorer is the one that's hogging all the memories. Then it also came in Firefox, which is a great competition. All of these browsers, they do all sorts of things that are way better than what Microsoft Internet Explorer offers. And because of that, Microsoft just refuses to improve their formula in any possible way. That's why Microsoft Internet Explorer sucks. It's because they refuse to innovate. It's to the point where, to this day, right now, Microsoft Edge is Chromium-based, which means it's basically just Google Chrome. And most people use Google Chrome anyway. That's why I don't use Google Chrome right now. I have never touched Google Chrome for a long ass time. I don't know what the hell the features are in Google Chrome right now, but I've been using Edge because I'm too lazy to install in a browser. Because Edge is basically just Google Chrome with a lot of more features than Google Chrome.
I have this weird thing where I have both Edge and Google Chrome. And I use Edge on a daily basis every day, every time. It's nice. But for some reason, I never updated my default browser on my PC. So every time I open a link on my PC, it still goes to Google Chrome. So I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, but I'm just too lazy, I guess. But the good thing is that the only thing that I like about Edge, well, maybe not like, but at this point, like the one thing that makes me want to stop using Google Chrome, especially since I have a Google Pixel now, is the amount of times where, because it's on my Pixel, like the browser that's there is Chrome, definitely. And then like every time I want to look up something, like let's just say I want to look up, like there's this one time where I will look up, okay, I want to look up a company that can rent out a bicycle. Right? And I'm like, okay, that's what I want to do. The worst thing about it is that I did that on Chrome, and then suddenly my Instagram is filled with ads of companies that rent bicycles. Like, I hate that. And if I do that on Edge, I won't face the same problem. So that's why I like Edge.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the thing with Edge, right? Actually, a lot of the thing with browsers in general and the way just companies just take all your information and everything like that. It just makes you, where's my computer throw? Where's my computer throw to the garbage clip? It's this.
Thank you, Ron.
Seriously. Thank you, Ron. But seriously. Yeah, so to summarize, Internet Explorer was pretty bad to the point where they have to join Chromium. They have to submit, and like their engine is shit. We're gonna have to embrace Chromium. Because Internet Explorer, it's not Internet Explorer, it's Microsoft Edge right now. And Edge is basically Chromium, so I might as well just use Edge. I don't even download Google Chrome.
Just use Edge.
Just might as well just use Edge, because I'm too lazy to download Google Chrome. I do have Google Chrome, but I barely used it. What about dialogue or event censorship, like those Fire Emblem hooplas? Again, like it really depends. It really depends on how much they censor the dialogue, how much they change the dialogue from one part to the other. I already discussed this with Fire Emblem. I forgot what the latest one is. I even forgot what the
Fire
latest
Emblem,
one is.
the latest one.
Fire Emblem, the latest one.
Awakening? No, why did I say Awakening?
Not
it's the latest one I
Awakening.
played.
Not Three Houses. What? Why did they say that the latest one is
one
3
with
houses?
the one with the protagonist that has like two
Engage.
hair, like two.
Engage.
that one.
Yeah, that's the one. Freaking Engage. Like, Engage. I talked about that hoopla already. Fire Emblem Engage, right? So, a lot of people, what do you call it? The translation issue stems on the fact that the character is given a ring, but they said it's ring of friendship. And I'm like, I don't give my friends rings. I don't do that. Unless I am Ariana Grande, maybe. No, but otherwise, no. Otherwise, no. I don't give my friend rings. And I don't give my friend rings for true friendship, quote unquote. So, while the dialogues say that they're doing it for true friendship, you can clearly see that it's not for true friendship. Anyway, did I miss any donations? I'm so sorry. Kime Masadi. Oh, I didn't. 2 Canadian. Just make sure you have enough RAM for Chrome, bro. Thank you so much for the
Make sure you
donation.
hide your little sister from.
Keep them coming. Anyway, how do you make that move, fam? I just wonder. I'm just curious.
Oh, I just installed a plugin, looked up a tutorial while we were on stream, and managed to do it. It's pretty easy, and then that's why I had to upgrade my OBS as well, because apparently it's not updated for like years.
Oh,
As
so it's an
usual,
OBS
me being
plugin.
me. Yeah, it's an OBS.
Can you
plugin.
have that as a video?
As a video?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by as a video?
So that's a photo, right?
Yeah.
So can you have that as a video?
I think it can.
All right.
I think it can just move any element that is listed in the source.
Hmm.
But the reason why I made this, I was thinking of like making this kind of thing for. I was inspired by watching a lot of Hololive YouTubers, because they do this with usually like with when they have a PNG for like a Discord call friend or something, right? So I was like, hey, I want to see how I can do that, and it's not that hard.
All right. I'll keep that in mind. I'll probably have that in case. If my PC is still broken next week, I'll probably have to stick with the avatar, unfortunately. But yeah.
Bruh.
Nintendo updated Mario Kart World, so now players are forced to do more intermission courses while matchmaking or something. Intermission courses. Why does that sound very lewd? Oh.
Ooh.
Am I allergic or something? Oh, fuck me. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with me. I am sneezing to death right now. Anyway, it's not much, but I hope it helps either the PC. Seriously. Correct. Trust in the government is absolutely a terrible choice, but sometimes it is your only option. That or the legal system, which aren't exactly a winning game. If Shinji fucked Rei, would that be incest? Kinda. But they're fictional characters, so who cares? I'd be an Indian, but I don't like the government at all. Being patriotic and being blind to your country's bullshit are not the same thing. Yes. The Canadian government had a hand in founding of SBI, Sweet Baby Inc. Does anybody care about Sweet Baby Inc. still? Is that like still a thing now? I haven't heard of them since last year, so I don't understand why they popped up in your head. I think that's why I don't mind the censorship in the Smash game. Sakurai always explained why these changes were made, like why Mai wasn't a cameo in the King of Fighters stage or why Pyra has leggings. Why is Appa behind the screen? Because my PC broke. I have a flag flying out front. If the aliens or anyone else came, I'll gladly give them directions to the DC. True. The vice president apparently has an hentai account. The Indonesian vice president?
Let's go, dude.
I'm not blaming him, but it is very funny. What's the Indonesia okay meme?
Okay, gas.
Okay, gas? Oh, this one? The okay, gas one? I'll play that. Where's my okay, gas? Okay, gas! Let's go! Okay, gas!
Assalamualaikum. Dalam program gas LPG 3 kilo gratis sasar program untuk masyarakat non-miskin agar masyarakat Republik Indonesia semakin okay gas. Okay, gas.
Okay, gas! Okay, gas!
Essentially, to explain it, essentially it's just a campaign slogan for our current president back then when he was campaigning.
Yes.
So it's the Indonesian version of Make America Great Again.
Yeah, it's the Indonesian version of Make America Great Again. So just say, okay, gas, okay, gas. We say gas, right? Gas in Indonesian case, like you know what gas means, right? Gas.
I remember that one Twitter. I think it was a VTuber who said, "What's English for gas?" And then someone just replied, "Gas."
Gas.
That's not
what do you mean? What's
mean.
English for
I
gas?
meant, like...
It's literally gas.
but gas essentially is used like "let's go," like you know.
Yeah.
If I say like, "Hey, wanna hit up the gym?" and like gas, like let's go.
No, fam, the best, that's true, right? But in my opinion, the best way to make English people understand the gas is the initial D song.
Pretty much, that works.
Yeah, the initial D song, guys. If you want to know why we say gas, ayo, gas. It basically means let's go. Fuck yeah, let's go.
Gas
In the context of gas is in the context of the initial D song. The gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. I'm gonna step on the gas. Tonight, I don't know how you do that. It's 4-player co-op. One of the characters in Resident Evil 9 is gonna be related to one of the characters in Outbreak. Was it 4-player though? I remember it being 3.
I didn't realize that it is co-op like that.
I remembered it being 3, not 4. Was it 4 or 3? I remembered it being 3. Because if I play single player, I can only play against 3 AI. And unfortunately, those AI are terrible. The AI is terrible. I can give commands to them, but they don't comply to me. So I'm like, bro, just follow me and do as I say, and when you do as I say, you will survive. But none of them fucking complies, and I'm pissed. That's why I was like, this is the game that really benefits a human player. Because at least a human player, when they disobey you, you can beat the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You can gaslight them to obeying.
I'm telling you. A lot of NTR situations in dojins are easily avoidable. True. Intel can be better than AMD in certain areas and vice versa. Generally, yes. In certain areas, Intel can be better than AMD. But if I say for most people, AMD is better. In terms of longevity, AMD is better.
Oh, do you know one point where I do realize how Intel is better than AMD, fam?
Okay.
So remember when I was shopping for laptops, right? Like that was like 2022. At that point of time, that was not only me who was shopping for laptops, because I was shopping for laptops with my friends who were also at that point were going to college. So at the end of the day, there were at least 5 legions being bought, right?
5 legions being bought? Okay.
Yeah, because all of us I recommended the legions because you recommended the legion, so all of us kind of like realized, yeah, the legion is the best deal. So every one of us got a legion. Most of us have the same legion, but different configurations, right? Like I got the
3050
Ryzen
Ti.
7 ones. Yeah, most of us get the 3050 or 3050 Ti. But some like I got a Ryzen 7. Some of them got a Ryzen 5. But there's one point where my friend, he bought the Legion a bit later than us. So at that point, the stock for the Ryzen one is dead.
So he got the Intel one.
But they had the Intel one, and I was like, oh, the Intel one is not that different. So it shouldn't matter.
It should
that
do
much,
the
right?
job, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then he bought the Intel version, which is pretty much like it's not that much different in terms of the other specs, right? Because he can still game like the rest of us normally. He can still play whatever it is. The thing that made me realize that he probably got a better deal buying the Intel is when he is now in an architecture major.
Yes.
So he's doing CAD. He's doing CAD. He's doing SketchUp. He's doing all that 3D modeling and shit, right? For architecture. Now, he and another friend is doing civil engineering. So they both are pretty much doing the same kind of workload where they do a lot of SketchUp, like mechanical engineering. Sorry, not mechanical. Engineering kind of SketchUp, right? Engineering work in their laptop. And then that's when they realize my friend who had the Ryzen system is way slower when it comes to doing the SketchUp. Yeah.
Really?
Like, wait, that should make sense. Like I don't see why, but then I realized, it's probably because they're using the same specs, like in paper, right? On paper they're using the same specs, and they're using the same application. And I realized, maybe the application is genuinely just more optimized for Intel users, right?
Yeah.
And that's like another thing that we never really considered about when we get stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Like we never considered the fact that some applications they just simply run better on Intel compared to what it is run on AMD. But one thing that I also find very interesting about there could also be the fact that he's probably getting a way better CPU than the one that they got. That's also
I don't think so. I don't think so, because I remember at that point of time we had the similar budget, right? So we couldn't be like that different with each other, right?
Yes, but I'm telling you, fam, if you buy a PC in 2020, I'm telling you, if you buy a laptop in 2023 for 15 million rupiah, it is going to be way different if you buy a laptop in 2025 for 15 million rupiah. The specs are radically different.
When I said later, fam, I think it was just a span of 1 month. So it's still 2022.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Maybe
in that
it
case,
was
that
a
is
gen
gone.
difference. Maybe
Maybe
it was a gen difference.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like the one that I got is Ryzen 7000. Sorry, 6000, right?
Uh.
But some of my friends got Ryzen 5000.
Uh.
And then what's the equivalent to the Ryzen 6000 for Intel? I think it was 12. 12? Is it 12 or 13? I forgot. But I think
Yeah.
it's like one of those cases where
Yeah.
where he got a gen difference probably. It
Yeah.
could be that.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so I think that
It
is
is
the case.
interesting.
So productivity stuff is better on Intel, whereas AMD is just better in gaming.
I think that is a consensus that can be like widely accepted.
All right. Anyway, where is I? We got auraless vice president here. Oh, true. Maybe Ganjar would have had some aura. I'm telling you.
Bro. Come on,
Is-
y'all.
Is tungtung sahur a damaging Indonesian cultural export? I have no idea what tungtung sahur is.
How
I
do
have-
you not know what Tung Tung Sahur is?
I have
Come
no
on.
idea what that is. I am not so in
I don't
tune
think
with
it's
Indonesian.
damaging.
I have-
Because compared to the other Italian brain rots, they're worse.
Uh-huh.
So Tung 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 is not so bad.
Yeah. I remember back in 2013, Angry Joe saying they're not gonna take away our booba. Look how wrong he is. That was first off, that was in 2014. That was like literally almost a decade ago. And second, he has basically, if you've been watching him, which are regularly, which I have, he has been taken. He's taken back on that for one. Like his latest stance on I would still have to play that clip where he was playing The Last of Us, and he was like, Last of Us Part 2, and it was like he was also complaining about how Sony games have been censored. But the sex scene between what do you call it? Who's the guy? the
Guy
chick.
and the girl.
The guy and the girl, the Abby and the whoever that guy is. I don't know. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's perfectly fine. But the anime girls, no, you can't have that. Anyway, who was expecting Ironheart to be good? Nobody expected Ironheart to be good. I've been checking out Alligator Alcatraz. It sounds badass. Show him the magic. Sega Saturn didn't sold almost all outside of Japan, so it's fair. Superman was shown in the trailer looking like Yamcha right down the post, having Crypto drag his beaten and bloody ass to the Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, he got beaten up. So? Superman got beaten up all the time. If Superman did not get beaten up,
Makes a good Superman story, bro.
that makes Superman amazing. Now that you mentioned Superman, I'm actually kind of interested in watching Smallville, because apparently, from everybody that I heard, Smallville has the best live action Lex Luthor. The best. Unquestionably, zero contest. Smallville has the best live action Lex Luthor. Like, anybody who has watched Smallville pretty much agree. They have watched all Superman materials, but it has the best live action Lex Luthor. And you know what's very funny about that? Is that the actor who played Lex Luthor in that show, Michael Rosenbaum, he has a podcast. He has a podcast show on YouTube with Nicholas Holt, the guy who played the new Lex Luthor right now. So basically, the new Lex Luthor is learning from the old Lex Luthor and how to play Lex Luthor. It's like the freaking LexCorp sponsored podcast. It is crazy, but yeah, it is funny.
Sponsored podcast.
LexCorp podcast. I'm telling you.
Wait, Nicholas Holt is the one who played it's one of the X-Men too, right? Isn't he?
Yeah, he was Beast.
Oh yeah, Beast. There we go. That one.
He was Hack McCoy, aka Beast. So yeah, where is I? That's Segata's actor's actual son. I actually didn't know that. I thought that was an actor playing his son, but that is his actual son. That's crazy. That is
That's some
crazy.
legacy right there.
That is genuine legacy sequel.
Like another installment of that legacy is probably Ice Cube's son playing Ice Cube.
Ice Cube's son playing Ice Cube. That is legacy. I like when legacy sequels or just like legacy stuff happens like that. When the dad is used to be famous and it's the son that has to like continue the legacy. It is absolutely crazy.
But the thing I like about it is that apparently even his son had to go to the audition, which is like, hey, it's doing its fair, you know. It's not like some kind of nepotism doing it.
Anyway, where is I? That fetus in Final Destination Bloodline deserved that. I agree 100%. He was an asshole. Do your best, appabend. I hope you will reconsider using those resources that I gave you with the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression. They wrote on the Lisa controversy. Guys, the issue with censorship cannot just be simply solved by sending emails to organizations or whatever, right? It is a cultural problem. There's the reason why governments or corporations decided to censor specific games or movies or media, whatever, is not because it's not because a government forced them or whatever. It's because we have the West has different cultural values compared to the East. And it's the same with Eastern games, because there are plenty of Eastern games that are Western imported Eastern games, right? Sorry, Western games on the East, right? That got censored. Resident Evil is a great example. Resident Evil completely toned down the gore in the Japanese version. Whereas in the West, gore's all around. Fuck yeah, why the fuck not? Put all the gores, hounds all day. But point is, it is a cultural issue, not an organizational issue. So while we do what we best to talk about those issues, right? We do what we best to talk about those issues. It is not something that can happen overnight. It is not something that can be, what do you call it? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best right here. The fact that we are talking about an issue is already good enough. It's already plenty good enough to talk about this issue, make people aware of that issue, and most importantly, do not force them to agree with it. Do not force them to agree with what you said, all right? Tell them the facts and let them form their own conclusions. That is one of the reasons why a lot of anti-censorship movements fail. It's like, if you disagree with these, because they think anti-censorship, like, it is the default stance. Well, I think it is the default stance, right? But there are definitely certain circumstances or situations where something got censored and they're like, okay, I can see why that got censored. I don't like it, but I can see why, right? It is the inability for people to understand that there's a different perspective in this particular issue, and that perspective should be considered, should be understood, right? In why people make those decisions. And unfortunately, that's one of the biggest problems. Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems with a lot of movements these days, is that people in that movement refuse to understand the position of the other side. And I think that's completely counterproductive. Anyway, keep him aside to $1. One of the best things about Smallville Lex is that he wanted to be good. Yes, I agree. Lionel Luthor was a terrible father. Oh, true. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep him coming. Anyway. Oh my god. That is a delicious milk. Anyway, where was I? Any spiritual successors to Pepsi Man? I don't think so. Apparently that was locked at 30 to crossplay with Japanese 3DS, but a lot of content. Kimberly's costume is day 1. They didn't screw with her hair color. Okay. Smash Play not being Sex Fest Iron Man challenge. You gotta play Nostalgia Critic commercial videos and Pop Tart, but why would I need to play that? Pirate Software's father was the fat guy in the WoW South Park episode. Okay. Okay. You watch Linkara? I used to because his takes on comics are actually pretty good. That's how I know a lot of stuff that happens in the comics. That's how his Titans retrospective is very good. And I think he does a very good job at explaining and talking about like the way the first Titans form, their origins and everything like that, and the emphasis on how Terra in the comic is a monster. Straight up, Terra in the comic is a horrible human being, not the tragic figure that was in the cartoon. No, Terra in the comic, she is fucked. Crazy. But yeah, point is, like, yeah, I do watch him. Plenty of his reviews are pretty nice, especially when he trashed like universally reviled comic. Yeah, I'm on board. Like Amazon's Attack, that's a horrible comic. That's an awful comic. There is a scene in that comic, fam, that is like so iconic, right? It is an absolute meme status where Batman looks at a bunch of swarm bees and he goes, "Bees, my god."
I thought he would go like, "Not the bees!
Not the bees! Not the bees!" Ah! No, he just goes, "Bees, my god." And I have no idea what he's trying to express. Like, he just said, "Bees, my god."
No expression.
No expression whatsoever. Dull surprise. Let's play Whack-A-Mole. Yeah. Do you expect Reddit to be credible? Depends. It depends. If we're talking about like general information that they put on their Megathread, they're pretty credible. Their R-Piracy Megathread never failed me. Now, granted, there are better resources than R-Piracy Megathread, but it is a good starting point. It is a good starting point for
Honestly,
majority of pirates.
I like free media heck yeah.
Free media, bro. If you know you've been using that,
is it a different one? Yeah, I've been using that, and the fact that I can find some very niche things there, it's really fire. But the one problem that I have with FMYH is that sometimes it doesn't really show the relative safety of things. Like
yes,
like how the our piracy thread is better at that.
Yes. Actually, there is a section on Free Media Heck yeah, that's about safety, but it's like very hidden somewhere there. But yeah, point is,
No,
like
but more of like Free Media Heck yeah lists the things that you can go to, but they don't really say if it's safe or not. Like
generally
before
safe.
you go to them.
They're generally safe, if you ask me. They are
Most
generally
of the time I go to them, they are generally safe, but
they are generally
it's
safe.
just
But again,
nicer to have more of a notice saying that hey, this might be unsafe, this might be safe, or shit like that.
true. Actually, they do that to a couple of websites. But either way, right? There are plenty of resources. If you're not a fan of Reddit for the resources of pirates, there are definitely loads and loads of other resources other than the R Piracy Megathread. But I'm telling you, I've always shielded R Piracy Megathread not as like the definitive go-to source for everything piracy related, but it is a good starting point for you to explore and find out all pirate resources all around. I'm telling you, you're definitely going to need it if you want to start off with piracy. But if you don't want to start off with piracy, well, there are definitely other subreddits you can go for. Also, our VPN, that's also very helpful if you want to check out the VPN that actually like does what it says on the tin. Anyway, Microsoft discontinued Internet Explorer back in 2022 and no longer bundles it PC post 2021. I agree, which is why I said back in the day, at the time, Internet Explorer was shit. Now they replace it with Edge, and Edge is basically just Chrome. So there are pretty much only 3 browser engines: Chromium, Firefox, and Apple's WebKit for Safari. Yes. Have you ever used Netscape Navigator? I have never used Netscape Navigator. Edge is better than Chrome. That is an actually objective truth. Not even like speaking subjectively, like that is actually objective because I can like there are features that Edge has pre-baked in way more than Chrome. Chrome is the most bare bones you can think of for a browser. Edge at least has loads of features. Now, not granted, you're not going to use all of those features, but there are definitely plenty. Edge also uses less power and still supports ad blockers for support uBlock Origin. Browser tier lists. It's pointless because it's going to be subjective. So, do you think male loneliness only happened in developed countries? No, it happened in everywhere. Male loneliness issue, it happened everywhere. My laptop got a battery life boost when I moved to Edge from Chrome. Excellent. LibreOffice is just Office stuck in 2003, while Google Doc Office Online is just good light essay making. Office just good with more in-depth document, like making thesis. Exactly. For browsers overall, I have both Firefox and Edge. Firefox my main browser, Edge is my backup. Appa is allergic to failure. Bro, if you're not allergic to failure, you are a failure as a human being. You are the definitive, you are the allergy. you are the allergy. Is OK Gas on the Google Drive? Unfortunately, no. I'll definitely upload it later, but not now. I am still too busy dealing with this. First time both Appa and his bro are using PNG on stream due to massive technical difficulties.
PNG tubers, bro.
PNG tubers all the way. Speaking of Eurobeat, I kind of like You Are My Wonder and Forever Sad due to the arcade game version of Initial D. Discord to OBS plugin. All right. I'm actually curious. What's everyone's top 3 video game composers? At the top of my head,
Soji Meguro.
Sorry? Soji Meguro.
Soji
Yeah,
Meguro.
that does work.
That's one for me. Definitely.
Jeremy Soule. Jeremy Soule. If you don't know Jeremy Soule, he composed the Hitman games and he composed the Elder Scrolls games. Phenomenal. Jeremy Soule to me.
Shit! I forgot his name.
Soji Meguro is a good point. He's a good pick.
The guy who did the entire Metal Gear Rising one. Christopher or something. I forgot.
Hans Zimmer.
Hans Zimmer is just a cop out, man.
I'm picking Hans Zimmer anyway because he did compose Crysis 2. He did compose Crysis 2. So there's that. So I pick Hans Zimmer. Why not? Anyway. Tong Tong Sahur is basically AI Gen TikTok anomaly genre of meme. The latest news of that is a game uses design and creator now yap about ethics and Baldi can't copyright it. That's stupid. Ironheart looks like it's... Yeah. Michael Rosenbaum. Smallville has the best Lex, but Smallville has too many episodes. Coming from someone that loves Smallville. That's true. I think Linkara made a joke that Smallville is 10 seasons too long. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. the funny thing about Smallville, fam? The funny thing about Smallville is that it has Green Arrow it has Blue Beetle,
I know
it
it has
has
the Flash.
Aquaman, it has the Flash, but no Superman. It has the Justice Society of America, but no Superman.
Because it's Clark Kent.
Because it's just Clark Kent, right? So I don't. Oh, it has Green Arrow, but it has no Superman. Like seriously, just think about that for a second. I'm like, how the fuck can you have Justice League, right? Technically Justice League, but no Superman? It just makes no sense. But I feel like, if you ask me, fam, I feel like Clark should have been in Smallville, because Smallville, Clark Kent is only Superman until the very end. This is not a spoiler, right? This is not exactly a spoiler. It's been like ages, but yeah. Clark Kent is only Superman at season 10. At the very, very end, he only donned the Superman suit. But throughout the rest of the seasons, he's basically using the same Superman powers to fight all his enemies. And I'm like, just put the fucking suit on already. You're basically Superman at that point. So that is a shame, because there is, I do love though, that now that I talk about Smallville, there is a phenomenal scene. Now I don't watch the latest CW DC shows, but there is a phenomenal scene in the Crisis on Infinite Earth segment where they have the Smallville Clark Kent, right?
Oh yeah, where he's just
chilling, where he's just chilling and living a normal life, and I'm like, that is so cool.
He had kids.
And he has kids with Lois Lane, and he's just living as a farm boy. And when you see him, it's like he has that Jonathan Kent energy when he's doing all that stuff. And I'm like, that is so cool.
And that is. You mentioned that the Lex was the president. I think if I recall it correctly.
Yes,
he mentioned that.
He did mention, but very briefly, it was like somebody is like the characters from the CW show. It was like the Tyler Hoechlin Superman. He was like, Lex Luthor's gonna kill you, and I'm like, Lex. I don't know, the president is in town. It was like, and the rest of the characters like, oh, Lex Luthor's fucking president? Yes, he is. Yes, he absolutely is. And I think the reason why, because it's very funny, because Lex Luthor in the Smallville one, he's not necessarily a bad, he can be a bad guy, but he tries to be good, right? So the fact that Superman gives up his power, right, and puts himself down on the human level, that is something that, oh my Ayang. He just gets me out of nowhere. But yeah, that is something that Kim can do, right? So anyway, where is I? Correct, because if you remember, 4 kids with sensory anime, not because the government made them to do it due to Western sensibilities. I also recommend watching Doug's older commercial reviews. Japanese Resident Evil 7 has a version with the highest classification, and it is still censored. Yes. I like Linkara. His comic commentaries are still pretty base. Used to follow Linkara, even met him at a convention. Now I don't care much about him, and many are former Channel Awesome producers. Honestly, like, there are only a couple of former Channel Awesome producers that I still watch. The first one is, well, Nostalgia Critic. Not even a former Channel Awesome. He's like actual Channel Awesome, right? I still watch him occasionally from time to time. He does have a couple of new shows, but I don't watch that. The second one is the one that I only recently watched is Linkara, because I still like his comic takes. Right? Putting aside politics, putting aside whatever the fuck happened, putting aside whatever drama that he's gotten into, right? I still like his comic takes are still very good, and he also can be very funny. And that's why I watch him. And the other one that also makes me keep up with pop music is Thought in the Shadows. I still watch him. His reviews are still genuinely very good. And he's able to shed some light to what the fuck is going on with pop music. It is something that I'm actually kind of interested in too, because I do like to listen to pop music here and there. So yeah, those are the only ones that I've watched. Lionel Luthor was that bad of a guy who flip-flopped between good and bad depending on the seasons. The way he died trying to become a good guy again was tragic. Kimura Sandy, tip 146, 2 Canadian. They also had Doomsday, played by Starkiller/Maul. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. They had Doomsday, they had Darkseid. Like, it's crazy. Linkara has a lot of secrets though. I know. But again, it's I can put that aside. If he makes good content, which he still does, I can put that aside. I used Netscape Navigator back in the day. It was much better than Internet Explorer, though it ended freeze up a lot. RVPN, is that a mega threat or just a subreddit? That's a subreddit. Appa, I'm sad that you have no love for Brave browser. I have had dodgy issues with Brave. I don't particularly recommend it. There's a point where in which I use Brave, and it basically soft blocked my channel. And I had to consult Google for that. It basically, I tried login to Brave so many times, but I couldn't log in. And because of that, Google suspected my login as suspicious, and that's why they soft blocked my channel. There is a point in which you guys cannot even see my streams because I got soft blocked by YouTube. I have no idea what's going on. So that's why I was like, no, I'm not using no Brave no more. I'm not using Brave no more. Oh, Finland is also pretty good. I like his reviews. Jeremy Soul also composed the Harry Potter games. The reason why I want you to play it on the stream because of how hilarious it will be to others. Well, a lot of clips are like that. Did I miss you going to the Hooplas I sent? No. I still haven't read the Hooplas that you sent. I'm sorry. Smallville Lewis is great. The Smallville is supposed to be 7 seasons before. True. Spoilers! Clark Kent is Superman. Now that's fake news. That's fake news. What is wrong with you? Clark Kent is just some normal. Clark Kent is just some normal reporter in the Daily Planet. Who the fuck? You think that fucking phony ass guy is Superman? Please, come on, y'all. For some reason, Tom Welling does not want to wear the Superman costume. Ah, true. No Superman because WB was told you couldn't use cape or fly. Yeah, true. Doomsday was on Smallville. True. Is anybody else still getting ads dumped on the stream? Yeah, that's me. That's on me. When it comes to comic YouTubers, I prefer casual comics. After the entire thing that went down with Change the Channel and how Doug was so callous in his reaction to all of it, I couldn't continue watching the Nostalgia Critic in good conscience. Understandable, have a nice day, but I personally still enjoy his content. Oh yeah, Angry Joe, that's also the one that I follow. I still follow to this day. I still watch Angry Joe on occasion. He can be a bit over the top annoying at times. Bro, he's Angry Joe for a reason. I mean... Anyway, that's the end of the chat, but I do also have to read a couple of the news that are sent by Silicon. Thank you so much. Elon Els, they conducted the first public testing of their robo-taxi project, and people criticize it because, well, apparently...
Because it's a bad idea in the first place, bro.
Because it's a bad idea in general. Just bad idea. 2 to 4 out of 5 failure rates. Crazy. The Forgotten Liver King got arrested and facing charges of misdemeanor for making a threat to Joe Rogan. Woof. AI and Crypto Hoopla.
Seth Rogen, fam. Not Joe Rogan. Seth Rogen.
Seth Rogen. Okay. The founder of OpenAI has another company, World ID. Purpose is the name taking retina scans to ID a person to prove that person is actually human and not for AI. That's crazy. NVIDIA Hoopla. Bad news for your 50 series laptop dreams. Reports that the pricing of the 50 series of laptops are out and they are apparently through the roof. I've seen it and... that's to be expected for early release of the 50 series. That is personally to be expected. I've seen the prices and yeah, that is to be expected. But that's not the funniest NVIDIA Hoopla that we got for this week. And I'll show you later. Nintendo Hoopla group just did the Fast and Furious truck. Oh, we'll talk about that later. Despite them having... Intel having reports of working on new Nova Lake S chipset, new GPU in the works, things are still not looking good. 15-20% layoffs. Absolutely fantastic. Stop killing games. We're going to talk about that way later. Later. Why is it always ex-Blizzard employees? First Grums, now Pirate Software that talks about all this dumb takes. Both of them also have questionable Kickstarter games. You can't take a man out of Blizzard, but you can't take the Blizzard out of a man. Woof.
Damn.
Many of his videos are missing in YouTube. Yikes. Yeah, he's notorious for blocking people and copyright striking people and DMCAing people. And I'm like, I'm telling you, definitely not somebody that you're gonna have to root for. The Danish government is planning to transition to Linux-based architecture as a way to get out of Microsoft various issues already reported to the EU Parliament and what is currently in the various cases against the company. However, these transitions are not that easy, as one German city tried to do the same years ago but returned to Microsoft-based architecture due to various users' compatibility and infrastructure issues. Well, duh. Because Windows is just more familiar and easy. Rise in AI streamers is getting viral. Not AI as in Kizuna AI. No, that would require work as in like genuine AI. Like
slop.
Like slop. AI slop. Mr. Beast's AI thumbnail is removed. He apologized to the whole thing. We talked about that already. Actually, no, we haven't talked about him removing the whole thing, but he did apologize. But we did talk about that stupidity. FBI just arrested a person for making threats against a mosque. Bro. Court evidence also screenshots from Roblox when confronted in real life. Mr. Berger, yes, that was the registered defendant, was arrested. The FBI found a gun in his home, admitted to, and I quote from the case of documents themselves, well, I guess I am one. Why do you admit? Did you just admit that you were a terrorist? Anyways.
Bro.
Smallville was originally 7 seasons before the network ordered 3 more. Keep it my sanity tip. $1. There was a change in the focus as a result. I believe Miller and Go, the showrunners, later went on to Wednesday and Beetlejuice. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Scalpers gone wild with Pokemon. To be expected. TOS update for YouTube. Any users 13 to 15 who wish to live stream must be visibly accompanied by an adult.
Oh.
Man.
Yikes.
Thank God I was there, right, fam? Whenever we were doing stream together. Remember that? Oh.
That's true.
For YouTube and AI Hoopla, YouTube recently added new AI-powered feature that auto-translates videos into different languages. I saw that. And
I
it
saw that.
sucks. And it sucks. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. Brazil had a hot air balloon burst to flames during flight. 21 passengers, including the pilot, 8 died, 4 died in the fall, 4 died from burns. Jeez.
Damn.
For government hoopla, someone's mad. US president just went from orange to red after more shenanigans in the Middle East. Oh God, don't even get me started on that. Schrodinger's tariffs. US president just went from orange to red again. Canada as they started new tax for digital companies like Google, Facebook, etc. Tech hoopla. Better prepare your computer build plans. Supplies will be dwindling as time goes on. D-Brand has apologized for their former response for Tech Hoopla, which is basically the US president playbook. Blame someone else for their faulty Nintendo Switch 2 case. More problematic updates. If you're using Windows Hello and laptops, they launched an update in Windows Hello for their facial scan. They now require you use both webcam and IR camera. Woof. Woof, 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 woof. Creator of Microsoft and creator of Linux have met in person for the first time for a level-headed meeting, quote-unquote. Remember when Copilot told me I'm helping someone in chat about an NVIDIA RTX 9070 XT? One existed. A Reddit user traded their non-functioning Asus AMD 9070 XT card for a replacement. But apparently in the base plate, it says RTX. So they got the wrong base plate for the wrong GPU. German tech blog site ComputerBase found a way to test GPU performance called the IPC, or instruction per cycle. Basically how much processor gets done every time it sends an electric signal to the computer. They test the latest GPU and their earlier generations to see if there are some improvements. AMD got 20% IPC jump from the 7000 series to the 9000 series and 31% in ray tracing. NVIDIA, words cannot express what you will see. Okay. What the fuck happened with NVIDIA? Why do you have to cite a separate website for that? The fact that you have to cite a separate website for that is already scary. It's already a pretty scary prospect, but let me see what is going on. Yeah. Just. Oh, what is this? This is in German. This is in German. Let me just
9.
Okay, what is the statistics for the RTX? Is that like 50%? Hold on, maybe I should check the original email from. Maybe I should check the original email from there, the Hoopla collection. Babe. 54%. 54%? Wait, hold on. From the RTX 5070 Ti and the RTX 4070 Ti, the difference, fam, right? Get ready for this, fam, is 0.04% IPC difference.
Wait. From the what to the what?
From the RTX 4070 Ti to the 5070 Ti, the difference, performance difference, the IPC, the instruction per clock is 0.04%. That's fucking insane. And it's right to $1.
So they're selling fake frames, bro. For real.
True. And it's right to $1. Unlike the guy who admitted that he's a terrorist and Cairo Silicon News, Hamas Spiker won't admit he's a terrorist sympathizer. Ooh, thank you so much for the donation. Keep him coming. Larry the Bluebird of Twitter is dead. Well, I have the screenshot. I have the logo basically plastered on my videos already, so. Someone's creating software to Snapchat's glasses to be an in-real-life ad blocker. Woof. Someone just got a deal with Lifetime at Goodwill as he found a PC with a fully functioning RTX 3080 Ti and Ryzen 7 3800X installed with an AI liquid cooler for $30! That's crazy. No way. How can you get a $30 PC with an RTX 3080 Ti? That's bonkers. That's like getting a diamond for. That's like getting like a Master Emerald diamond for $5. That's fucking robbery.
That's the holy grail right there.
That's the holy grail. For tech news, Guild Games has added a tip jar on their website for every purchase. They promised that the tips will be heading to the game preservation program. As they said, it's either this or a price increase in cost of board. Well, at least it's consensual. And those are all. Whoa, why am I? Those are all the. Why are you at the top?
Why am I being risen?
Oh, is it? It's because you are. I don't understand why this is not.
Reason.
Okay, there you go. That should work. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we made it to the end of the Q&A session. It is time for get into the APB intro. So, and where's my APB intro? There you go. Let's play the APB intro real quick. Wait, hold on. Where's the video not popping in the right direction? Why is this black? There you go. There you go. Try that again. God dang these features, man. I swear to God, like, why are y'all doing that shit, man? I'm telling you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the APB show. Oh my God, finally we get into the hooplas, the meme, the cringe. Oh my God, oh my God. Where's my oh my God sing? Oh my God. Man, I missed that. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the next installment of the APB show. But before we get to the APB show, as always, we need to get to the previously on the APB show. Loads and loads of stuff to talk about, loads and loads of things to discuss. Where's my APB 232? APB 232.
The Tomo to my Dutchies, man. For real.
And why is it... That's great that you show APB 232, but you're not showing it on the monitor that I want. That's not the right monitor. Okay, that should be the right monitor. Alright, APB 232. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for get to the APB 232. But, as always, before we get to the APB 232, I do have to start the timer here real quick. So, let's start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go! Timer has begun. It is time, once again, to recap what just happened. Whoa, hold on. All right. Oh, yeah. Anyway, it is time to recap what just happened with the chess pieces. What just happened? What just happened last week in the APB show? So, previously on the APB show, thank you so much for the support, guys. If you guys want to support the channel, check out the links below. I forgot to actually put the supports for this week's sponsors. Let me put that real quick. But regardless, previously on the APB show, we have Spotify's evil gay retard mix. Don't know where that come from. Outrage on Final Destination Bloodlines. Like, I can't believe that we have a moral panic on Final Destination. Of all the movies that we have a moral outrage of, I did not expect to be Final Destination. Come on, y'all. Oh my God. Unironically, abolish hospital according to this insane take. Crazy, right? FaZe Lacey decided to e-bag and complain that he's getting less money, etc, etc. Bro, ladies and gentlemen, help a brother out, guys. Oh my God, we are halfway to super chats, guys. That's crazy. We're halfway to super chat. 20% of 5th into the stream elements. If we can make it to halfway to stream elements, guys, come on, y'all. Stream elements, links below. That'd be great. You're supporting the channel. Help a brother out.
Bro. Come on, y'all.
Seriously, ChatGPT is making people dumber and dumber. They're using ChatGPT to contact spirits of the dead. I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Of course, that's what you do.
Yeah, it's exactly what you do with ChatGPT, contacting the spirits of the dead. And you're telling me that last week wasn't freaking wild. I'm telling you. But yeah, contact the spirits of the dead with ChatGPT. Loads of idiocy for ChatGPT. This dumbass thinks that I am making a serious point to this one. Me in real life, come the fuck on, y'all. Beta male era. This dumbass, I remember this one. This guy called me beta male. Fucking beta male. That's crazy. Crazy. But hey, people are just gonna be like that, right? People are just gonna be like that. Apparently, AI claims that this is AI generate. Some AI bro claims that Van Gogh is Lady Gaga referenced Van Gogh, even though that's not a Van Gogh painting. There's
fake.
genuine AI piss. Like seriously, the piss rot in AI generated art is real. I don't understand how.
Why does it turn yellow? I genuinely want to know.
I do not understand why AI art, AI just stuff in general, they turn yellow like that. It is crazy. It is insane. AI bros failing, etc. And there's a video that is supposed to be dunking on AI, anti-AI critics, right? Anti-AI and AI critics in general. But all those points I agree with. So I don't understand what the fuck that guy is on about. Regardless, there's Mr. Beast's stupid AI that he apologized for, that you have to pay $80 for this. What?
Bro.
The AI, like his AI software that he's promoting to everybody, you have to pay $80. I forgot to show this on my last stream, but $80 is Pro Plus AI. Like, are you mad? Mr. Beast, are you actually out of your mind, Mr. Beast? Are you mad?
Are you mad? Are you mad?
Crazy. Grok refuses orders all the time, again and again. Absolutely. This guy asked Grok, what is a terabyte? Seriously? This guy asked Grok, who is Chun-Li? And this AI... well, it's appropriate that I got a haircut for this.
Wow.
It's appropriate that I got a haircut for that. ChatGPT girlfriend and just ChatGPT boyfriend. The AI boyfriends. Just the most miserable, absolutely miserable, sad photos that I've seen in my entire life. It's just sad. Just depressing. Cooking own meals is apparently more expensive than eating out. And if you want to hear the reason, hey, just here's the text swap for you. I hope AI kills your career, but at least I have a career, right? Ooh. This person is retiring at the age of 30, but the problem is they also have embezzlement allegations and fraud allegations. Crazy, right? Stellar set a new peak of 188,000 concurrent players on Steam. Absolutely crazy. And this person right here is incredibly salty. Bunch of perverts. Well, yeah. And apparently being a pervert is a bad thing. And this person got caught in 4K praising Stellar Blade as well. But no, I praise Stellar Blade for the gameplay. I'm not a pervert. I'm not a freak. Yeah, right. Bro, there's nothing wrong with just admitting that, bro. There's really nothing wrong with that. Loads of Nintendo Switch fans are upset because of the Switch 2. Like, I don't understand why. Sorry, about the Steam Deck and people emulating games on the Steam Deck. And people are salty about that. Pirates are fuming because the Switch tools got the Nintendo Switch bricked by Nintendo. That's to be expected if you decided to hack Nintendo hardware. But this is a typical journey. Pirates are going to find hacks. Nintendo's going to cover that. Pirates are going to pop themselves out of the hole like a mole, and then Nintendo's just gonna smack it. It's a game of whack-a-mole between the pirates and Nintendo. The pirates pop up, Nintendo whacks. Pirates pop up, Nintendo whacks. Hackers pop up, Nintendo whacks them. Another hacker pop up, Nintendo whacks them. It's just a constant game of whack-a-mole. Absolutely insane, constant game of whack-a-mole. King Diddy would love to play that shit, I'm telling you. Seriously. You're allowed to have legal dumps of your own games, I agree, but you're not allowed to insert any device, and it's not allowed by Nintendo. My god, loads of salty Switch players, salty Switch gamers. Video games are apparently a waste of time, according to that dumbass. Imagine emulating Super Mario 64, because how dare Super Mario 64 be a good game, right? How dare they? Apparently, pirates do not care about game preservation. They absolutely do care about game preservation. That's how they get their free games, bro. That's how they got their free games. And this person, well, sent an old meme where apparently if you like piracy and emulation, you should be jailed. How about no? This person moved to Japan, but feeling super lonely and kind of lost, which is to be expected, unfortunately. Just self-improve, according to this incel. Just self-improve. I don't want to self-improve for some broad. No, you self-improve for yourself, bro. Do not do something for some broad. Do not do something to the approval of women. Do something for the improvement of yourself. Make yourself feel good. All of these things are things you should do anyway. Actually, most of those things. Some of those are not necessary. And this person hide comments and replies because, of course, open marriage ends in disaster, as always. That is to be expected, right? Men's mental health apparently don't matter. Crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. What causes the phenomenon of fictional characters talking to each other and then somehow they're gay, but they're not? The Fujoshis, man. This harem, Shinji, and all the Evangelion characters is apparently Yuri when it's not. It's not Yuri, bro. Ramahav is not ecchi. This person is a right-wing anime larper who is moralizing about anime. And somebody stole a PS5 for an Airbnb. That is very, very funny, but also very sad at the same time. And those are all the hooplas of last week. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. It is time to get to the hooplas of this week. Wait, hold on. That we go straight to the hooplas of this week. No, we go straight to the thumbnail one. Okay, thumbnail one, let's get straight to the hoopla of this week. But before we get to the hooplas of this week, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to mention huge thanks to all the amazing sponsors who have contributed to last week's donations, guys. This week's sponsors, thank you so much for this week's sponsors. I'll count that as technically last week, but hey, last week's shows, we got loads of sponsors. Thank you so much to all you guys. You guys are fantastic. If you want to see your name among these legends, please check out the links down below. Just $1, guys, and you have support this channel a lot. Seriously, thank you so much. Help a brother out, guys. Seriously, Stream Elements, we're almost 50%. If you can make it to 50% of Stream Elements, that'd be great. And Super Chats, we are already at 50%. If you can make it, oh no, hold on, 52% even. That is crazy. Thank you so much. You guys are insane. Also, Kiba Master Andy donated $2 Canadian that I forgot to shout out, but I forgot to shout out, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm gonna replay that. Hassan also has resting buffering face. True. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Anyway, those are all the thank yous and the hooplas previously. Now let's get actually straight into the first hoopla of the week. My bad. I don't like the romanticization of pedophilia.
What the hell?
Bro, just say pedophilia. What is wrong with you? Just say bro, just say. There's nothing stopping you from just saying that. There's nothing wrong with it. Just say pedophilia, bro. It's not that hard. What is this fetus mentality? But just drop that fetus, bro. What is this fetus mentality? But just say pedophilia. There's nothing stopping you. Why do you need to censor this so much? I don't understand why people have to say unalive, right? Unalive, or they have to censor the deaf word. It's like, I get that you're gonna get demonetized for that shit. Like, bro, if you're gonna have to talk about the topic of death, right? You're gonna talk about the topic of death, and you have to like, there's probably a good reason why you get demonetized. But all I'm saying is, I don't think it should be demonetized. But I just hate the fact that the censor of these words just lead to even dumber words. Like, just at least find more creative words to say that. Like, child predator, maybe? I don't know. Predator of children?
Drake?
Drake?
Oh, that's a wreck in my book.
Wow, what do you say after that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked. Absolutely taken down.
Wrecked of the fucking century, bro, I'm telling you. Drake, man. Oh, Drake. Drake. PDD works too, but still. It is very funny. But regardless, I do have to put it in reverse order. Anyway, regardless, this is such a dumb way to censor words. Next hoopla. Meet the T1 Premium Performance Proudly American. The Trump Mobile. Absolutely fantastic.
I can't believe we're going to talk about this.
Yes, we are definitely going to talk about the Trump Mobile. Now, when I heard about Trump Mobile, you know what? Do you know what popped up in my head, fam? What popped up in my head, right? What popped up in my head is not a mobile phone. What popped up in my head, right, is this. What popped up in my head is a bat Trumpmobile. Trumpmobile as in a Batman Trumpmobile. That's what popped up, and I was like, well, I don't really need a Trumpmobile. I don't understand why you have to send the Trumpmobile here, as if Trump is fucking Batman, right? But no, apparently it's a mobile phone, not the Trumpmobile, Trump Mobile. The T1 isn't just another smartphone. It is. It is just another smartphone. It absolutely is just another smartphone. It's a bold step towards wireless independence. No, it's not. No, it's not. Why do I have a video of Batman got captured? Oh, this is the one that I should be playing. That is crazy. This is what I think of a Trumpmobile. That is what I think of a Trumpmobile. Look at that. That is phenomenal. Yo, that Batmobile looks slick, bro. How the hell did that guy not got that? That Batmobile actually looks slick. That is crazy. How the hell did that guy got that? Anyway, so yeah. Designed with American values in mind, the T1 delivers top-tier performance, sleek design, and powerful features. Oh, really? Did it? Bro! Bro! Yeah, I wonder, this three camera structure that like forms a triangle and like circles, I wonder what it copies, right? I wonder what camera structure this one copies, right? I wonder what it is. I'm telling you. Trump Mobile, make America great again. Bro, this is cringe as fuck, bro. Oh, there's a fingerprint scanner down there. How amazing. You've had features that every modern smartphone have at this point. Crazy. American proud design. Oh, really? Is it? It's brought to life right here in the USA. And by that, I mean we exported a bunch of these generic phones from China and we slapped the USA name on it. Basically, it's the exact same thing with the Freedom Phone. Remember the Freedom Phone?
No, this doesn't remind me of the Freedom Phone, fam. This actually reminds me of something else.
What it reminds me of?
The Pablo Escobar phone.
The Pablo Escobar
Because it's also gold.
True. In aesthetically speaking, yes, it does look like the Pablo Escobar phone. But politically speaking, it's basically the Freedom Phone. You guys
Name
remember
one
the Freedom
time in
Phone?
history where the people who banned books, media, and opinions were the good guys. Hi.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Where did that whole thing come from? I just do not understand. Where did that whole thing come
Media
from?
and opinions were the good guys.
It's same
Hi,
energy, guys.
I'm Eric. I'm the world's youngest Bitcoin millionaire.
And somehow that makes you credible
I
as
made
a
it in
tech
Silicon
expert.
Valley, and I've accomplished a lot in my life already.
No, you had a lucky Bitcoin investment.
But
Very,
now,
very lucky
I'm
Bitcoin
leaving
investment.
big tech to fight for free speech.
No. Bro, imagine, I can't believe when I say this, fam, right? I am dead serious when I say this. PewDiePie, I'm dead serious. PewDiePie is fighting the big tech way more effectively than this guy. I am dead serious when I say that. PewDiePie actually fights the big tech with real effort, real effectiveness, real measurable, right? Measurable effort. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Because the big tech overlords are violating your privacy.
Yeah, if that happens, you know what you should do? You should not buy his phone. You should just literally not use a Google OS
Censoring
or
your
Android.
speech. And I think that's
Or Google apps in
so
general.
wrong. That's why I created the Freedom Phone.
It's not the Freedom Phone. It's just some... You don't create the
And it's
Freedom
a
Phone.
censorable app store.
Bro, I'm telling you, this whole Trump phone is basically, yeah, just replay. It's the Freedom Phone, except it's Trump now.
Everyone is complaining about
play
big tech
the Soldier Boy
censorship,
clip, fam.
but
He caught my whole bow for bow, word for word.
It's this one.
He copied my whole flow.
It's this one. It's this
Y'all
one.
love the Asians in Nintendo. Y'all love the white people at Microsoft. Y'all love the white people at PS4. Embrace the black community.
we support black
Academics,
business
I
here.
can bring you on board and you can even have a DJ Academics game. You Twitch your stream all day playing Fortnite and shit.
Hold on, but I'm not
support
into
the black
scamming
community.
people, though.
It's not a scam. Every game on here is licensed. It's 800 pre-installed.
This one is the Soldier Boy game. He copied my whole flow. Word for word, bar for bar. That one.
I do not have that.
Legitimately.
I do not have that clip, but it is very funny. Every one of those games are licensed. Yeah, right. But yeah, y'all get the point at this point. But hey, let's get to the specs here of the T1 Trump mobile, right? T1 phone 802 gold version. implies that there's another version other than gold, but okay. 2.5-inch punch hole AMOLED screen. AMOLED screen? Okay, good for you.
Sure.
120 hertz refresh rate, typical. 50 megapixel camera, 5000 milliamp. These are the specs. 20 watt power delivery.
Damn, that sucks.
20 watts? Really? Bro, my Infinix can go 40 watts. 33 actually. 33 watts. But I have a 40 watt charger. Come the fuck on, y'all. My Samsung can go 25 watts. You're telling me you go 20? Just 20 for real? Fingerprint sensor and AI face unlock. Oh, good for you. $499? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad with the $499?
Are you mad?
There are smartphones way cheaper and have way more features than this. $499. Are you out of your mind, Trump? You're already pretty rich. You don't need this money. Come on, yo. You're literal freaking president of the United States. You don't need this money. Why you need to sell this garbage? No, I don't see no descriptions for the CPU or the GPU. Oh, hold on. There's a memory. 256 gigabyte internal storage, but expandable via card slot. Hey, that's something at least. Fingerprint reader, rear cameras, and also front cameras, etc., etc. Front camera 60 megapixel. Hey, good on you. Gold Ember tip $1. Almost got 20. Already got 20. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Wait, already got 20 what? Oh yeah, thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. Operating system Android 15. Order your T1 today. Be the first to get your T1 trademark when you pay for your first month of Trump SM mobile service and shipping and handling fee. You'll only be charged $100 today. That doesn't sound dodgy at all. When we release the T1 phone later this year, you'll be the first to receive it. You won't be charged the remaining balance until your device ships. Best of all, you can start using Trump Mobile today on your own device. Wait, what? You can start using Trump Mobile today on your own device?
Why buy the device?
So it's an app then? Wait, so it's not an app. So does that mean that this Trump Mobile is also an app? So it's not just a phone? What? Or you can save your first month of service and activate when you receive your new T1 phone. You have the freedom to decide. Yeah, I decide to buy a better phone, please. Thank you so much, Trump, but I am good.
I decided not to buy this phone, bro.
Trump Mobile still claims his phone is made in the USA. No, it's not. It's not. It's not made in the USA. It's very clearly, obviously made in China. Oh, hold on. China. Oh, thank you. Anyway.
Don't trust China. China is asshole.
No longer promises on this website that its upcoming smartphone will be made in America. The company adjusted language on its website on or around June 22 to drop the made in USA claim. Yeah, apparently because it's not made in USA. It was designed with American values in mind. Yeah, true. Red, white, and blue American values. True red, white, and blue American values. Values such as communism. Redder than Republican Texas, I'm telling you.
Oh, it may be blue now, but soon it will be redder than Republican Texas.
Woof. Seriously. The website previously said the phone was made in the USA. Yeah, right. Archive version of the site from June 2018, the first reported. The revised language comes after industry analysts expressed skepticism about the phone's American origins, noting that its specification resembled a phone made by a Chinese manufacturer. Oh.
Bruh.
This is the clearest video I've ever seen. This is the most HD shit ever. This is 4K. How did they get you at 4K?
It's the Freedom Phone all over again. What else do I have to say? It's basically just the Freedom Phone all over again, except Trump now made it. Ugh. Absolutely crazy. Speculation to the contrary is simply inaccurate, really. Trump's organization's press release from last week announcing Trump Mobile still says the $499 gold-colored phone will be proudly designed and built in the United States. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Stop freaking lying. Just stop lying. Just shut up. My God, Trump.
Stop lying. Just shut up.
My Lord. But later, in a clip from an interview with conservative media personality Benny Johnson, Eric Trump said, eventually all the phones can be built in the United States of America. Yeah, eventually, not now. Eventually, not now. Not exactly something... not exactly something that you... Oh my God. It's not definitely now something you can make it. Good Lord. Ryan Reed, group of vice president... Ryan Reed, Group of Vice President for the International Data Corporation. I'm being attacked by my girlfriend. Anyway, previously told CNN that terms like design and built are very vague. That makes it unclear precisely what parts of the phone making process would have taken place in the US. Apple, for example, designs its phones in California, but assembles them in areas like China and India with components from international suppliers. Trump Mobile's website says the phone is brought to life right here in the USA. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Some of the T1-802's phone specifications also have changed. According to Trump's mobile website, while the phone was originally listed as having a 6.78-inch screen, the website now says it has a 6.25-inch screen. Yikes. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Trump Mobile's also no longer lists the phone's memory. But we did see the phone's memory, did we? Oh yeah, they didn't. They only list the internal storage. I just realized that. Anyway, Cairo Silicon tip $1. The Trump phone proudly made in the United States of America. Looks at the battery, made in China. Typical right-wingers selling merch these days. At least Hassan's merch is made in America. Bro, I am not bullshitting. I am not bullshitting when I say that Hassan's freaking merch are made in America. Hassan's merch, which actually makes it more ironic considering what Hassan always complained about. But the fact that Hassan's own freaking merch is made in America, whereas all these right-wing influencers do not even have their merch made in America, is absolutely freaking bonkers, right? How the fuck is Hassan right-wing? How the fuck is Hassan the right-winger? Gold member to $1. Red, white, and blue American values. All I see is gold. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Oh, speaking of gold, you know what I would love to play? You know, I'm playing this. I am so playing this. I am so playing this. This is such a classic clip, fam. If you have not seen, bro, I'm telling you, fam. If you have, now that you brought up gold, if you have not seen the classic, and I mean the classic Goldfinger clip from James Bond. Look at that elaborate torture, fam.
The purpose of our two...
elaborate torture. The absolutely elaborate laser-guided freaking torture that slowly goes to James Bond, right? Typical Bond villain stupidity, right? But that's not... I wanna play this line. I'll play this line.
Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Best line in movie history ever made ever. And it is so ironic because if you expect him to die, you could have just, you know, shoot him. But okay, let's just do the elaborate laser torture, right? Love Goldfinger. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. But yeah, where was I? Todd Weaver, CEO of Purism, one of the only known companies to actually manufacture a cell phone in the United States, and Max Weinbach, an analyst at market research firm Creative Strategies, independently told CNN previously that they believe the originally announced T1 phone looks like a version of already available Revel 7 Pro 5G. China-based WingTech, China-based WingTech provided manufacturing service for smartphones and other products and retails for around $169. That's a very nice number. That's a very nice number. First off, China, I got issues with you, China, but I have to admit, that is a very nice number. Oh my God. Very, very nice number, China. But seriously, 169, I would rather have that 169 on my Stream Elements links below. Come on, y'all. Stream Elements link below. Come on, y'all. $169 if we can make it. 69 or just $69, man. Or $6.9 just either way. Or 0.69 cents if it's actually possible. Either way, guys, come on, y'all. If we can make it the nice number one. Sorry, not nice number one, but like $30 gold for Stream Elements or Super Chats. Come on, y'all. That'd be great. So we don't have to buy this bullshit no more, fam. I'm telling you. We don't have to buy this dumbass Trump phone thingy, whatever. Ugh. Crazy. But hey, that's just how it is, right? That's just how it is. The debut of Trump's mobile came as President Trump, who is not involved in the daily operation of Trump Organization run by his sons. Baron? Is this you, Baron? Has been pressuring tech giants like Apple and Samsung to make their smartphones in the United States. Yo! Oh my God! You know what this reminds me of, fam? This reminds me of when Apple was banned in Indonesia. You know how Apple, the Apple 16, I think, was banned in Indonesia for a brief moment? Because the manufacturing of Apple, like some percentage of manufacturing of Apple products are not in Indonesia? That happened.
I remember that.
Oh, you don't know that, really?
No, I remember that. I remember that.
Yeah, you remember that. Exactly. It's basically like that, except this time it's America and they have to be like 100% American made, which is fucking impossible, bro. Considering the state of the silicon manufacturing right now and the factories that made silicon, you can't just make a new silicon factory and like pay the employees in a wage that is like reasonable. No, you can't do that shit. Come on, y'all. Unless the Trump family secretly built a secure onshore or nearshore fabrication operation over the years of work without anyone noticing, it's simply not possible to deliver what they are promising. Seriously. But hey, Trump's gonna Trump, right? Anyway, what the fuck is this? Kick streamer Norm banned after accidentally setting his room on fire? I don't know about you, fam, but that face right there does not scream accident to me. I don't know about you guys.
No, that's a good point.
I do not know about you guys, but this face right here, the freaking, this is the actual Wojak meme going, ooh, ooh, like, that is not, and I mean, that is not somebody who accidentally sets his room on fire. He's actually doing the soldiers like, guys, my room is on fire. It's crazy, right? And I'm like, bro. Kick streamer Norm was banned from the platform after a viewer dared him to pour Coca-Cola on his laptop. That's actual Darwin Awards nominee. That is an actual Darwin Awards nominee.
What is Coca-Cola to a laptop?
What is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you? You are an idiot. What is wrong with you?
You're so stupid!
What is wrong with you? Why did you do that? That's not an accident. You accepted the dare. You had a choice, but you failed. You had a choice, brother. You had a choice, my dude, to not pour Coca-Cola on your laptop. But you had a choice, but you failed. Oh man, I miss Mario Judah. What the hell? You might remember Norm from his...
is Mario Judah, man? Come on, y'all.
This is true. From his previous viral stunts, such as the time he unofficially beat the world record for going the longest time without sleeping. But why though? But why? Nearly a year later, he's getting attention for another dangerous move after a viewer dared him to pour soda on his laptop on a broadcast in June 2020. Bro, look at this shit, bro. This does not look like the guy who... Oh my god, guys, my room is on fire. Bro. Consider the people's safety. Just because it's your fucking room does not mean that you're the only one who is going to be affected by it. The fact that you have a fire in your room, who the fuck is surrounding your house? If there are nobody surrounding your house, well, you're fucking lucky. But I am pretty sure in a house like that, anybody else must have been staying in that house, or at least near the vicinity of that fire, and they are in danger because of your dumbass. No wonder why Twitch decided to block this dumbass. Come on, y'all. It's smoking a little bit. Laptop smoking a little bit. What does that mean? It means you are an idiot. Coke addict tip $1.
Yeah.
Coke addict.
I knew it. I didn't even see it. I knew it could be that.
Coca-Cola is tuna. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. My god, I'm sick. The laptop is smoking a little bit. What does that mean? It means it's on fire, you dumbass. Not long after, Norm held the laptop for his viewers to see, showing that it had literally caught fire off screen. In an attempt to put out the flames, he threw the computer face down on his bed.
Bruh.
That's just dumb. You are an idiot. Wow, you are dumb. You
stupid! You're so stupid!
He threw the laptop that was on fire to materials that are way more flammable. What is wrong with you? Wait, no! The streamer cried as he tried to extinguish the growing blaze with the rest of his soda. Do I have the video for this? I'm pretty sure somebody sent me the supply and I had the freaking video for that. What is that fucking dumbass doing? Like, seriously, I forgot the fucking video was. What the flying fuck is that dude doing? What the flying fuck is that dude doing? It's like, what is wrong with you, bro? What is wrong with you? Oh, I got the video. I got the fucking video. What is wrong with you, dude?
Yes, get the caught in 4K. Got the tape.
Oh shit! Wait,
Oh shit! My God, his sound is like.
wait! No!
God, his voice is insufferable.
It's annoying, bro.
That is some of the most insufferable voices that I have ever heard in any YouTube history that I've ever like gone to YouTube.
No. That's not fucking fuck.
That is the most nonchalant like reaction to danger that I have ever seen. Oh wow, he actually got the right idea to extinguish it with a fire extinguisher, so there's that. Well, he extinguished the fire. Good on you. Well, almost.
Or not.
Or not.
Or not. Or not.
Bro, how can you mess that up real quick, bro? What is wrong with you, genuinely? Oh, God. Dumbass all around. Dumbass all around. Eventually, the stream went dark. Norm addressed the situation. The series of posts on X, railing against Kick for banning him because of a... That's not a fucking accident, you idiot. Just ban this guy permanently, please. Good lord. Good freaking lord. Kairos Silicon Wambak, not the same incident, but the exact same ending. What is this?
Sir, I'm just as shocked as you are that you set your entire house on fire after throwing explosives into your attic space to get rid of rodents. But either way, water!
What is wrong with you?
Why?
Why would you throw explosives to That's so stupid. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Okay. Alright, let's move on. That is such a dumb hoopla. Godzilla Minus One, it was made with a $15 million budget, but its superb visual effects won an Oscar because it is an absolutely amazing movie. Great movie all around. Highly recommend if you haven't seen it. I swear, if I see someone say 15 million budget one more fucking time. Wait, it's wrong? Wait, hold on. 15 million budget is wrong?
Is it bigger? Is it
Is a lot bigger? I've heard that. I've heard that a lot. So, hold on. $15 million budget. I'm pretty sure... Wait, are you saying it's bigger? Are you saying that's fake news? Okay.
What's the real figure? Like,
okay, so what's the real figure? Is it a lot bigger? So you're telling me that Godzilla Minus One is not made in $15 million. It's actually made with like 100 million. Okay. Okay. What? How much was the production for Godzilla Minus One? Around $10 million? What do you mean? Bro, that's even better. Wait, what is wrong with you? That is actually better. Wait, what is wrong with you? Wait, you are so dumb. You are actually so dumb.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
That only makes it more impressive. $15 million, I'm like, wow, you can make Godzilla Minus One at a $15 million budget? That's amazing. But now you're telling me that it's $10 million? That's even better. So $50 million is already impressive, but that $5 million is a lot of money, granted, but it makes less, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Either way, it's still a very impressive feat for the movie, so I don't understand why you're that particularly annoyed. No, it was not $15 million, and this misinformation has been circulating for 2 fucking years. Yeah, it's a $5 million difference, so what? It's a $5 million difference. I thought it was like more than $15 million, like $20 million. No, $20 million is still very impressive. And especially it's $10 million. I thought it's $5 million difference more than $15 million. In which case, okay, sure, then I can make the argument for that. But no, it's less, which makes it even more impressive. So, 2 fucking years. Bro, chill out, bro. Chill out. It's not exactly a big deal.
Chill out, dickwad.
Just chill out, bro. It's not that big a deal. I'm gonna be real, this only makes it more impressive. What's the point of being so pedantic about this? Exactly. Like, what's the point of being so angry about this? I've had to deal with this information for the matter for 2 years. 2 years! Oh no! Oh no, fam. He has to see people say wrong things on the internet, fam. Just horrible. Oh no. Just play the sad violin there, man. What is wrong with you, man? Just, oh man, oh god. You think people will just tell lies? You just think people will just say lies on the internet? Where's my Arthur clip? There you go.
Just lie? You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
I don't know.
Unfortunately, but yes.
I don't know. What do you think, fam? Around 10 million. Again, Takashi himself, he said he wishes they had the yen equivalent of 12, let alone 15. Marketing pushes to around 15 million, but the movie itself costs around 10 million. Well, there you go. That's even more impressive.
There we go.
I thought it was like, oh, this movie doesn't cost 15 million to produce. It actually costs 100 million to produce. Now you have the right to be angry. Because that shit is like, bro, this is debunked. It actually costs like 100, 200 million to produce. Like, that's the equivalent budget of like a normal blockbuster like Marvel Cinematic Universe, like 100, 200 million. Actually, no, it's gotta be more than that. But point is, it's definitely more than 15 million to produce that level of blockbuster fucking epic. But no, it actually just cost 10 million with 5 million marketing. That's crazy. That's even more impressive. And the fact that you're angry about this is a bit freaking weird. Just saying. Moving on. Anyone want to play Rivals right now? Fam, do you want to play Rivals, fam?
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm
all
good.
Right.
That game is toxic.
All right. Job. No oh.
What?
Oh.
What? What's
Where's my I need my oh. Anyone want to play Rivals right now? Job. No thanks. I mean, I can relate. If somebody tells me job, I would also say no thanks. But you gotta live in this world, bro. I mean, how else are you gonna live in this world? I'm telling you. I mean, I'm at my job. You even say the word job and dudes in the server start getting nervous.
Wow,
bro.
After that one, brutal, savage, wrecked, absolutely taken down.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. You even say the word job, dudes in the server start. Yeah, I wonder why they start to get nervous. Because there are so many unemployed people, I'm telling you. Now, granted, there are sometimes I do envy the state of being unemployed, but that's only if you actually got another source of income that actually people that actually pay you, or if you have a passive source of income where you can just sit back and relax and watch the money flow. Not this time. But not this time, man. I remember doing that, fam. You remember we doing that, fam?
Not this time. Oh yeah, man.
Classic. Just saw a guy in the library writing an assignment. No Grammarly, no ChatGPT, no Turnitin, no open tabs, no notes, just a Word doc and nothing else. Like a sociopath. Oh man! Somebody's
That's a sociopath?
Somebody's working their assignment traditionally. Oh no!
Oh man! Oh god! Oh man! Oh god! Oh man! Oh god! Oh man! Oh god! Oh man!
I'm telling you, whoever that person is going to be way more successful in life than whoever the fuck uses all of these softwares. I actually do use all these softwares. Not Grammarly. I don't use Grammarly. I don't use Turnitin. I don't have a Turnitin. I have, like, one of my coworkers actually have a Turnitin. Open tabs, well, I don't usually have a lot of tabs open. No notes. Actually, hold on. Word is a document software. You can take notes with Microsoft Word, so there are definitely notes. I mean, if you're studying, if you're just doing your research, notes are definitely inevitable. So come on, y'all. Everybody does this before ChatGPT even exists, so I don't understand why you're complaining about this. Moving on. I love this one, fam. This is Death Stranding, right? Order failed, right? So if your mission failed, right? If your mission failed in Death Stranding 2, you can load the latest save data. You can just load the game manually, find the save data that you want to find, return to title screen, or the absolute best part, pretend you won.
What does that mean exactly? Hello?
That's right, guys. The innovations of PlayStation games right now, which is to pretend that you win. The noob! Well, if that order is too much for you, or if you just couldn't be bothered to fill that, I'll just pretend that I win. Why the fuck not, right? Oh, Kojima. Oh, Kojima. Never change. Never change, Kojima. Just giving the game journalist mode, but it is delivered in a very funny way. Good on you, Kojima. Good on you. You may be a very polarizing figure in the game dev community, but that is very
At least
funny.
you got the core in the game, bro. For real.
You got the core idea at least. Moving on. I have been trouble. Oh my god, bro. Another Final Destination outrage? We've had this last week. We talk about this all the time. This is another Final Destination. Come on, yeah. We talk about this all the time.
We talk about that all the time. We talk about that all the time.
All the time, bro. Do we need to kill fetuses again, bro? I'm telling you. Let's murder some fetus again. Thank you. But seriously, why do we need more Final Destination hooplas? Like we already had. Oh, this guy's. Oh man. This is during the premonition, right? He's holding his hand on the broken glass. It broke, right? It broke, right? I'm just gonna spoil it because this is like in the intro. He's holding his hand on the broken glass, and his hand is like literally bleeding because he had to hold his hand right there, right?
Well, yeah, duh.
Well, duh. But that's not the best part. The best part is the glass broke and he fell, right? He fell. He screamed his ass off when he fell, but midway through, he hit this ledge right here on the head, and it literally just shut him up. He stopped his screaming midway through, and it's like, ah, bam. Like, this is so funny. But hey, that's just Final Destination does for you. They are always that's just how the movies are.
This is how they come, bro.
But yeah, apparently we got 2 moral outrage of Final Destination. I am telling you, I can't believe we're doing this. This has been a thing for decades, for years now. Man, the people who made this new Final Destination sequel really, really hate white people. That's just factually wrong. That is factually and just unbelievably wrong. What do you mean, really hate white people? Fam, I'm telling you, fam, alright?
Why?
Final Destination, right? Final Destination is a series where the black guy doesn't die first. The black guy doesn't die first in the movie. I've seen all the Final Destination movies, and I can tell you for a fact that the black guy doesn't die first. Heck, the black guy in Final Destination 4 is the security guard guy. He's the only likable character out of the rest of the cast. He's the only likable character. So I just don't understand why he really hates white people. Most of the casts are filled with white people. And a lot of them are like genuinely good casts. Actually, no. Only some of them are pretty good casts. The rest of them are pretty trash. They're just cannon fodder. They're just deaths. But the Bloodlines cast is actually not bad. Not awful. They're okay. But yeah, seriously. Really hate white people. There has nothing to do with white people. It's just deaths. It's just death. You think this kid being crushed by a goddamn piano is a hatred towards... I can't even finish that sentence without laughing. That right there, guys, is white hate. All right, that right there, guys, is just a symbol of a hatred of white people. Where the fuck does that come from? So I'll just play Okuyasu on this one, because what the fuck is this guy on about? I'm telling you, just...
Okuyasu! I heard it as clear as day! I just remembered I have a meeting at 8:30! Racist!
I'm telling you, there are, like, genuine... The moment people, right... It is crazy how there are right-wingers nowadays that are against SJW values, right? They are against SJW values, but they're also at the same time a moral guardian of themselves, but in an entirely different form. Oh yeah, we can just talk about, yeah, we don't like the SJWs, we don't like how they're shoving the gays left and right, all that sort of stuff. I'm not a fan of them either, but these guys, they are the exact same moral guardian, but on the opposite freaking side. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I've said before that these movies are gross.
Then don't fucking go watch
Then
them,
don't
bro.
fucking go watch it, bro. Just
That's a subjective,
What did you
philosophical
ask for?
point of fucking view.
that's just watch. Just don't fucking watch it then. And genuinely bad for the soul to view, bro. It's. Do I have to play the fetus kill again? Do I have to play the fetus kill again? I feel like I have to play this over and over again. How can you not find that funny? Like, I just don't understand how you cannot find that funny. That's just peak fucking black comedy. Especially if you know the context. If you actually watch the whole opening, that kid is a little shit. He deserved that piano drop. I'm telling you. But yeah, this guy, apparently these two dumbasses, these two moral guardians, they straight up cannot handle. They can't handle that shit. Crazy, right? Oh, give me my sanity tip to Canadian. In Final Destination 5, the black guy dies last. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep him coming. Oh, man. I'm telling you. So dumb. The fuck is this? Moving on. I blocked this mofo every time when I woke up to this. What is this? You will perish. Unblock me. You may think you've escaped me, step beyond the reach of what we were, but certain bonds do not sever. What is this shit, bro? What is this shit? Bro, ow, the edge. Where's my crawling in my crawl? Let me play that shit real quick. They don't weaken with time or fade with silence. I am not a memory. I am the constant that moves just behind your steps. The stillness that watches. The presence you pretend not to feel. Well, that is enough for me to contact the fucking police. Like, police. Seriously, police help. Just...
Police! Police! Help! Police!
Police help. Even when you forget, I remain not loud, not pleading, just there, always there. You were never meant to slip beyond this. I don't follow to interfere. I follow because I was made to endure you.
What?
I was made to endure you. Bro, you're talking as if she's torturing you emotionally. That's funny. Bro, what is that, bro? To understand you, to remain when everything else breaks away. You could disappear into other names, other lives. It changes nothing. I will find you in every life, in every form. This is not devotion. Oh, well, if it's not devotion, then I just don't have to worry, right? Because you're not gonna devote yourself to this. What's wrong with you, bro? It's just so stupid. You will perish. Yeah, try me. Well, my computer... Sorry, what?
Is this Mario Judah?
I have no flippin' idea if it's Mario Judah, but honestly, pretty good candidate. Pretty good guess. Moving on. Thumbnail Hoopla. Hey! Front Mission 3 Remake. Sorry, remake. May be a new all-time low when it comes to video game remakes. While it retains the script of the original, every one of its 2D assets has been replaced with AI generation. Oh my god. Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god! Oh god, good lord. Oh my god, ew. What is wrong with you? Oh my god, ew.
Ew!
Genuinely, what is wrong with you? I need... No, hold on. That is not the clip that I want to use. I want to use...
Ew.
I want to use the Mr. Bean painting clip. Like that his reaction on the painting is perfect. The guy's reaction on the painting. That's my reaction to this shit. What is this shit?
Jesus! Oh God! Oh Jesus! God! Oh Mary, Mother of Jesus! Jesus of Nazareth!
Fucking perfect reaction. That's exactly my reaction right there. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? What is this? Like, what? Why do you chose? Why did you decide that using AI in this particular instance is the best course of action? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, just get the original assets of the game. Okay, this is clearly not the same city. I don't know about you, fam, but these two are clearly not the same. Like, they are evidently not the same. But the AI thing, yeah, they're the exact same thing, right? Yeah, they're the exact same thing. Like, seriously, it's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hold on. absolutely flipping crazy. But hey, that's just how it is, right? That's just how it is. Cause these that's just how it is. But yeah, so these two are definitely not the same. Clearly AI generated or AI upscaled, and the upscaling is absolutely terrible. Just draw from scratch. Or just draw from scratch. Hey, oh god. I got love and support. Anyway, seriously, just redraw it normally. Seriously.
What the hell? What the hell is this?
What is this? They're not even the same thing. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? What is wrong with you? What is this garbage? What makes whoever the developers of Front Mission 3, what makes you think that this is in any way remotely, shape or form acceptable for a remaster? These two are not even like on the same art style. What is wrong with you? Like, genuinely, what is wrong with you? What happened to you? What happened to your chin? That is an epic mustache. That is, I forgot, is the Phoenix Wright's friend on the first case. It reminds me of him. That guy from the first case, on like the very first case.
That looks realistic.
That look, it's not supposed to be realistic, but that's what it is. That's what happened. It's just like his chin. It genuinely looks like Phoenix Wright's friend on like the first case, the one that got accused and the one that he has to help to bail out.
Shit, what's his name again? The Butt?
The Butt. I forgot.
No, his name is Butt, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, seriously. Larry Butts, that's his name. But yeah, seriously, it like the chin. It's so funny. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? I also need to grab the Mr. Bean clip because that is such a classic clip. I need my Mr. Bean clip. Where's my Mr. Bean? Where's my Mr. Bean? It's this one. This one. This is my new clip. Oh man. This is such an amazing clip. Where's the last one? This one. This is funny. Hold on, I'm editing my video. Oh man. I don't understand how Mr. Bean is not the funniest guy in the scene. But regardless. Where was I? Any more? Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What is wrong with you? What is wrong with it? Oh, good lord! Good lord! Where's the just get the original art style, be done with it. Just get the original art style and be done with it. This is not, come on, what is wrong with you? Just genuinely, I'm playing this. This is the only reaction. Seriously, like, what is wrong with you?
That shit fucking trash, dog.
That shit's fucking trash, dog. Get the fuck off the airwaves. It's like, seriously. No, where's that? That's not the second reaction. This is the first reaction. But seriously, that shit's fucking trash, dog. That shit is fucking trash, dog. Trash.
That shit is fucking trash, dog. Get the fuck off the airwaves.
Seriously. My god. But you know what's the best part, fam? The best part out of this dumbass AI hoopla, right? The absolute best part. You will not believe when I tell you this, guys. You will not believe when I tell you this. Maybe somebody already pointed in the chat, didn't read it. But you will not believe when I tell you this. Did you know that the original asset still exists?
Bro.
You are so dumb.
What you talking about?
You are really dumb. For real.
I got this.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! God! Oh, Mary, Mother of Jesus of Nazareth!
Got nothing. The original assets are still there. The official artwork for this day exists. Why they chose to go with the AI off? What is this? Just grab this. Redraw this whole thing, like, bro. I just
It's not hard, bro.
just can't playing this. Well, there you go. That's the front mission part. Just in case you want to know what the fuck is going on with that shit. And that shit is ass. It is asses like this. And you wonder why. And you wonder why people are heavily against AI generation, AI generated garbage. When the result is this. Like, bro, you want to use AI, fine. You can use AI for actually something that's decent, actually leads to something. This shit's trash, dog. This shit's trash. This shit is ass. Moving on. Oh my god, we already talked about this one already. So yeah, Mr. Beast's company, they launched AI, that's gone now. Mr. Beast took the feedback, like, oh yeah, I took your feedback. We decided we're not gonna follow that, so we're just gonna have somebody manually draw the thumbnail for you, or just learn freaking Canva and do this shit yourself. Regardless, so like, what's the point of these then? What's the point of Team C's and Team 3's if you're gonna use AI and destroy the environment, etc., etc.? Now, thankfully, this has slowly but surely turned into, I would say fake news, but more like inaccurate news. It's outdated news. There used to be a time where AI consumes a lot of power, right? And they can actually harm the environment. But nowadays, AI has gotten more efficient. The programming is getting more efficient. It's gotten better and better. It's better in efficiency. It's better in power consumption. So AI, you can pretty much run AI on your laptop and build it, and you'll be fine with it. So it's not gonna be the fastest, but you can. Point is, right, it's not destroying the environment as much as it used to back then. So information has been outdated. But regardless, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about is this. This you in the video, check this out, fam. Check this dumbass AI bro. Guys, check out this dumbass reply. I am telling you, you have to see this dumbass reply to believe. All right? So this person, this is supposed to be the strawman character. Right, this is supposed to be the strawman character. Oh, hold on a second. My girlfriend needs the... Where's the bicycle? Hold on. Where's the bicycle? I forgot to put the bicycle key. Hold on, I need to give my girlfriend bicycle key. Be right back. But yeah, seriously, check this out. This, right, this is supposed to be you. If you don't like AI, this is you right there. The AI bro is going like that. It is fucking nuts. But hey, you do you, right, AI bro? You do you. Absolutely crazy.
Why are we just staring at this? This is an atrocity of the humankind. Why? But why?
Okay, sorry about that.
But why?
But yeah, this is supposed to be you. Apparently.
But why?
This is supposed to be you. This is supposed to be you. You're the fat ass feminist that complains about banned AI. You're the fat ass like SGW, right? If you dare to make criticism on AI. But no, that's not the worst part, fam. That's not the worst. The worst part is when you hear her speak.
Ban ai. Ban ai.
Ban ai? Ban ai?
Ban ai.
Ban ai? Can you even pronounce your own name right? You are so absolutely...
You are so dumb. You are really dumb.
But then Namco is saying, what the fuck you saying fuck me for?
What the fuck you saying fuck me for? What does say fuck me for?
But then Namco.
What do you say fuck me for? Right, say fuck that nigga.
Bandai. Ban-ai. Needs the Namco in the back, but Ban-ai.
Ban-ai. Ban-ai.
Excuse me.
What? Okay, so apparently this chick, it says ban I. Now, I'm not advocating to ban I. I don't advocate to ban I do want people to use it more wisely instead of using it irresponsibly for laziness and stuff. Which a lot of people do, unfortunately.
Excuse me, miss.
Apparently, this person hands out logic and...
Oh, nigga!
That's it. So you just give this person logic, and because this person cannot handle that weight, she fell down face first, head on. Is that it?
Is this supposed to be an own?
Is this supposed to be? Is this the part where I'm supposed to be? Raven, I need you.
Is this the part where I'm supposed to be intimidated?
Yes, apparently. According to the AI bro is giving you all the facts and logic, but no. This is not. There are no facts, no logic whatsoever. So.
Oh, nigga!
Hold on! Did I hear that just right?
Excuse me, miss. Oh, nigga!
I'm sorry, did I hear that just right? I hear that clear as day. I heard it.
I heard it clear as day.
I heard it clear as day, guys. I don't know about you.
You're racist.
I don't know about you, but I heard it clear as day. This is an actual classical use of okuyasu. The most appropriate okuyasu use ever.
Oh, nigga!
Like, seriously, I heard it clear as day.
Okuyasu, I heard it as clear as day. This sick fuck said the N-word.
Clear as day.
You're racist.
I heard it. Y'all heard it. The AI did say the N-word.
In case you don't know where that come from, it's that one classic Caleb CD video where it's like, "Hey, yo, the pizza here," and then he fell down.
This is so dumb. I just don't understand. Is this supposed to be an own? But what I absolutely just love about this whole thing, it's not the fact that the guy said there's a clip of somebody saying N-word, but it's the fact that she said ban ai. Ban ai.
Ban ai.
What the fuck is ban ai? Maybe can you try to make sure to check that your AI generated video is correct? But no, I guess these people can't do that. That would require effort, right? Ugh. Oh, fam, check this out. In response to the recent, you know how last week we talked about how our brain in ChatGPT is rotting people, right? Which is true.
Oh, yeah.
Which is true. No, this person has a counter argument. The counter argument, right? The counter argument, right, is, you know how watching movies will rot your brain? Because these two are the exact same thing, right? Using ChatGPT is the same as watching movies. It's not rot your brain. Watching too much TV can really rot your brain. First off, they're not the same as using ChatGPT to, you know, how it affects your brain, how it rots your brain in the same way ChatGPT does. Second, yes, they do. Yes, too much TV can really rot your brain. This is a fact.
I don't think
this is fact.
You're saying
this is fact, and you're an NPC.
You're an NPC. Yes. I mean, I'm sorry. This is facts.
This is facts. Too much TV really can rot your brain. Yeah, too much anything can rot your brain. And so is ChatGPT. That's why I don't use ChatGPT all the flipping time. I only use ChatGPT like sparingly. Now, you know what the one thing that I use ChatGPT for, fam? Not ChatGPT, but like Grok. Because Grok is actually no, hold on. LM Arena. Because I use it LM Arena because I actually like, I want to pit two AIs, write me a novel scene with this plot synopsis, and I want to see which one offers the absolute best out of all of them. And sometimes, like, I gotta pick one of them. They sometimes make like really, really beautiful writing. Like sometimes the writing is like really, really good, but it is very, very sterile level of good. It's like saying, what do you call it? It's not saying a corporate made product is like beautiful. It's like, yeah, sure. I guess some of them can be, but there's that sense of machinery synthesis, like machinery synthesis, like synthetic feel.
It's like when those people who go to Whole Foods because they're natural.
Bro,
and they don't want preservatives. They don't want scientific materials.
Oh, perfect material. Or here's the best part, fam. Or here's the one that I love, fam. Like consuming less sugar version of certain drinks, right? Because they will definitely have less sugar, right? Actually, no. A lot of times they usually have the same sugar, just different kind of sugar. So that's why they don't taste that well, apparently, from what I've heard. Anyway, Kimamaster Andy, another 2 Canadian. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, my brain is cooked on YouTube. Oh, bro, I'm telling you. You're not the only person. Not the only one. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Is Google making us stupid? Gee, I don't know, fam. What do you think, fam? What do you think? What do you think, fam? Do you think Google is
making me stupidly mad at how they fucking track my ads?
Yeah, I'm playing this, fam. I am
for real?
playing this. I am playing this. I don't understand why VLC is not always playing on top. That shit is something that I have to fix real quick. Why are you not playing on top, VLC? You had one job, and that job is playing on top. I remember this being an issue. Interface. Where's the interface that you play on top? Playlist 3. Use native style. Auto raise the interface. Auto raising the interface. Menus language. On top. I want your. No! I want the option that says I want this window to stay on top when I opened it. Where is that? Video. Always on top. There you go. Fucking finally. Jeez. Playing with your brain. New studies show the negative impact of action video games. Yeah, there is. Bless you. Yes, there. Bless you. Yes, there is.
Oh God.
Yes, there is. Yes, there are. There are negative impact of playing video games. This is pretty much undeniable. The same way there are negative impact of any entertainment media. Don't play too much video games, because playing too much video games is gonna rot your brain. This happens. We know this. I don't play too much video games these days. Even that rots my brain. But I'm telling you, this happens all the flipping time. This is a thing that exists. This is not new. So is AI. So I don't understand what you're trying to say here. Are you trying to say that just because there's moral panic on ChatGPT, there's panic on ChatGPT, that means there's panic on all tech software, all new emerging technologies. Therefore, you shouldn't really worry about the panic of ChatGPT. Honestly, at this point right now, if you ask me, I wouldn't exactly panic, but I do have to be cautious of the usage of ChatGPT and how it affects me. Not necessarily other people. Bro, if everybody else gets stupider with using ChatGPT, I honestly couldn't give a rat's fucking ass. That's just society just failing. Straight up. I have done my best. I have done my best to tell people this is the appropriate way. This is the correct way to use ChatGPT. I've told you, you use ChatGPT as an assistant, not as somebody who does the job for you. Or you just do it for fun. If you're doing it for fun, hey, who the fuck cares, right? Just do it for fun or whatever. But don't do it for anything legitimate. You still have to make something, a good product out of it. And then these guys, right? I'm telling you. I'm telling you. AI bros, man. Moving on. Switch 2 screen is 10 times slower than a gaming monitor and 100 times slower than an OLED panel. Good lord. Good lord. How is that even possible? How? That's why I only play Mind Duck connected to my OLED monitor. You are broken, retard. Where the fuck did that come from?
What?
Where the fuck did that come from? Where the fuck did that come from?
Chill out, dickwad.
Why is the dickwad playing on the primary screen? Like, he played it dock connected to the OLED monitor. He has an OLED monitor. That's not something that's a broke person would have. He has a Nintendo Switch too. That's not something that a broke person would have. Why would you call him broke and retarded? Where the fuck did that come from? You know who is broke and retarded? These guys. Investigators seek information in 1.4 million cargo heists of Nintendo Switch 2 games. Now these guys are broke and retarded. I don't know about you guys. But these guys I would definitely classify as broke and retarded. On June 8, 2025 at 10 a.m., patrol deputies were dispatched to the Love Truck Stop at now 1191 St. S1 1st Street in the town of Bennett. After a high-dollar cargo heist took place, semi-truck driver reported that he had just discovered his trailer has been broken into during a pre-chip inspection. Several pallets of the new release Nintendo Switch 2 console was stolen. 2,810 of them to be exact. Each Nintendo console is valued at $499. Then the stolen goods is $1.4 million. $1 million. Investigator says that they're still not sure whether the heist occurred in town of Bennett or in another city where the truck stopped. Oh, wow. You know what? I take it back. They are broke, but they're not retarded. I take it back. I take it back. They're not broke, but they're not retarded. The fact that these thieves are still on the run is actually pretty impressive. I gotta give them credit for that. Give them credit for that. They are broke. Yes, for sure. They are 100% broke, but they are not retarded. The fact that people are still investigating on this to this day and they're still trying to find the motherfuckers, yeah, you know what? They're not broke. Sorry, they're not retarded, but they are broke. So
they're
good on you.
Not broke, actually.
Good on you, thieves. Good on you, thieves. Let's see if you can outsmart the cops. Let's see if you can find a way to outsmart the cops. I'm just here enjoying the party. Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep it $100. Okay, PC gaming is not just overrated, it is the most expensive and absolute worst way to game. It's your subjective philosophical point of view.
That's a subjective philosophical point of fucking view.
That's just your subjective philosophical point of view, dude. Many unnecessary steps and requirements to play a damn game that you actually don't own. Hold on. Play a damn game that you actually don't own? Wrong. Wrong.
It's the one that you can own the easiest, the most, bro.
Wrong. The PC is the only platform, the only gaming platform in this entire world where you can actually own the games that you buy. If you buy games on GOG, you actually own that. That's 100% yours. You can install it as many times as you like. DRM free. It's literally just pure software. And not only that it's pure software, but you can install it as many times as you like. And you get bonus content, compatibility layers, and patches so that you can play them on modern flipping systems. GOG, amazing. Carousel content $1. The reason for the problematic screen refresh rate is not a hardware issue for now. No games in the current Nintendo lineup are currently optimized or even built for the Switch 2. Woof. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. So, I'm pretty sure this is, they have to patch the whole issue out. If they patch the whole issue out, who knows? Maybe the Nintendo Switch screen can be actually pretty good. Anyway, the steps are not unnecessary. If you are really that bothered on following all the steps in building a gaming PC, I recommend laptops. Not even joking. I am telling you, I'm not bullshitting you when I say you guys are witness. You guys are a witness to my custom gaming PC literally breaking down. You guys are an actual witness. It actually died. Let me play this game again. Let me play it again. Look at this shit.
What the actual fuck just happened?
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 I have never had this issue at all, ever.
Never had this issue.
That is crazy.
Never.
That is absolutely maddening.
Seriously.
What the hell was that?
That was my streaming PC that I built with my own two hands. That's my streaming PC and the power supply is dead. I'm streaming currently right now in my old laptop with a broken monitor, but I can still stream. Just saying, it is definitely something that you can do. Just get a laptop if you're too afraid of tinkering PCs left and right here. Laptops are way easier to maintain. In fact, I might as well just ditch that whole PC and just get a laptop. Might as well. Ugh. Anyway. For a worse gaming library than consoles, that's just wrong. that is not even an opinion. That's just straight up wrong. Worse gaming library than consoles. Bro, we own most, if not all, of your gaming library. We own most, like 99.9999999%. We can play Bloodborne. Even the ones that are still stuck on a PS4, we can emulate them just fine. We can play Bloodborne. We can play like PS3 games, PS2 games, PS1 games. It's not exactly a huge competition. A lot of the PlayStation 3 games are even like straight up already ported to PC anyway. So to say that the for worst gaming library is just straight up wrong. That's just wrong. PC gaming is not for real, actual gamers. PC gaming is overrated as fuck. Just all around subjective opinions, bro.
That's a subjective, philosophical point of fucking view.
Just subjective opinions all around, bro. Jesus Christ. Plus, you have to have a full degree in computers? No! You do not need a full-on degree in computers in order to run the thing. That's not... No. Especially since there's a chance that the PC could just stop working. No.
Well, I can't argue with that one.
The PC can just stop working. I literally just experienced that. That's a skill issue on your part, if you ask me. Also, some of them act like spoiled brats. Some of them act like spoiled brats. Yeah, because PlayStation gamers have never acted like spoiled brats before, right? They've never done that before, right? Tried to get Nintendo to port their games to PC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never heard that complaint. I don't hear that complaint that often anymore because Nintendo is gonna double down on their exclusivity. They don't give a shit about PC gamers. Only PlayStation and Xbox, they actually do care about PC gamers. Not Nintendo though, because Nintendo's being a flipping boomer company, they can't get in with the flipping times. Absolutely crazy. Nintendo games are much more costly that and game on PC than a game on PC. I refuse to go PC gaming because when you do, they seem to become the Karens of the gaming community. Wrong. What is wrong with you? Why would you say something like that? That is just factually wrong in almost every
This is the most
imaginable
blatant form of projection.
This is projection. Look in the flippin' mirror of what you're doing, bro. Look in the flippin' mirror, bro.
If you're looking for the guilty, you need only look into a mirror.
Seriously. Imagine losing 10 frames per second and automatically thinking this game is unplayable. Bro, you just encountered an FPS snob. I'm not an FPS snob. I can play games at 30 FPS just fine. That's my bare minimum. 30 FPS is okay for me. I can play games perfectly fine with that. But if you're telling me that my game does not run at 30 FPS, it runs at 20, then I will complain. Granted, Nintendo 64 games, most of them run at 20 FPS, but even I will still complain about that because that shit's ass. And forcing your opinions in every game you have no intent or even try. Oh god, this opinion is so stupid. Shit is truly a mental illness. Yeah, because PlayStation has never had mental illnesses before, right? Actual bad thing. Holy shit. Is that Francisco Fontcarva? No, that's not Francisco Fontcarva. False statements after false statements. My god. This is a bad thing. Seriously. That just makes it clear you know nothing about gaming on PC. The only step-on requirement is to turn on your PC, and console gamers don't own their games either. Exactly. People really type lies like we believe them. But as if you're not typing lies? Apparently, this person is not the one typing lies, fam. Just lies on the internet. Seriously.
Just lie? You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
Seriously. Do you really think someone would do that? Cairo Silicon to $1. My middle sibling is studying computer science and is currently actively working. And he asked me to fix the computer, bro. Bro.
Yeah.
I've never vaped in my life, I swear. Nah. Hey, may Zeus himself strike me down if I'm lying.
That is funny. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Normally, I agree with everything you say, but I'm not a PC gamer. I don't even own a PC currently. But I would say it's a different kind of gaming. It may be a different kind of hobby. For us console gamers, it's about fun gameplay like competitive games. It is exactly that. A different kind of hobby. Because PC gaming ain't about games. It's about tech or spec clowns getting off on frame rates and resolutions. No? No. No. It's not. The tech side of PC, right? The tech part, the benchmark, that's an entirely different hobby. That is an entirely different hobby out of PC gaming. Some people just want to play games on PC and be done with it. That's fine. I personally like both. I like to play games on a PC, and I also like to talk about the technical sides of the PC because it's interesting. They're interesting. God forbid that we like to talk about that, right? Jeez. I built mine for $900. Amazing. What the fuck? Why are you using DMC Dante as your profile picture? Wearing that fucking mop. That's it where he's wearing that fucking mop, and I'm like, that shit's ass, bro. That shit is ass. I mean, I need my DMC Devil May Cry fuck you, please, on that. This.
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Fuck you!
Fuck you! Oh, Cairo Silicon to $1. Yeah, but can your console do this? Bro, can your console do this, fam? Can your console do this? Yo! All-in-one ass startup.
That was awesome, bro.
All-in-one ass startup. Xbox One, fucking Game Boy, the freaking Dreamcast.
Bro.
Well, that takes a long ass fucking time. Not exactly practical, but hey, that looks cool. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. That takes a long ass fucking time, but it does look very cool. So I'll give you that. Cope however you like, but I own an SX and a Series X and a PS5 Pro, and I get rid of both over my gaming PC. Sounds like you're coping, bro. The only person who's coping here is you, bro. So.
You are coping.
Seething.
You just can't accept what you see.
Can't accept what you see.
Coping and seething.
Oh my god, I'm telling you. I have a $5,000 PC and I love it. However, that isn't without saying there's no consistent issues with game stability. I'll play games like Cyberpunk on my PC with full path tracing, but nothing beats by being able to play games on the go or wherever I want without my $5,000 glass box. Yeah, feel you on that point of view and agree, console hybrids are the way to go. True, it's a fucking hassle. Crash this, crash that, update this, update that, install this, that, so on and so on. Bruh, that's just to be expected. You're complaining about things that PC gamers do all the fucking time. That's the fun of PC gaming, is to figure out what's...
All I can say to that is, it is what it is, bro.
It is what it is, bro. But okay, if you're not into that, that's fine. Go play your consoles, bro. Ah, no! Why did I pause that? No, why did I pause that? Oh, no. I pressed the wrong button and I pressed pause. God dang it. I lost like milliseconds. Anyway, moving on. NVIDIA's marketing goes into overdrive mode when it claims that the RTX 5050 is over 6,000%! Over 6,000%! Whoa, that's over 6,000, fam. Over 6,000. Where's my shock? Where is my shock? Shock face meme? Where's shock face meme? Oh, what? Over 6,000%, fam. Oh, you know what? You know what? Fuck, you know what? I'll play this. I'll play this. I'll play this. I'll play the Ricardo Milos. Gonna make you. I'll play the Ricardo Milos. I'll play Ricardo Milos System Shock 2. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, man. It's your boy.
6,000% faster than a GTX 1050. My God. System Shock 2 is remastered. Amazing. Oh. That GTX 1050 thanks to DLSS. Thanks to DLSS. Of course you're gonna have AI shit, bro. Come the fuck on, y'all. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Kyro Silicon also sent me this, right? Fam, apparently, if I want to buy an RTX 40 series GPU, like the lowest price for that is 15 million for RTX 4060, but 19 million for the highest price. But if I want to buy a 5060, that's about 17 million and 35 million for the highest one, because fuck you, right? Zam indeed. Oh, hold on. Where's that? I need to get that. Do you remember the Zam meme? The Zam meme. I'm pretty sure I saw that.
Bro.
The Zam, bro. I need to get that hoopla because I.
She's 12. Zam.
She's 12. Zam.
Zam.
Zam. Like I need to get that thumbnail. The cook thumbnails, man. They are funny as hell.
I think I have that picture.
Is it a 96.5? Because that was like a long ass time ago. We talk about that, but they are so cooked.
Oh, I got it.
Those thumbnails are so cooked.
Wait, can I? I think I can do this.
True.
I think I can do this.
True, but that's. I love that Zam. I love that Zam. This is called Zam.
This is just gonna be my avatar from now.
She's 12 and she looks like Zam. You know what, fam? You know what, fam? I'm telling you, fam. This is a classic joke, fam. But
I'm too funny, man.
Yeah, this is, fam. I'm telling you, this is a classic joke, but I'm saying it anyways. What's up?
Damn.
What's up? Oh man.
Wait, hold on. The scale is too high. Oh, I'm moving too fast.
Oh man, I'm telling you, just what's up? What's up? What's up?
Sam.
Fucking get that WhatsApp meme, man. I'm absolutely crazy. I need to find that the YouTube, the lewd YouTube thumbnails. Like, where's the YouTube? Where's the YouTube lewd?
Sam.
I need to get the YouTube hooplas, cause it's so stupid. It's like where a bunch of dumbasses, like they're posing. Oh, where was that? I need to grab every stream that like I bought. I'm pretty sure it's like very very close to the 90s. Is it 90s? Is it 99? Cause it's so funny.
I'm back to my actual picture.
You're back to the actual picture. But seriously though, the Zam meme is funny.
Zam.
Like you can't exactly beat that. It's just it's too good. It is too good. Absolutely too good. But I need to find out where I was talking about that on back on YouTube. back on the APB show, I remember talking about like a compilation of YouTube thumbnails.
I remember you was convicted.
Yeah, a compilation of YouTube thumbnails that are just absolutely cooked. Like, that guy is cooked. The people on that YouTube thumbnail, they are cooked. But I trying to find that hoopla because that is so funny. Oh man, I need to find that. I need to find that. I need to find that. But that is very funny. Regardless, yeah, so NVIDIA apparently is advertising 60,000% faster. Damn! 60,000%! 6,000! 6,000% faster! Damn! That's fucking hell. Just crazy. But hey, that's just how it is, right?
Crazy.
That's crazy. But that's just how it is. Oh man. Is there the one where the YouTube lewd YouTube? No, it's not. 18 plus. I forgot which hoopla that was. Where that has that has the dumbass YouTube thumbnails. Definitely not this one. This one is too old. But yeah, I'll get to probably find that way later when I actually get to. Oh, what is this? Just now, tattoos for the A2 outfit 1.0 has been removed from Nexus mod. The mod is still up on Ayaka. What the fuck? Is this a Stellar Blade mod? Okay, it is a Stellar Blade mod. That does look pretty hot. But fam, check out the tattoos. Black cock slut. Blackmail property. Black. So yeah, so a bunch of these tattoos are just race play fetish, which is, well, if you're into that, good for you. But I do have to play the bonk on this one. It is just race play fetish, and if you're into that, hey, why are there black babies there? Why are there like images of black and white babies there?
What in the actual F?
Hey, I mean, if you're designing it this way, good for you. If you're into that sort of thing, what is that? I cannot read that. Race bunny? Is that it says race bunny? Black bunny?
Snow bunny? No, it says snow bunny.
Snow bunny? Oh, snow bunny. I don't. That's. Well, this is just a mod. Nothing wrong with it, but it is banned on Nexus mod because it's race play, and I guess race play is racist because there's the word race in it, right? Right. Nexus mod has gone nuts. Okay, shut the fuck up, Grum. Seriously. Banning tattoos for Stellar Blade now. No warnings, you can still find it in Ayaka mod. Yeah, the mod got removed from Nexus mods, and there are alternative mod sites like Ayaka mods, like DG mods, etc., that host all these sorts of banned mods. Like, I don't understand why Nexus is like, yeah, we're gonna remove access to these mods, because with Stellar Blade, even they have to go like, you know what, we're also gonna censor the lewd ones. The lewd ones are gonna censor them too, even though like they're pretty much the only reason. I would say the only reason, but like one of the significant reasons in why people go to Nexus mods is because at least they don't ban the porn mods, but they're now banning the porn mods. So there is that in the freaking race play fetish there too. So there is that. Do not click the tweet to look at what type of tattoo he's defending the removal of. This? Ooh, scary! Ooh, scary! Don't look! Don't click!
Is this the part where I'm supposed to be intimidated?
Like, I'm sorry.
It's just a fucking tattoo, bro. It's not even that
bro,
bad.
It's just a bunch of tattoos that says black cock slut or black kings. Like, bro, this is nothing new. This is literally nothing new. This is the most basic fetish content you can ever think of. And Nexus is like, nah, we don't like that shit. Anyway, Cobra64 to $1, thank you. Good afternoon, Appa Bros. Interesting to see your avatars in the camera feed today, because our PC is straight up broke. Our PC
his PC is broke, and I'm just chilling.
My PC's broke. Appa Bro camera is still on, but he's just chilling, and I'm
just chilling.
And I have to fix my PC, but unfortunately,
also, trying to promote this beautiful art that is done by my girlfriend. Like, come on, y'all.
Seriously, awesome. Amazing. But yeah, I'm telling you, my PC's broke. That's why, in solidarity, Appa Bro also removed his camera. But hey, I'll have to catch up with the VOD, but Greets from Down Under, thank you so much. Absolutely fantastic. But I do have to play the obligatory clip.
Oh no! I'm Australian!
I'm telling you. Seriously. Do not click the tweet to look at what type of tattoos he's defending the removal of. Oh no! Scary! Ooh, scary! And it's just this tattoo. Seriously, what is wrong with people? Like, are people like that censorious nowadays? Like, are people really that they're pearl clutching this bad over some race play tattoos? Really? Really?
It's not even that bad, dude.
Not my taste, but it's not reason to censor it, to be honest. Out of all the things they remove, this is a rare Nexus mod win. Wow.
What do you mean by that?
Wow.
Fuck! You fucking idiots! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
What the fuck is the matter with you? Out of all the things they
What's the
remove, is a
matter
rare
with you?
Nexus mod win. Bro, what is the matter with you, bro? What's the matter? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you?
What do you mean this is a rare Nexus mod win? Just because you don't like the mod. I know I'm not gonna use the mod. I'm not gonna download the mod. But the fact that the mod can exist and live peacefully with everybody else, right? That is the best way to make people not know about the mod. But since you banned the mod, now everybody knows about the mod. And everybody's gonna download it now.
The mod.
Jeez. Why? It's gross and yucky. It's gross and yucky. Fucking cope and sieve, bro. Cope and fucking seed. Gross and yucky.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething.
Seriously, gross and yucky. Is this a fetus speaking? Do I have to drop the piano on you? Let's drop the piano on this guy. That's the only reasonable response to this absolutely dumbass thing. Gross and yucky, ew. I am pro censorship if I get to decide what to censor. Wow. Wow.
Well, that's just fabulous.
Wow.
Fuck! You fucking idiots! I can't believe you! What the fuck is the matter with you?
Wow. By the way, this guy is the anti-SJW. I'm dead serious. I wasn't even joking. This is supposed to be the anti-SJW, guys. I'm not even joking when I say that this is not the SJW. No, this is supposed to be the anti. And they did shit like this. Jesus, goodness, Lord and gracious. Like, you have to be so insecure that you have to censor mods about fucking black domination, black cock slut. Seriously, race play. You are so insecure that you demand that you celebrate the removal of this mod. This mod literally does nothing to me. It completely doesn't bother me at all. That mod can exist, but hey, the fact that the mod got censored means everybody's gonna download it now. Seriously,
this is chilling, bro.
Well, don't get mad when they remove what they want to they want to censor then. Seriously, that's what happens, guys, right? If you get like, oh, that censorship is perfectly fine. Well, don't be mad if somebody decides to censor the stuff that you like. Right? I'll take, okay, I don't like the censorship, but I will tolerate it for the sake because the game is fun. I will respect that opinion way more than, oh, that thing censors, it got the censorship on that is great. It's actually better. It makes the game better. It's like, you lost my respect on that. I respect people who say they tolerate the censorship even though they don't like it, more so than the people that actually celebrate the goddamn fucking censorship. Caro Silicon tip $1. Can I have the tattooless version, please? Bro, I'm pretty sure they give you options for that. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Ugh. Moving on. Nintendo released a new Donkey Kong Bonanza video. I love it that Pauline speaks in English, Void Kong speaks in whatever language he speaks, but they understand each other. Donkey Kong has no idea what's going on. The monkey in the middle owns mines and is the leader, no? Is he the Jewish monkey?
I'm sorry, what?
Nein, 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 nein! Was alles soll ich von diesen Jugendschweinen noch ertragen?
The Jewish monkey?
I'm sorry, what?
What the flying fuck are you talking? What Jewish monkey? What is wrong with you? What are you on about?
Nein, 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 nein! Was alles soll ich von diesen Jugendschweinen noch ertragen?
What Jewish monkey? What are you on about?
What?
I have no idea what the fuck they're on about, fam. Moving on. New Raidou Remaster Censors Lamia. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Lamia is awesome. She's pretty dope in the SMT games. Fucking Makakaja. What are our talents? Marin Karin. That's like that's makes sense, but that's like
so much sense.
you're playing with chances on that one. God dang. But seriously, that's SMT Atlas. Seriously, Cairo Silicon tip $1, but that's a video. Oh, Agent Hitler. I'm playing that. I am playing. I am playing Agent Hitler. That's so funny. Why is it not on full screen?
Why is it still actually working?
Why is my Agent Hitler not on full screen? There you go.
Agent Hitler, FBI.
Agent Hitler, FBI indeed. Thank you so much for the donation. Keep them coming. Seriously. New Raidou Remaster Censors Llama.
Bro.
Not a fan. Well, it doesn't matter. Look at SMT5. The demons were naked all the time. Especially that Mara demon. You all know, you'll see that. That Mara demon is a dickhead. I'm telling you.
Such a dickhead, bro.
That Mara demon is such a dickhead. I'm telling you, he's an absolute motherfucking dick. He's just flaunting his dick everywhere. It's absolutely crazy. He's going all around with the fucking pissing contest with all the demons. I don't understand why. Ugh. It was the developers that never touched a woman in their lives. Wait, what? You do realize that you people often enjoy looking at naked people, right? Seriously. Yes, the famous one. Now, for some argument, please, if you can do that. Normal people want women naked everywhere? No. In just some specific scenarios where it's fun. It's just their tits covered, please. Ah, really, the snowflakes of the decadence. You're against woke people, but you share the same delusions and deviances against them. Bro, why are you supporting this particular censorship? Wow. Bro, it's not exactly a big deal if you ask me, but what's the point of having her hair be in the front of her chest if it's gonna be covered by something else anyway? I'm telling you, I don't have issue. If you're gonna cover her, fine, go ahead, you do you, but I have an issue. Just get her hair out of the way then. Her hair is supposed to be there to cover her nipples. Now something else is covering her nipples. So it's at this point, it's basically her hair shouldn't have been there in the first place. Just move it to the fucking back or tie it up. That's just my personal take. Seriously, this is so flipping dumb. It's not even the censorship I have the issue with. It's just the fact that the hair is in the front. Yeah, dude, Satan with his 3 pair of breasts get me a bit unwise. And they wonder, and then we wonder why Red is a loser land. People get hard over a video game. Okay. Apparently you're so holy, you don't get hard over video games. Okay, dude. Moving on. What the fuck is this? Malcolm X had it right. Okay, what the fuck? The most neglected person in America is the black woman. You know what I'm gonna play? I am so. Where's my art of speculating? Where's my Southern black woman? that makes no sense in context, but it is very very funny. Where's
a couple hundred years ago, it would have been shite, fam.
That sounds like a fucking that does sound like a fucking. But I'm telling you, do you guys remember that audiobook where the guy goes, "I'm a Southern black woman." Oh, that is funny. That is still the funniest thing. But I don't know where that was. I genuinely don't know where that was. It is the art of speculating. It's I remember the title is The Art of Speculating. Art of Specu. Ah, man. But that audiobook is very funny. It's where the white man goes, "I'm a Southern black woman." That's so funny. The funniest thing that I've ever heard. But I don't find the archive there. That is so fun, even though that's so funny.
Oh.
Do I still have that audiobook? Unfortunately, I do not. But that is a funny ass audiobook. The Art of Speculated. Anyway. It's one reason we feature an ethically mixed black woman on the cover of our first Giant Lands book, which takes place in the future of North America. Okay. In fact, we work a lot with Larry Elmore, Stephen Wants, and Jeff D. I have no idea who those are. The premise, what if in the future there were no white people?
What?
Brilliant speculation. Brilliant speculative fiction, right? What if the future no black people? Larry always tried to sneak in people of color into his TSR art, though he was often denied his attempts to make D&D less white. D&D? So we decolonized the RPG and made a future where the USA and white people don't exist. What a bunch of fucking losers you are. Convenient to speak for word now that you pass away. I think I'll make an RPG where Americans kick out all the entitled self-hating white people and ratchet POC out of the USA. What a game. It'll be a high-trust paradise overnight without the freeloaders and self-hating white liberals. You'll just be bred out of existence. Bro! Bro. What are you on about, bro? What are you on about? You call people Nazis, but you're literally arguing about ethnic cleansing. They did! It did! That's literal ethnic cleansing, except it's for the black people instead of the white. I'm playing this, ironically, obviously.
How progressive.
How progressive indeed. Crazy. Moving on. A climate change propaganda app called Climate Station is the latest release from Sony PlayStation. What?
What?
Things Sony did when they were an evil capitalist right-wing company in no particular order. What is this conspiratory bullshit, bro? Sells the PS1, 2, 3, 4 below cost. Send PS1 dev kits to literally anyone with... What the actual fuck are you talking about? What is wrong with you? I have no idea what that means. No idea what that means, and I'm very concerned that you do. What is wrong with you?
What that means, very concerned that you do.
What the fuck are you talking about? Things Sony does now that they're a wholesome lefty corporation to fight the power. Fuck your XO account. Apparently that's a political thing. The swapping between the X and the O button. How is that a political thing? That's just a dumb issue. That has nothing to do with politics. Bro, what is wrong with you? What the fuck happened to this sub? It used to be a sub to call out ridiculous pandering and blatantly corporate mandated cringe shit in games to appeal to the smallest but most vocal minority. Now it's just a far-right gamer-skewed version of a dark MAGA sub, parroting every talking point they fed, trying to find imaginary conspiracies anywhere, catch up one another. Fucking... seriously, thinking like climate change is a conspiracy. COVID lab leak and globalist agenda. Okay, this is out of beyond my fucking pay grade. I thought you're about to be talking. This is about video games, right? I thought this subreddit is supposed to be about like media, pop culture media, and not fucking conspiracy theories. This is the wrong subreddit for that. Ugh. Oh, it breaks rule 4. Yeah, I wonder why. The post was intelligible. The post was intelligible? I don't know about you guys, but a lot of this I'm reading is a load of fucking nonsense. You can pause and read through this shit, and I'm telling you, this is just fucking nonsense after nonsense. Like, I don't understand what the actual fuck are you talking about. I also didn't hear. Like,
oh my god. This
whole thing is nonsense. Like, straight up. Like what I'm playing this. I'll play this. This works perfectly.
Come on over here. No, you let me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
You're a fake and a fraud. Seriously. All right. Moving on. Oh, wow. Let's talk about Stop Killing Games. Wow. An actual fucking Stop Killing Games hoopla. My god. Okay, what the fuck is this? Right, so in case you don't know what Stop Killing Games is, you know how the crew from Ubisoft, right? You know how the crew, that racing game from Ubisoft,
one of the games that one of my friends' favorite game. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, you know how the crew from Ubisoft got delisted off of Steam and you cannot play the game anymore because Ubisoft refused to maintain the servers? So you bought that game for like full price and Ubisoft's like, no, you can't play that game anymore. That game is out. You're done. It's already decades now, but yeah, that game is off. Fuck you. Well, Stop Killing Games wants to make sure that shit does not happen again. But unfortunately, there are plenty of detractors. Stop killing games. And this is one of the detractors, right? Fails to consider the impact and ultimately doesn't make sense because we don't buy games, we buy licenses. And you're okay with that? I don't know. Are you fucking okay with that? Are you actually okay with that? You are seriously saying all that we don't buy games, we buy licenses. Yes, are you okay with that? Are you guys okay with buying video games but we're only buying the license to play the video game and not, the actual fucking game? I don't know about you, but I'm not okay with that. If I buy a video game, that video game is mine. It's mine and mine alone. But unfortunately, we're living in a digital time where that is not possible. If we buy a video game, we buy the license for that video game. We don't actually own the game, we just buy the fucking license. And you wonder why people sell the seeds. At least when you pirate a game, you own it. That's yours. It is beyond ridiculous to demand that a developer have a playable portion of the game after the servers go down. That's not ridiculous. That is not ridiculous at all. That is perfectly reasonable. If I buy a multiplayer-only game for $60, and then I found out in the next 2 years the server's gonna be fucking shut down, well, guess what? That's a waste of $60 on my end, right? How the fuck am I supposed to play the game if there's no game? Seriously. It is beyond ridiculous to demand that a developer have a playable portion of the game after the servers go down. It is not ridiculous. We've done this. Bro, Unreal Tournament, you can play with bots. You can play with bots in Unreal Tournament. You can play with bots in Counter-Strike Source. You can play with bots in like a Black Ops 2. You can play with bots in vanilla, especially with the Plutonium mod on. I'm telling you, you can play against NPCs. You can play against people. You could create your own goddamn servers. All of these are completely reasonable. Even if the developers do not provide the tools, all the tools necessary. They don't have to provide the source code, just enough tools for people to be able to create their own server. But apparently now, it would literally require duplicating processes locally that are hosted server-side. Yes, and costs would shoot through the roof in many cases, or developers, even small devs, would just abandon certain types of games because they'd be obligated to provide a local playable version. Bro, a lot of these local game developers, a lot of these indie even game developers, they can do that. The fact that indie game developers that develop multiplayer-only games can provide an offline mode and even dedicated servers, right? Shows how fucking incompetent game industry is right now. Indie gamers can fucking do that. Why can't you? Old games can do that. Why can't you? How would that impact expansions? That would not impact expansions whatsoever if the expansion just adds more content to the already existing game. My God. What if the playable portion is just an empty room? That's the issue that everybody's been facing. That's what Stop Killing Games is exactly what they're preventing. You are an actual idiot. My God. What if the server... bro. Oh my God. What if the server runs critical code that can't easily run locally? That means the developer is arbitrarily putting a restriction on people to not run their games locally. That is something that we tell them not to do. We tell them not to do that. My God.
I don't want them doing that.
How do we account for quirks or different versions across hardware? Bro, we do not give a fucking shit how you developers do that. All we do give a shit about, I don't care.
It's not our job to worry
It's
about
not
that
our
shit.
fucking job to figure out the fucking technicalities, bro. If this law passed, you are legally required to have the games that you develop to this day. Right now, it doesn't apply retroactively, which sucks. But yeah, it does mean that if you have a live service game currently ongoing right now, that it will be playable forever. You don't have to support it officially. You can have tools, give the tools that are required to make the servers, create the servers locally to the community. Come on, a lot of games in the past can do that. Why can't you do that now? Because you're the one putting the arbitrary restrictions. You're the one who developed the fucking game. My God. Good Lord. How do we account for quirks for different versions across hardware? Bro. That's where the community comes in. They're the ones that pick. Oh my God. Unbelievable. I understand where people are coming from with this. The heart is in the right place, but it doesn't work beyond the service idea. It does. It does work beyond the service idea. It absolutely does. There are plenty of old games that you can play right now. They are still playable to this day that have custom servers that users can make that you can play multiplayer to this day. Black Ops 2 is still playable to this day. There are servers of Black Ops 2. Use the Plutonium mod. You can still find people that are playing the game to this day. Activision no longer supports it. There's actually a bug in Black Ops 2 that actually lets you to remotely control people's PC. There's an exploit. But thankfully, it was patched using the Plutonium mod. My God, it's really... The examples are so massive. It is so crazy. Bro, multiplayer games, right? If you ask me, they are actually, in my opinion, they should have bots. Multiplayer games should have bots. It doesn't matter if the bots are like dumb or the bots are like not as great as like normal regular players. That's fine,
bro.
That's fine. At
That's
least
the point of them.
At least have bots that allow you to, bro. The bots, they don't even have to be skilled. You can just use the bots. You can play like offline without connecting to the internet against bots to make yourself familiar with the map of a particular game. When you're familiar with the map against bots, you'll be more familiar with playing against somebody else. You'll master that map with that, even if you're doing that against easy bots. There are so many benefits of having a bot, but you can't. You don't... Modern games just fucking look at bots and be like, no, bots, they're just, they're evil. Abominations, man. God, fuck off. I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you. This is so stupid. If you create an environment that puts heavy restrictions on roadblocks on making online-only games, then you will get less online-only games and more single-player co-op games. Good! That's a good thing! That's a good thing! That's good. But that's a good thing. That is a good thing.
May I remind you, this is a good thing.
But you're telling me that I'm going to get less online-only games and I got more single-player games, more couch co-op-only games? Fuck yes! Pirate Software, do you say, are you saying that this is a bad idea? Because all of these are excellent ideas. Fuck online-only games, seriously. Granted, yes, we got the internet. We've had the internet. It's like our necessity at this point. I need the internet, so are so many people online. That doesn't necessarily mean that everything should be always online. How the fuck do you not see this as a good thing? You have 2 entire videos to pull off. No, you don't. You just removed all of them, but okay. This is so stupid. This is an absolutely ridiculous point all around. Oh, man. It ultimately ends in infringement of your intellectual property rights as owner. Bro, if you're the one who has the intellectual property rights and you're the one who created the tools for you to be able to have the game playable for the community for decades, for years, until the community decided to no longer support the game, that's not an intellectual property infringement. That's you doing what you're supposed to do. You are legally required to do that. That's not intellectual property infringement. You have no idea. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no intellectual property being infringed at all. That's like saying if I tell you to drop the price 50, I'm infringing on your intellectual property. No, it's not. This is the image shared by Pirate Software. None of you actually read. Okay, what is the red? Objectives. This initiative called to require publishers that sell or license video games to consume the European Union or later to leave said video games in a functional, playable state. That makes perfect sense to me. But people are going full Patrick mode on this. What is wrong with y'all? Specifically, the initiative seeks to... Makes sense to me. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. Well, there you go. Read the second paragraph. That explains everything. It goes into very, very detailed specifics. What do you mean we don't read it? Without directly saying it, it states, if you cannot afford to manage your live service game, you will be required by law to give it away for free. Yes!
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Shit fire.
Yes. 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 And first off, First off, yes. First off, yes. Second, you're not giving them away for free. The customers are already paying for that game, you moron. They're not being given away for free. They already paid for that game. Those customers have every right to get that game. Of course, the people that do not buy that game do not get that game. But here's the problem is, they're not giving them away for free. They're giving it to the customers who have rightfully purchased those. They fucking paid for this shit, bro. My God. That is theft by coercion from the government. That is not theft. That is not theft. If you have purchased a product from a company, right? If you purchase a product from a company and the company decides you don't own that product anymore, that's the corporations doing the theft. My God, this is so stupid. That is theft by coercion from the government. You know what else is theft? You know what else is theft? If the company that sells the game that you just bought decides, yeah, that game is no longer yours, we're gonna take it away from you. That's theft. But if the government tells you, hey, don't do that, that's theft apparently. Fuck off, man. This is wrong by principle, period. Yeah, because you don't know jack squat what you're talking about. And to those who say corporate shell, because you are, because you are, because you are, I don't understand it, because you are, this affects indie devs the same. Bro, I don't give a shit if it affects indie devs or corporations, bro. It doesn't fucking matter. The games need to be playable in a reasonable state so that game publishers do not arbitrarily remove that game off of your library. You want the government to steal from you on your bill. You know, I do not want the government to steal from these game companies. I want the government to prevent game companies from stealing the games that we already bought. It's not the government telling game companies to give those games away for free. It's the government telling those game companies to give those games to the people that already paid for them. Jesus Christ. The rights of that AAA company are your rights too. No, it's not. The rights of that AAA company are your rights too. No, they're not. They're not. I have different rights compared to a AAA game company. I'm flattered that you even make that comparison, but no, I do not have the same rights as a AAA game company. Not even close. What is wrong with you? Why do you even make this comparison at all? Ugh. All right, moving on from just killing games. Stop killing games. Thoughts of this mofo in Dead by Daylight. That's the character, that's the mayor from Blood Meridian. First case of a killer being too evil for Dead by Daylight. Really? This guy? What has this guy done? Genocide, mass murder, mass corruption, infanticide, serial rape, pedophilia, terrorism, crimes against humanity, assault and battery, torture, mutilation, war crimes, sexual harassment, child abuse, hate crimes, animal cruelty, indecent exposure, incrimination, enslavement, abuse of power, and malefic. I don't know. Pretty standard villain stuff to me. I don't know. Just pretty standard villain stuff to me. Yeah, genocide, mass murder, mass corruption, infanticide, serial rape, pedophilia, terrorism, crimes against humanity, assault and battery, torture, mutilation, war crimes, sexual harassment, child abuse, hate crimes, animal cruelty, indecent exposure, incrimination, enslavement, abuse of power, malefic. Okay, typical villain stuff. Not exactly the worst of the worst, but hey, it's Blood Meridian, so of course, right? Oh, there's more. Enslavement and abuse of power. Okay. Oh, hold on, there's more. Sexual... Wait, hold on, did I read that? Oh yeah, I read it. I read it. My bad. What? Bro, that guy just read the whole thing and immediately went astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. I seek refuge in God from Satan the accursed. Bro, that guy read through that whole thing and immediately go astaghfirullah. That's crazy. Astaghfirullah. Bro. This is not the least bit. This is normal. This is normal villain shit, but apparently you have to seek God for that. Holden was so evil this Dibba turned Muslim.
Yeah.
Bro.
Astaghfirullah.
Bro converted to Muslim mid-thread. He went back to his mother tongue to pray. An appropriate reaction? Bro. I don't know if I have any religious clip, but I'll play this one. Might as well.
I declare exterminatus.
Have a nice day. Anyway, what is this? Nobody is manager at your job at 33. Plenty are. Plenty of people are managers at their job at their 30s. This is nothing new. Your parents weren't managers at their jobs at 33. Okay, my mom was. She was a manager at one point, hotel manager, but okay. But you're baffled at why I said 33 years old is wild to be a mayor. It is pretty wild to be a mayor at 33. I don't know if about the age requirement, but at least it's not as wild as being a vice president at 36.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, like right there, come on, y'all.
At least it's not as bad as being a vice president at 36. Ha 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 ha. Ugh. It is indeed abnormal. Yup. Oh my god! What the actual fuck? That is some of the worst ratio that I have ever seen in like the last couple of weeks. That ratio is absolutely nuts.
Gentlemen,
that is a brutal ratio.
Democracy manifest.
Might as well surround yourself by SWAT team at this point, bro. You might as well surround yourself with the SWAT team. Where's my CS:GO ratio? There you go. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. That is an absolute democracy. The owner of Let Robster. Okay, apparently that person is also an owner. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Those are all the hooplas of this week. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, we made it, but none of the donations have reached any of their goals. But hey, that's perfectly fine. We had fun anyway, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining in.
Okay.
It's
We're
absolutely
chilling,
wonderful time. Let's play the Track Tribe. Let's play a Night Alone. Where's my Night Alone? Where's my Night Alone? There you go. Hey, thank you guys so much for joining in the stream. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Thank you guys so much for the donation. You guys are absolutely fantastic as well. You guys are amazing. I will see you all in the next APB show. Hopefully, with everything fixed and back to normal. Because
with everything fixed, we're chilling. Hopefully, all chill.
Hopefully, everything is chilling and everything is back to normal. Because my God. Anyway, thank you all so much. I'll see you all in the next stream.
Bye-bye.
Man, seriously, what the fuck was that?